hours in the day's quota remaining, so that should be roughly 20 to 4. And as I said, the museum will be closing at the end of the tea interval, which will be around about 4 o'clock. And for the benefit of those people just arriving here at Sophia Gardens, good morning, Borida. The news from the middle is that Middlesex have won the toss, and they've invited Glamorgan to bat first when this game gets underway at 11 o'clock. We're also delighted today to welcome pupils and staff from Jenner Park Primary School from Barry. As you can see, they're just getting ready in front of the pavilion to perform this morning's Guard of Honour. Boys and girls, we hope you're enjoying your time here at Glamorgan County Cricket Club. We look forward to seeing you all again very, very soon. It's good morning, Beauregard, to our two-match umpires, Paul Baldwin and Jack Shanford. And good morning, Beauregard, as well, to the Middlesex team led into the field by Captain Toby Rowland-Jones.
Very good morning from the BBC Sport team here at Sophia Gardens for this County Championship Division 2 match between Glamorgan and Middlesex, where the news is that Middlesex have won the toss and decided to bowl first. And Glamorgan make a couple of changes from Sunday's win over Sussex, with Labuschagne playing his first game of the season.
And good morning, Beauregard, to the opening batters from Glamorgan, Eddie Byram and Labuschagne.
There we are, something of a surprise that Labuschagne will open for Glamorgan. Billy Root has been left out. The other change sees Jamie McElroy come in because they can only play 2 official overseas players, and therefore Mia Hamza drops out this week. And a novelty, Labuschagne opening for Glamorgan. I'm Nick Webb. Kevin Hand from BBC Radio London is alongside me. Kevin, very good morning. Welcome. Tell us about the Middlesex side.
Morning, Webby. Good morning, everybody. Interesting one for Middlesex. They have selected Luke Holman for the first time this season, which very popular young wrist spin bowler at Middlesex, all-rounder as well. Very, very promising batter also. Tom Helm is in, Toby Rowland-Jones and Ethan Bamber also completing that lineup, where they'll also have spin options from Fernandez up the order, but they'll also have Ryan Higgins as a seam option as well. So they will have 4 seamers, 2 spinners as such for this. Robson, Stoneman, Holden, Deploy, Higgins, Fernandez, Davies the wicket-keeper, Holman, Helm, Rowland-Jones, and Bamber Rowland-Jones the skipper, as you'd have just heard from Mr Hignall over the PA here. And
we'll hear those bowlers deployed over the next few hours. Yeah.
Is that the first deploy gag? Yeah, thank you. Fletcher, I don't mind them actually. It was Dave Fletcher. I used to try and get them in with Fletcher. He didn't like them.
All right. Well, he doesn't like seagulls either. But that's another story. Eddie Byram is to open the take first ball, with Labuschagne at the other end, and it's Ethan Bamber bowling, and Byram defends it out on the offside. Now, Eddie Byram is playing his 3rd match of the season. He hasn't really got going yet. Highest score of 30. Byram missing the start of the season because of a dislocated shoulder suffered in pre-season in March, so it's good to see him back. But I am somewhat surprised to see Billy Root left out, because although he hasn't got a huge score, he has been quite consistent, and therefore can count himself somewhat unlucky with an average of 33. As Bamber is in to bowl and Byram drives up to mid-on, and there's no run.
Yeah, the other name to mention for Middlesex is Stephen Eskenazi dropping out. So it's from the draw with Leicestershire. The change is that they've gone with the extra bowler as such. Brooks making way, but then Holman, he is an all-rounder, as they say, so it's not necessarily the case that he will come in at number 8 Holman. We shall see where he's placed in it all. Nathan Fernandez having dropped down from opening in the place of Sam Robson. Robson back from injury.
Yeah, these two teams, of course, drew in the first match of the season at Lords, as Bamber is in to bowl and Byram leaves that one outside off stump.
I've been trying to forget that one, Nick.
How can we forget the record ground score at Lords from Sam North East?
Well, indeed, and the record team score domestically at Lords from Middlesex in that game. It was... Yeah, it's nice to see you without a kookaburra in sight, Nick. It's nice to see you at any time, but especially more so without a kookaburra around.
Yes, we have had better contests since that. Changed the ball back to the Dukes. We've got 2 more kookaburra rounds in late August, early September, which should be better conditions for that particular make of ball, I understand. Bamber in bowls, and that was slightly messy cricket. Byram, I think, played at it and missed, or he may have played inside the line, and it didn't carry through to Jack Davis, and he had to block it at the second attempt. Now, we saw a bit of that in the match against Sussex, the ball not carrying particularly well, and so Mr Davis, as he seems to be shuffling forward a pace or two, as you do. getting the pace of the wicket as Bambra's in and bowls again through low outside off stump and through to Jack Davis, great nephew or something of that variety to Hayden Davis, a Glamorgan great behind the stumps.
Indeed. Yeah.
Not quite sure the generations, to be honest. But a relative of. Last ball of this first over. Modest crowd again. Thought there might be a few more in today. The members section down to our left is quite tightly packed as Byram gets off the mark with a single down to fine leg, and Glamorgan are up and running. If you wonder about the lack of applause anywhere near our microphone, that's because the area in front of us is cordoned off because of a slight safety issue with one of the windows in this media box not looking in the best of health. It's got one of those...
It's no reflection on our commentary then, the lack of applause nearby to us.
It's no reflection on anything much at the moment because it's got one of those sort of shattered in the way that you see car windscreen shattered in there.
Who did that then?
I think it was just a bit of unexpected heat at the time of year. Well, I'm not sure. It wasn't anyone hitting a ball up this far as I know, because that would be somewhat improbable.
Would it really? Where's the closest it's come to?
Oh,
I mean, when you think that you've seen Kyron Pollard hit the ball out of Lords, clearing the pavilion.
I haven't seen any get, to be honest, to the top of the seating beneath us.
I suppose we're a way back. Toby Rowland-Jones is in from the
Cathedral
Road end in front of us, right arm over the wicket, 3 slips in a gully, and he bowls to the left-handed Byram, who leaves alone through to the keeper. We were just nattering off air about the game here a couple of years ago, weren't we? Labuschagne was in, Shaheen Shah Afridi for Middlesex, but Rowland-Jones was the star of the show for me. Tom Helm bowled beautifully in that match as well, and I thought the pair of them really troubled Marnus Labuschagne, but it was Afridi who picked him up. But it's Byram on strike, and it's Rowland-Jones over the wicket once more. Bowls just full outside the off stump. It skids through to the keeper, that one. It was a very full delivery, to be fair, so it pitched just in front of the crease, but wide and left alone, and it darted low through to the gloves of Davies.
Word about Marnus Labuschagne's record this year. He's played a couple of tests against New Zealand, a couple of matches in the Sheffield Shield for Queensland, 2 tests and 3 ODIs against the West Indies, and big bash at the start of the year.
Rowland-Jones past the umpire, he bowls. It's full straight and it's driven down the ground. Lovely shot. Glorious from Byram. Pops over the boundary rope and thumps into the advertising board just in front of the sight screen. Lovely straight drive. The first boundary of the match. 5 without loss, Glamorgan. So
the Glamorgan supporters who are saying, well, why isn't he playing? Why is he on holiday? Well, man has to have a break sometime from a year-round schedule of cricket. And Colin Ingram did quite well in his absence. So Rowland-Jones's response. 3 balls gone in the second over, he bowls, and that's a better length. Through it goes to the keeper. He was quite full the 2 previous deliveries. Got the length spot on there and beats the edge. Again, it dives on its way through to Davies, though, who takes it. Well, let's have a look. Yep, just down below his right knee, very close to the boot, that one. Just about got the gloves underneath it. They might need to take a step forward behind the stumps. Yes, perhaps they weren't watching the stream too closely last weekend. Because they'd have seen the neighbouring pitch behave similarly. Rowland-Jones again. He bowls, and this is defended from within the crease by Byram. Gets in behind it, back and across, pushing back to the bowler. And this might tie in with a Glamorgan attack that is somewhat lacking in pace, to be honest. There are 4 seam options, but James Harris being the fastest of them, but no huge pace. Rowland-Jones turning away. Long flowing legs. Smooth run up. Bowls just full of a length again, and Byram's forward. He's into the offside. 2 done. 5 without loss. And we wait for Marnus Labuschagne to face for the first time this year for Glamorgan. So he has been busy, Marnus Labuschagne. Not to the sort of form levels that he would have wanted, I don't think. His figures have been by no means disgraceful. He's maintained his place in the Australian side, and spectators here today getting a chance to watch a world-class batter.
Luke Holman's dad, I can see, is he on the screen to our right in the middle, or just to the right of middle. Must have had the nod that Luke had a chance of playing today. Has made the trip. North Middlesex boy, Luke Holman. Wondered, did he come down this morning or last night? It was motorway was shut in 2 places last night.
Oh, nightmare. One's bad enough.
Yeah.
Well, to be honest, those 50 mile an hour, 40 mile an hour roadworks are bad enough without complete closures. Right, Marnus Labuschagne on strike for the first time this season for Glamorgan. And Ethan Bamber to bowl. Right arm fast medium over the wicket, and he comes towards us. Labuschagne a pace down the pitch and defends back to the bowler, who has a shy back at the wickets, and goes through to Davis at the second attempt. Marnus Labuschagne just limbering up, and obviously already trying to cut down the angles and come down the wicket to a certain extent. We've seen this at times from him in the years that he's played for Glamorgan, since 2019 when he made his debut, didn't play in 2020. Labuschagne turned this one on the leg side through mid-wicket, and he's timed that one perfectly, and Labuschagne is up and running for 2024 for Glamorgan with a 4.
Yeah, it'll feel nice. A little shuffle, and he's taken that halfway up off stump, really. Lovely clip.
Ethan Bamber might be slightly miffed to find a batter coming a step or two down the wicket this early in proceedings, and he's batting, I think, outside his crease anyway, as Labuschagne plays a similar shot into the offside, and there could have been a mix-up there if that hadn't been fielded cleanly, because Byram was a third of the way down the wicket from the non-striker's end, and he managed to put on the anchors and scramble back in time.
Temperature's rising on the field and above the field. It's a bit hot already, isn't it, Webby? Are you feeling?
Yeah, it's quite pleasantly warm today, isn't it? We have got the aircon at the back of the box.
We might need it. I'm sorry to tell you, but trainers are off already.
Oh dear, I wondered what the odour was. Only joking. Bamber in to bowl. Labuschagne turns that one to mid-wicket as well. And again, there's a throw comes sizzling in. And they're obviously aware that Labuschagne is batting fractionally outside his crease and coming down the wicket. So any chance they can get of a potential run out? Middlesex with some good awareness there. So Labuschagne wearing 33. Bat tapping. Probably pick up on the effects mic as Bamber is in to bowl to him, and he leaves that one that comes back away and through to Jack Davis, and a few oohs and ahs from around the wicket and from the Middlesex half of the commentary team. You can't leave on length here, Marnus. You're not in Australia now.
It's great to watch, isn't he? It's just that, I mean, it wasn't that close to the top of off stump, but it was the way he's got that mannerism, hasn't he? As it comes back to him, his hips kind of jerk inwards and let the ball... Oh, it's coming back towards me. Get out of the way.
He's got a very flamboyant leave. Here's Bamber then to finish his second over, and Labuschagne drives gently up to mid-off. There is no run. Just the one scoring shot, a boundary through mid-wicket in that over, and Glamorgan, after 3 overs here on BBC Sport Online, are 9 without loss. If you want to contact us via the medium of Twitter/X, then NickWeb2017 or Kevin Hand Sport. And if you want to email me as well, nickweb2017@gmail.com. Middlesex listeners are equally welcome to email if you don't have access to Twitter.
Email. May as well be asking for carrier pigeon, Webby. Emails. 9 without loss. Byram's on 5, Labuschagne 4, and here's Roland Jones. Bowls and draws Byram into the drive. Through it goes. Now, I mentioned they might need to take a step forward. That one's lifted and climbed, and Davies has taken that. I mean, it felt like he put an extra bit of oomph into it, Roland Jones. And Yeah, it's well. Do you know what? It was normal carry, that one, but because all of the others were quite low, that one appeared as though it had climbed somewhat. It wasn't. That was a normal bounce that you'd perhaps expect. And Davies took it probably around his left hip. He's not the tallest of keepers, so it wasn't an alarming bounce. It was just as much as anything the movement. As this ball's clipped to mid-wicket, Byram picks up a single. It bursts through the mid-wicket fielder, who is Stoneman. The cry was "catch it" from Roland Jones, but I don't think it was in the air for a little while. Rocky Stoneman, Mark Stoneman, low to his right-hand side. I don't think it was a drop, judging by the reactions of anybody. There's not a great deal of disappointment. But here's Labuschagne onto strike, and the match-up between Roland Jones, Helm and Labuschagne was a joy to watch a couple of years ago here. They really bowled well to him. And Labuschagne played Shaheen Shah Afridi beautifully and then got out to him. But it's Roland Jones who didn't pick up Labuschagne 2 years ago with 3 slips in a gully. And Labuschagne's making him wait. Roland Jones is champing at the bit to get going and set off, but Labuschagne's making him wait. Now he does set off. Cathedral Road end, right arm over, and the right-handed Labuschagne's forward, driving down the ground for 4. Oh, imperious. Didn't even hold the pose, just turned away from it. Looked back towards the keeper, pleased with himself, didn't engage with the bowler, didn't show him any response, which in some ways, no respect. It was a piece of cake, that, for Marnus Labuschagne, a piece of Welsh cake in Queb.
I don't think there's going to be much pace in this pitch for the Middlesex seamers to work with.
Well, we've seen anything full so far has pretty much gone back down the ground. As here's Roland Jones bowls, and this is clipped through mid-wicket now, a little use of the feet, and he's clipped that from outside the off-stump, and Labuschagne here looks in the mood. He's going to pick up 3. It's the big boundary away to our right-hand side. The pitch all the way over towards the pavilion on the square as we look from the Cathedral Road end. Labuschagne's on to 11 from 8, 17 without loss, Glamorgan.
Glammy podcast boys, wondering if we'll see Tim van der Hoogten or Harry Podmore in contention for a call-up next week against Leicestershire. I would have expected Tim van der Hoogten to play if he gets through the second 11 match, which is currently in its final day at Abergavenny.
Here's Roland Jones to Byram, and the left-hander drives wide of mid-on, and it's going to be 4 more. Just a little bit too full at the moment, Roland Jones. That last clip by Labuschagne, it was almost from a 5th stump line. It was an extraordinary shot, that, from Byram. A lovely on-drive, and he moves into double figures. He's on to 10, 21 without loss. There's one to come of the over, and this looks as though it is going to be a very unforgiving pitch for seamers, Nick.
Yes, Roland Jones wouldn't really know what to expect when he won the toss and invited Glamorgan to bat first.
Well, the greenness on the surface suggests go full early. As Roland Jones is in, he bowls, and this one, length is dragged back, but he's too straight, and he's clipped for 4 more through square leg. 25 without loss, that's the end of the 4th. It was inevitable that the length was going to be drawn back by Roland Jones, but he just started too straight, pitching outside the line of leg, and Byram just rocks back and clips it off his knees for 4 through square. That's beautiful timing.
So a good start from these two, of course, helped by having the left-right combination, which Glamorgan have not had in the last few games, with Byram and Root combining, and before that with Ul Hassan and Root combining. So Ul Hassan dropping down the order, will probably bat at 7 in this game, which is probably his more natural place as a lower middle order batter and change seamer, although he's plugged away manfully opening the batting. So Labuschagne on strike, 3 slips and quite a steep line as Bambra's in bowls, and Labuschagne gets everything out of the way outside off stump, and then gesticulates somewhere towards square leg or towards the dressing room, possibly. You can't want new gloves already, surely. So such an intense bundle of energy is Marnus Labuschagne. always on the move.
A bit like you and I, Webby.
Nothing at all like me. As Bamber is in to bowl to Labuschagne, who drives back down the ground, well fielded by Bamber in the follow through, gets a hand to it and prevents any run being taken. We've seen one Glamorgan batter, Sam North East up at Yorkshire, run out at the non-striker's end already this season, and that's quite enough for the season, frankly. We also saw an even more bizarre run out at Yorkshire as Bamber prepares to bowl to Labuschagne in from the River Taff end. Still morning, high cloud, Labuschagne forward defending. Back to the bowler. I'm not sure if you might have picked it up on social media, the one off Joe Root's pads at Silly Point. Kieran Carlson came down the wicket, smacked it against Joe Root, who was trying to get out of the way, and the ball bounced back to the keeper, who ran Carlson out. Don't think I've seen that before in first class cricket.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
So, yes, oh dear was probably what Kieran Carlson was saying on his way back to the pavilion, only with a little stronger.
Mm-hmm.
Bamber in, bowls to Labuschagne, who works it into the offside, fielded at backward point by Fernandez, and there is no run. 25 for naught it remains.
It looks like a good toss to lose already, doesn't it, for Glamorgan? But the Middlesex very early on now have to quickly make a decision. Do we continue to attack on a full length, or do we move to a pattern of, I mean, look at the run rate, 5.3. And that's with 4 dot balls, so imagine what it was at the start of the over.
You've got to stick with 3 slips for another couple of overs, surely. In comes Bamber and bowls. Labuschagne leaves through to Davis.
Yeah, as much meant the line and length, to be honest. But then you've seen Labuschagne clip 3 through mid-wicket from a ball that was on a 5th stump line outside, on outside off stump. So length, as much as anything, appears crucial here for Middlesex at the moment, because anything full, I mean, Labuschagne was all over that, wasn't he? It was marginally full of a length, but on a 5th stump line, and second over he'd faced from Roland Jones. In fact, the first over I think he'd faced from Roland Jones. He's clipping him through mid-wicket for 4.
Bamber in, bowls, Labuschagne drives straight back down the ground again. Bamber takes a hand on it, and the ball just trickles back past the stumps at the non-striker's end. It's a Dots ball. It is a maiden over, and Glamorgan remain 25 without loss in 5 overs here on BBC Sport Online.
It looks as though he had something similar in mind there, didn't it, Labuschagne? His body was shaping towards the onside. The bat face remained straight and pushed back to the bowler. But it looked as though he had something similar in mind to clip through mid-wicket, and indeed that was a straighter line than that which he received from Roland Jones, which he clipped away. But yeah, that's a excellent response from Bamber. That's what I'm talking about. Middlesex need to all of a sudden make a decision here about the lines and lengths. Roland Jones has gone very full early on, looking to test the greenness of this surface. Here he comes to begin the 6th over of the innings. He bowls, and a forward defence from Byram meets the opening delivery of the 6th over of the match. None for 20 off 2, Roland Jones. So yeah, it'll be we've seen one beat the bat, haven't we, from Roland Jones to Byram, and it was just a good line and length delivery, and it looks as though there is absolutely no room, no margin for error on this pitch at all. It's coming onto the bat nicely. We haven't seen it go certainly through the air. Maybe that one that beat Byram went off the surface, angling across him anyway. So Roland Jones in again, full, straight and clipped. Gets away with it, just a single down to long leg. Probably seen Byram time 4 through square, haven't we?
We have. You've got to go a bit till lunchtime, I suppose, before making a decision on whether Roland Jones made the right decision or not. Talk about 3 wickets minimum being the standard for a side putting the opposition in.
Yep.
So we'll see by 1 o'clock. Adnan Mohammed asks, how many more games do Glamorgan have Mir Hamza for next week? He's available up at Leicester.
Oh, Labuschagne's pulled out again. We've had this already with Roland Jones and Labuschagne, haven't we? I think there's a little shake of the head there from Roland Jones. He heads back to the top of his mark. Labuschagne, I think, is suggesting there's a bit of chatter behind the stumps. Oh no, look, oh dear. There's 2 chaps walking along behind the sight screen.
He's quite fussy about that, is Labuschagne.
Yeah, one in a luminous green shirt as well. Can't miss him. Roland Jones is in, bowls, and Labuschagne leaves alone outside off. A slight hint of shape, movement off the surface back in from Roland Jones. Saw one of those from Bamber to Labuschagne starting wide, much as that one did. It got that excitement in the field again, didn't it, Webby?
Just to explain, there is a physical sight screen rather than the usual white tarpaulin because the pitch is so far towards the pavilion, so they have to cover up a bit of an alleyway there, and they can't just use the white sheeting.
Ooh. Roland Jones past the umpire. Bowls and driven with some gusto by Labuschagne. It's mistimed and it trickles to Holden at mid-off. There's no run.
So yeah, Adnan Mohammed, the answer is that Mir Hamza is out of this game because, well, they had an insoluble dilemma. You've got one of the world's best test batters. You've got Colin Ingram, who's top of the run charts for the division, not just the team. And you've got Mir Hamza, who took 7 wickets in the last match, so someone's going to be unlucky.
Oh dear. Roland Jones hits the crease now, he bowls, and there's Labuschagne using the feet to meet Roland Jones outside off stump again and push to mid-on, and there's no run. And
in terms of Mir Hamza, I asked him, he said there were no plans at the moment for him to return later in the season, but not sure what his commitments are with Pakistan or with Pakistani domestic cricket, but Glamorgan will certainly need a faster bowler for the last 5 matches of the championship season, if nothing else.
Roland Jones, last ball of the 6th over, his third, he's driven and it gets past cover and it's going to beat mid-off as well. Holden's giving chase, but it's a short boundary and it's a sumptuous cover drive by Labuschagne. He moves level with Eddie Byron on 15. Glamorgan are 30 without loss.
Well, Labuschagne in the past, as when he came over initially, he didn't fare too well in the first couple of weeks of the season by his standards, before hitting his stride, because obviously he's faced with different conditions in Wales and England than he is Australia or wherever else he's playing. But he has worked on that. Arrived, I believe, on Tuesday, and I'm sure he would have had hours in the nets since then, because he likes to have hours in the nets.
Yeah.
So he's worked in adapting to British conditions more quickly than in the past. 30 for naught then, as Bamber has been relatively tidy. 0 for 5 in his 3 overs. Bowls to Byram, who plays that one to mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah, Roland Jones conceded that boundary. That was 5 off the over, but it was just a single off the first 5 balls, so he'll be really frustrated. But it was right up there. It was a half volley, wasn't it, outside off? And as we've seen, there's nothing through the air. There's not a great deal off the surface at the moment, and it's about being extremely tight and economical, which Bamber is doing. And that was my point, really. You can see Roland Jones is going to a fuller length, and he's trying to test them early on, but it's not working.
In comes the next delivery from Bamber, who's sees Byram covering up and playing it out to cover, and there's no run.
And just to tell you that you can see he's warming up now. 3rd slip, Tom Helm. Yes. I think he's on next over at the Cathedral Road end. The skipper has been ruthless with himself.
Roland Jones coming into this match with 9 wickets at 42. Bamber 13 wickets at 36. And it is Bamber who's running towards us as the sun comes through, and bowls to Byram, who drives beautifully through the offside, stylishly up through deep extra cover, and there's no one bothering to chase that one.
That's the example, isn't it? You can't go full at the moment because there's nothing in the pitch for the bowlers with this new ball at the moment. You do see the lacquer come off one side, don't you? Whether it's, I mean, sometimes it takes 30 overs for a ball to come to life. So at the moment, I think it's around 10. It takes about 10 overs, and then it all of a sudden starts to do something in the current batch. There's always a theory, isn't there, on the current batch of balls.
Wrong sort of cow, etc.
Yes.
Yes, we did have 1 or 2 changes in the last match, as Byram punches this off the back foot to mid-off. No run. Is that a no ball called?
He turned rather quickly there, umpire Chantry, to... I only spotted it on the screen to our right, because for yourself and for me as well, had I been watching out in the middle. he turned rather quickly to the...
Well, it's quite difficult because the scorers being up in the dressing room areas, the umpire is therefore parallel to us, and you can't necessarily see it if he indicates with the right arm. But 36 without loss as the two go onto the board. Bamber into Byram, who's playing that one firmly to mid-on. There is no run. It is the end of... It's not the end of the over. It's nowhere near the end of the over. There's only 4 legitimate. There's just a little bit of extra twitching from the umpire, and I thought he was trogging off to square leg. Marnus Labuschagne comes down for a bit of entirely superfluous gardening and returns teams for Glamorgan, and amassed 502 runs at an average of 71, and then they didn't see him after the end of May. As Byram is forward defensively, back to the bowler. No run. It's a little bit on the move, umpire Chantry. Looks as though he's wandering off, doesn't he? But just getting his steps up, presumably.
He's thinking about Welsh cakes already as well. Will he get them for lunch, though, or will it only be for tea? How's the lunches this year, Webby?
Oh,
what have you had? What's been the pick of the lunches so far?
Ooh, difficult to tell. The lasagna's particularly
I always remember the
good.
lasagna. I always remember the lasagna.
Particularly good. 36 for naught.
Do we still get the garlic bread?
Haven't seen it yet.
Oh.
In comes the next delivery, and Byram drives it back to the bowler. There's a lot being played straight at the moment. Bamber is having a lot of work to do off his own bowling, which tells you that he's bowling accurately. 36 for naught at the end of the over. Byram has 19. Labuschagne has 15. This after Middlesex won the toss and put Glamorgan into bat first.
Yeah, Welsh cakes. Tea. Do we still get tea?
There will be some sort of cakeage for tea, yes.
Goodness me.
It's not always been Welsh cakes. There have been a variety of cakes on offer. Can't complain.
First check of the ball, is this? No. Is it? Yeah, it is.
As predicted by yourself, it is Tom Helm. And can we have a new one, please? This one isn't working.
The handcuffs are coming out. And not just for Ed Bevan.
There we are. And see it on screen as well for video stream viewers. You can listen to our commentary on the video stream. And, well, it's gone through the handcuffs.
Yeah.
Umpire Baldwin, the shorter of the two.
So's Ed, and he's running around the ground now. I'm looking to my right to see if there's a delay on the stream, and if we get a reaction, we can see Ed Bevan immediately to our right, but there's no delay. He's not listening. I thought there might be a delay on a stream, and he'd all of a sudden give me a glare.
Bamber's speeds, by the way, around 76 to 78 miles an hour. Helm, who played a few games on loan for Glamorgan back 10 years ago.
Yeah. Here he goes, Helm then. 3 slips. Crouch down. This is quite a crucial moment, it feels, Webby, even this early in the innings, this early in the morning. Helm, right arm over, he bowls, and into the block hole. It's dug out by Labuschagne.
Nice delivery to start with. No liberties to be taken there.
Well,
Helm played 4 games for Glamorgan in 2014. Just claimed the 7 wickets, but he was... nothing but a young stripling at that time. 19, 20.
Look at him now. Where are the years gone, Ed? Nick, where are the years gone? It's Stephen Finn. I remember doing his debut, and it was against Glamorgan. So his Helm, he's in bowls, and this is driven to extra cover, and there's no run. I don't think you were there that day, but Ed Bevan would have been. It was. Now let me get it right. It was Ebervale.
Yes. Yeah, no, I was there.
You were? Do you remember it was the mud patch game?
It was a very rain-affected game. I remember having to set up our broadcast equipment in fairly wet conditions that were not necessarily ideal for safety.
Well, if you remember, they had to bring in the boundary rope a long way, and there was some talk that has it come in too far? Is it a bit ridiculous just how close in the boundary rope is on one side? As Helm bowls on a good length, and this is a good start for Helm, encouragingly. For Middlesex, not that you would expect anything less, but just where they've got away to a bit of a flyer here, Glamorgan. Middlesex will want a little bit of control brought back quickly, but yeah, it was a long wait for the play to get going that day, wasn't there?
Funnily enough, I played up there a couple of years ago, and we also had a delayed game.
Well, it's right in the middle of the valleys, isn't it? Where the Vale.
Well, top of the valleys.
But I mean, either side of it, isn't it kind of steep? Because
yes, it's in a bowl, if you like.
A bowl, that's it. That's what I'm looking for, yeah. Here goes Helm midway through his run-up. Bowls and... it's a lovely ball, which beats Labuschagne. Now, that's the length, isn't it? They've got to stay there, which sounds obvious, a good line and length. But Middlesex, understandably, went full this morning. They were looking to blast the pads off, I think. Bit of grass, see if there's any movement in the ball. The most movement we've seen, which is not much at all, has come off the surface, hasn't it? Or any movement, any remote hint of deviation. It's not through the air, it's off the surface, as that one perhaps did just straighten.
Just a little hint of it.
But yeah, that Finn debut, he was 16 or so, or 17 at the time, and he's retired now, Webby. It's Helm bowls, and this is ease to backward point, and there's no run, which really does make us feel quite odd. Can you remember the first play you saw from start to finish?
Oof.
Finn is the one for me, and you mentioned Helm being 30 now, and his stint with Glamorgan back then.
It's D'Oliveira does it for me, because I actually watched Basil play as a youngster, as a boy, and now, of course, we're a couple of generations on with the D'Oliveiras.
Off goes Helm, and he passes the umpire now. Bowls. Lovely ball. Now that has gone off the surface again, hasn't it, for Helm? And he's found some movement here. It's a shorter length, which Labuschagne's happy to leave alone. As you say, you can't leave alone on length. That one was very much short enough that it would have taken quite a dramatic bounce to have troubled, or lack of bounce to trouble Labuschagne. End of the over. 36 without loss.
One more for me, and I'll give way to Edward Bevan at the end of this over, which will be the 9th of the innings, as Labuschagne has already called for something from the dressing room, and 12th man retreating. So Billy Root, somewhat unfortunate, I'd have said, to be left out. A couple of half centuries and 300 runs at 33 in the first 5 matches of the season. Tom Bevan is likely to be the 12thers, if required, in the field, as Glamorgan's seconds are finishing a game at Abergavenny today, which has been affected by the rain, dominated by Glamorgan largely, as Bamber is in to bowl outside off stump, and Byram plays no shot. Glamorgan scored 333 in their first innings. Glamorgan having trouble finishing off the Lancashire last wicket this morning. They're 141 for 9. They were 9 down overnight, but it looks as though Glamorgan are giving a bit of bowling time to some of the less experienced players, rather than blasting them out. As Bamber bowls and Byram shoulders arms. And Tim van der Hoogten yesterday bowled 3 overs, 2 for 8. Harry Podmore 6 overs, 2 for 13. Those two returning from injury. Van der Hoogten, a calf strain, playing for the Netherlands. Off season for the UK. And Podmore broke his thumb in the match against the Universities, the warm-up game. So good to see a few more bowling options. As Bamber steams in, bowls, and Byram up on his toes, plays it down into the gully, and things have calmed down a little bit in the last couple of overs.
Yes.
Since the onslaught on Toby Rowland-Jones.
Well, it was the length, wasn't it? He was very, very full, which is unusual for Rowland-Jones over the years. But as I say, I think it was a reflection on the colour of the pitch. It's green. It's very green, isn't it?
Certainly in patches, it's not entirely consistent, as Byram plays that defensively out to point, and there's no run. So still the 3 slips in place for Middlesex. There's a point, a cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg on a 45-degree angle. It is a short, even shorter than usual boundary at this Cathedral Road end because of the sight screen situation. Bamber in, bowls, and Byram blocks it up to mid-off. There is no run.
The sight screen situation.
Well, there's a physical sight screen there. There's the...
Where did they get it from? Is it on the ground anyway, or they have to ship it in from a local club?
It's usually parked up behind the pavilion.
Oh, that's a long old push, isn't it?
So someone's had to shovel it back there, yes.
Imagine the noise that would have made across the tarmac as well, those wheels, those metal wheels of a sight screen.
So that means the boundary is, about 4 or 5 metres further in, and they're short, straight boundaries anyway, as Byram plays another one defensively back, and this time Bamber did, I think, get a finger on, it's trickled onto the stumps. Labuschagne had turned and observed the danger. As I say, 1 run out at the non-strikers end is quite enough for Glamorgan this season. 36 for nought, Middlesex tightening things up considerably, and Edward Bevan will join Kevin Hand here on BBC Sport Online.
Nick Webb, thank you very much. Lovely to be here with Webby and Ed and all you lovely listeners as well. It's a glorious day. And viewers as well on the stream. Quite right, Ed. Picking me up. It's a glorious day in Cardiff. Lovely, lovely feel about it this morning. Good temperature. It's his helm, right arm over the wicket. He's got 3 slips. And, sends a wide one down outside of the off stump, and Labuschagne goes after it. But that one again climbs through to the gloves of Davies. We didn't see much bounce from Roland Jones, but there's some carry there for Helm. Started the over, indeed. Started the 10th, 36 without loss. Good morning, Ed.
Kevin, good morning to you.
Lovely to see you, sir.
Good to see you, as always, and echo your words. Lovely morning. Should have a full 3-4 days here.
Something feels right about the world. Just sat here looking across at the trees in the park opposite. Lovely green. There's Helm. He's in, bowls outside the off stump through to the keeper. And the overheads, of course, help. The ground looks wonderful. Good sprinkling in for this as well. And the forecast is good for the 4 days.
Yes, it is.
Lovely.
Yes, it's a better crowd than we had for the Sussex match, which ended last Sunday. And obviously, Glamorgan winning that game comfortably has drawn, I suspect, a few more spectators. That, allied to the weather, I mean, make a good day for them.
Top of the table clash, this, isn't it? Just a point between them.
Yep.
Keeping pace with Sussex, felled by Glamorgan last week as his Helm, a lovely open face, races away, fine of the cover fielder for 4. That's glorious. From Labuschagne, he moves to 19 from 27 now.
Looks in good nick, doesn't he, Labuschagne? Having
too good, Ed.
Did the interview the other day, and he was telling the chap who interviewed him that he didn't have a particularly good year, and he has been practicing back home. He and Michael Nisa, who sadly is no longer with Glamorgan, and he's just arrived in the country. Nisa with Hampshire. Just break off for you.
Helm away again from the Cathedral Road end. He bowls a length ball. That felt as though it didn't quite get up. Labuschagne has a tendency to get across, doesn't he? And he had to trap the bat down and around in front of the pad. Let's have a little look. It was angled in from Helm. It would have missed leg stump anyway. But
he does, Kevin, get out a lot during his time at Glamorgan. LBW.
Well, he's on the move, isn't he?
He's on the move, and he often pads up. And if they think they can get him out that way, they will try.
Off goes Helm once more. And hits the crease now. He bowls a lovely length ball, which is defended by Labuschagne to Fernandez at point. He came charging down. Labuschagne, having met the ball, his momentum was continuing him forward. No, he did set off. It wasn't just momentum. And Byram quickly sent him back.
You have to be on your toes when you're batting with Labuschagne. He is. He's very. I would say he's a brilliant judge of a run, but he's very quick, and he expects his partner to be as quick as, and that hasn't always happened.
Labuschagne awaits. Helm is past the umpire. He bowls. Oh, goodness me, that's driven on the up in front of Fernandez at point. What a glorious shot that is. Flamboyant was a word used by Nick Webb earlier. That was some square drive by Labuschagne. A length ball outside the off stump. It was somewhere between a front and back foot push. I can't quite decide which one it was, Ed. Hit on the up nonetheless. Square of the wicket it goes. 4 more. End of the over. 44 without loss.
Beautiful shot, and I'm just wondering whether Labuschagne better have another few months off at the end of this season or whatever, because he's had this long rest, and even if he gets out now, he's played some glorious shots. The last one probably the best, and it's a very positive start for Glamorgan here. 40 without loss. We've only had 8 overs. And Labuschagne already 23. Byram has also played some nice shots through the offside. He's in 19 as Bamba will prepare to bowl. He's coming in from the river end to bowl at the left-handed Byram. He's in and bowls him. Byron drives very powerfully out into the offside, but straight at the fielder. And there's no run. Talking about the pitch, Kev, earlier on, you were saying, well, I was telling Nick I captained the club side for about 8 years. And apart from a little chat with the groundsman when we played home, I had absolutely no idea when the coin went up in away matches what I was going to do. I really, all right, we'll have a bat or whatever. And I'll just break off as in comes Bamba. Bowls, and this good straight delivery, which is played defensively by Byron back down the pitch. I had to have a look at the toss this morning and look at the pitch. And yes, there are a few green patches there. But it's played perfectly well, as you can see.
Well, it's played beautifully so far from a batting perspective, isn't it? I mean, from a bowling perspective, it's there. They've beaten the edge enough when they've had it on the right spot. But
whether it'll turn towards the end of the game, who knows? 44 out lost then, Glamorgan having been inserted as in comes Bamba and bowls outside the off stump, left and judged well by Byram.
And Middlesex will have to bat last, of course. Should it be a turner at the end?
Yes, we very rarely do see. We had the first game here against Derbyshire, and it turned on the first couple of days, and then went as dead as a doornail.
Well,
so, but if you get we saw that at Lord's, belter of a pitch, and you get maximum batting points and a draw, you pick up 13 points, or in that region. Bamba around the wicket, bowls, and not a particularly good shot there by Byram. He felt for it outside the off stump. It was quite wide of the off stump as we look at very wide, in fact.
There's a little bit of seam there, though, isn't there, Ed? There's a little bit of seam.
Yeah.
You've got to be on the right length. The width, I mean, Byram in hindsight would have left it alone, but then it's just.
You can't. Well, Bamba hasn't bowled too badly. But Roland Jones, I agree with you, bowled too full.
Yeah.
As in comes Bamba again, wide of the crease, bowls, and this is pushed away onto the offside. There's no run.
But then you would, though, if you were a bowler looking at this track, you'd straight away say, well, look at the grass. If it moves through the air at all this morning, you want to be full. You want to be blasting those pads off first thing, don't you? And Labuschagne, as we know, he does get out LBW.
Yeah.
So it's understandable.
Oh, obviously.
But they quickly had to change tack. Yeah. Bamba's been on a good length, hasn't he, from the off?
I think you'd rather see full length, or basically, than short ball.
Well, precisely.
But it was too full from, and he might well come back and bowl far better. Oh, that's an absolute beauty. And Bamba drawing Byron forward. That's a maiden over. And it swung back, moved off the pitch, no run.
Well, Bamba's bowled well, and Helm has as well. They've hit a good length, and they have got something out of the surface. There's nothing through the air, but there's a little bit off the surface. And we just see a replay of that one from behind, squaring up Byram. So there's something there, but as a bowler, you're not going to get cheap wickets. But that's what we want, isn't it? And all the talk about the Kookaburra ball in the first couple of rounds, this is almost the perfect example of what you want in England. There's a picture, if you put it on a good line and length.
I can't for the life of me, Kev, understand what Messrs. Key and Root were saying, that they'd like to play all season with the Kookaburra.
Well, of course, they want to reduce the number of games as well. Joe Root was saying, is his Helm, he's in, bowled, and that is nicked through, and Labuschagne goes after another one. He drove one on the up through point in the last over off Helm. On this occasion, he's gone for the same again, but he's nicked it through, and there's just that little bit of movement off the surface that is offering Middlesex some hope. That might have just swung late, actually. That might have just been a little bit of late swing for Helm, and it's moved away from Labuschagne and a nick through to the keeper.
Yes.
Well, no is the answer. Absolutely not. 44 for 1.
Little cameo then from Labuschagne, but he has now gone for 23, caught by wicketkeeper Davis off Helm. As you say, 44 for 1. A positive enough start. And we expect now the man to come in as the man who scored 335 not out from the last time you saw him play at Lord's in the opening game of the season.
What's the odds, Ed?
Kevin.
What's the odds?
Well, he hasn't had a good season here, but he happened to get some runs at Headingley. I think he likes test grounds, because he, after that mammoth innings, he had a couple of low scores, and then he went up to Headingley and got the small matter of 142 not out.
Aye. Well, he was on a run, wasn't he, at the end of last season, and then into that Middlesex game. But it didn't. Wasn't there a point where he'd scored a century, he hadn't been out for a certain period of time across?
Yeah.
Because he'd finished with an unbeaten century last year, hadn't he? So he hadn't been out since
missed the last game then, and then got in and got a triple.
Yeah.
And when he does get in, if he gets over 50, then he's one of these batsmen that goes on and on. But Tom Helm will be heartened by that.
Lovely chap to talk to as well, isn't he, North East?
Sam, yes. Quiet and intrusive. Good captain too.
Big moment now. It's been a tough start for the bowlers, but Helm has picked up the wicket, and he's got 4 slips behind North East. 335 at Lords against Middlesex in the opening game of the season, a record. And Helm's in to bowl to him. First ball, and he angles the bat, dabbles at it on the back foot, and the ball falls just wide and short of 4th slip, which is Max Holden, who looks as though he may have hurt his hand in stopping that. It wasn't a chance. It was into the ground, and he picks himself up. He's got some strapping on his right hand there at the bottom of his thumb, it appears. Let's have a look. It was straight into the ground, bounced up, and Holden threw out a hand to stop it getting through. He's saved 4, but it's hurt him. It's stung, perhaps, whatever is strapped.
Yes, Captain Toby Rowland-Jones still having faith in his seam bowlers and sticking with four slips, as you would for a new batsman.
Oh, somebody's standing up. Sit down. Sit down.
Temporary side screen. If you've joined us, I can give you some changes in the Glamorgan side, and there's one from the scorecard.
Helm bowls. That's a lovely line of length. North East defence. Patiently let it come onto the bat. Didn't push hard at that. He was wary of that length there and any deviation.
So surprisingly, Billy Root has been left out. Now, whether he's got a twinge, I don't know. We haven't heard officially. But I was most surprised when I heard that he'd been left out. He's had a couple of 50s. He's averaging 38. And whether they were thinking of the 4th seamer, Ul Hassan, that might have been the reason. I don't know. But it was a strange decision.
Helm hits the crease, he bowls, and a lovely line of length again, defended by North East. Are you ever without a twinge nowadays, Ed? I find I've hit the age now where there's always a twinge, isn't there? I've always got a twinge or something, little cramp, your left side's feeling a bit stiff.
Well, I'm amazed you said that, because I'm a bit older than you, Kev, but on the other hand, I've suffered about a week of cramps in bed.
Dehydration brings
probably.
cramps.
I don't drink enough water, and it's horrible, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Bananas, potassium, they say as well, don't they?
That's right.
Here goes Helm. Bowls, and North East gets in behind this one again. Eases it away to backward point, and a little bit of movement there, and they'd have been interested behind the stumps, but he was solidly behind it with the one to come of the over. Oh, you're feeling better today, Ed? You're doing better today.
Yes,
good.
Mainly in the nights, where
yes. Oh, it's nothing worse than waking up in the night, is there? The cramp.
But, as you say, you get twinges, but we carry on, Kev.
Last ball of the 12th. It's Helm to North East, 44 for 1. Bowls, and always tentatively forward. It's almost Labuschagne like there from North East, wasn't it? The way that he gets across to the ball, and then he had to get the bat down and across in front of the pad to meet it, which he did. 44 for 1, Byram 19, North East yet to get off the mark. We've had 51 minutes.
2 good overs we've just seen. Bamba now, it's good figures. 6 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 11, and Helm has bowled 3 overs, 2 maidens, just a couple of loose deliveries, 1 for 4, 1 for 8. Honest Labuschagne has come into the side, and Billy Root has dropped out. And Mir Hamza has taken a rest after playing the first 5 games, and the Glamorgan opening bowler has come back in. The left arm seamer, I'll just break off James McElroy, of course, and here is Bamba coming in around the wicket to the left-handed Byron. He times that nicely up towards the boundary, but it's just the single because we do have a short boundary away to our left, up in front of the pavilion, and Northeast comes and he will face his first ball, and immediately Bamba reverts to over the wicket. Remember at Lords, at Tom Helm, who we've seen down here, he's been down here on a couple of loans. At Lords, he wasn't at his best.
No,
And I don't think he took. Did he take any wickets? Let's have a look. Helm, 23 overs, 0 to 132.
he's right on it here, though, isn't he?
He is. He's a pick of the bowlers at the moment. Helm, Northeast rather waits. 3 slips. One has disappeared, and there are 3 on the offside, saving one. From that river end, over the wicket, in comes Bamba, bowls wide of the off stump, and Northeast lets it go through to the wicket keeper. Fourth seamer, of course, will be Ryan Higgins. And then we've got the spin, Kevin of Holman, and not Jack de Carey's.
Yeah.
Josh de Carey's.
Josh Carey's, yeah. And they've got Nathan Fernandez as well.
Yeah.
I mean, you got the finger spinners, slow left arm, Fernandez, off break. De Carey's, I guess the thought is for Holman, he needs to be given a chance. Wrist spin here at Cardiff, just maybe.
Yeah.
Different option.
Bamba in and bowls to Northeast, and Northeast is just jabbing at that back down to the pitch. Bowler fields, no run. Score remains 45-4-1.
They both would hope to get into the side as batters alone, let alone spinners, Holman and De Carey. So they're genuine all-rounders, always for Holman throughout the years.
I noticed De Carey's in the second team match earlier this week got a first ball opening the innings against Surrey, and hasn't taken many wickets, has he? A couple?
No, yeah, exactly. There's not been much in it for the spinners so far this year, is there?
Next ball Bamba, and it's driven but straight to mid-off. No run.
But yeah, he'll be disappointed, Josh, to miss out. And Stephen Eskenazi,
He is
white ball captain for Middlesex, T20 captain.
I was asking you about Lords earlier on in the season. Why isn't he playing? But
he was injured. He was injured first game of the season, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He'd come back with a finger problem from the Big Bash. Missed out in the first 2 rounds, didn't he? Really, with the Kookaburra.
Bamba is in and bowls, and this time beats the forward push from Northeast. It was wide of the off stump.
There's enough there, isn't there? If you take
A little bit. Well, it's the old thing. What are we, 5 to 12? First hour and a half, you've got to strike if you put the other side in, which they have done. And you've won 3 before lunch.
Well, if you took Roland Jones's runs out of it, and that's not pointing the finger at all. It's just looking at
One
the
of those
scorecard at the
things,
moment. Bamba and Helm have bowled beautifully, actually. On a good length here, as you say. Roland Jones very aggressive, very attacking early against Labuschagne.
Last ball of the over, bowls, only beaten him again. Judgment not what it should be from Sam Northeast. He's been beaten.
Just starting to move, though, isn't it, Ed?
Yeah.
Just a little bit. Was that late swing? A little bit of both there,
Yeah, the only thing it was wide of the off stump, and really didn't have to play at it. So perhaps he's only come in. He's only got. What has he got? He hasn't got off the mark yet, has he?
No. So, I mean, the line, to be fair, has gone past the edge of the bat. There is a very different line to the trajectory that left the hand. The line that left the hand, like I say, a fraction of late swing, which these Duke's balls, they can take a few overs to come to life, I'm told, this season. Then when they come to life,
although he's bowled for nearly an hour now, I suspect he'll have another one before Ryan Higgins will come on at the bottom end.
Exactly, it was too good a ball to not have him back on.
No.
78 miles an hour it was, that one, from Bamba. Here's Helm from the Cathedral Road end. He bowls, so it's a half volley onto the legs of Byram, who was watchful about it. He didn't want to clip it straight to mid-wicket. Mark Stoneman in there.
Just his 3rd game of the season, Byram, and dislocated his shoulder in pre-season practice. So he missed the first 3 games, but he's back in. You have to get big score, but just 20s and 30s.
Helm. 3 slips for the left-handed Byram. He's in bowls, and this is pushed back once more. I don't think he's had much of a look at Byram just yet, Helm. This might be the first couple of balls against him. 83 miles an hour, that one from Helm.
little bit of cloud cover, but nothing to worry us, I don't think.
It's warm, isn't it?
It is.
It's warm today.
Did a bit of gardening yesterday. I found it quite hot, hotter than I thought it would be.
Yeah, me too. I've been taken aback today, this morning, I must admit. What is the temperature? Let's have a look on the phone. It says it is...
It's 18, 19?
Goodness me, it says it's only 16 on my phone. It is length ball outside the off-stump helm to...
It's probably
Byram.
because we're indoors.
Well, maybe, I wonder. Yeah, I don't know how...
I think it's shirt sleeve order today. White hats, yes.
I was thinking of the shorts. I might have to go back to the car, Ed, and get the shorts.
Shall we go outside and commentate?
I was mentioning one of the early games that we did together, Ed, Stephen Finn's debut. Because we were mentioning Helm, having played as a youngster down here at Glamorgan. He's 30 now, Helm. And Stephen Finn.
Is he really?
He is, yeah, exactly. That's what, yeah. When Nick was mentioning the loan he had here as he's in Helm bowls and onto the legs again, it's down to long leg for a single. Byram's on to 21, 46 for one. But yeah, that match at Ebervale, Stephen Finn made his debut. A dank, wet day it was, and the game was really in doubt, but they got going in the end. The 16-year-old, big 6'7", 6'8" fella, making his debut. And he's retired now, Ed.
I know, and we hear him quite often on the radio. Coming into the media, as a lot of course of ex-cricketers do.
He was great to me, though. He must have been in the tent a few times with you and me, Ed, over the years. He must have.
Oh yeah,
he was great. He always used to come in and do a stint.
4 slips to the new batsman, Northeast, the Glamorgan captain.
Let's get off the mark, 11th ball, isn't it? Helm hits the crease, bowls, and just a little fuller, that one, a little too full, and Northeast just happily pushing it back to the bowler on the front foot. Oh, first helicopter of the day. Where's the helipad? It's the police helicopter as well. They had the handcuffs out here already, checking the ball, Ed. Nick Webb said...
the big hospital in Cardiff is just around there, so it could be that as well.
Ah.
And they have a helipad, of course.
It's Helm. Sizable run-up.
Nice measured, isn't it?
Yeah, gets into a good length approach stride, doesn't he? Oh, now Northeast goes for the shot that led to the downfall of Labuschagne. He swings hard at an attempted cover drive. Through it goes to Davies. Just having a look. Yes, it's late swing. It's just starting to move. The line of that ball moved dramatically just before it pitched, and it's gone off on a completely different angle through to nearly second slip for Davies. And the match is alive now. Just looking at the bowling speeds, he's just hit into the just over 83 miles an hour a couple of times in that over Tom Helm. But the point, though, is the moving ball. If you've got it coming through at 83, 84 miles an hour and it's moving, then you're in business. 46 for one. Yeah,
you spoke there, Kevin, about how warm it was. Well, there's a little bit of oppressive heat out there. And the quick bowlers are always glad to try and get a bit of swing. And it's swing we've seen, really. There hasn't a lot gone off the deck. They've swung it in the air. And it's a good test, this, as Bamber will continue from the far end.
Well, it's been for about the last 5 overs. It just seems as though it started to swing.
Here he is, round the wicket to Byram. Byram poised watchfully back down the pitch up to mid-off.
Prior to that, there were probably only 2 balls that deviated at all. I'd say they were off the surface and not to any great extent at all. But for the last 5 overs, you're quite right, Ed. It's changed, hasn't it? The ball's just skipped.
If or when Bamber, probably in the next quarter of an hour, if he doesn't get a wicket, has a rest, do you envisage Higgins or possibly Roland Jones having a crack that end?
Yeah, interesting one. I mean, Higgins is a very full-length bowler, isn't he? And full length on this has gone so far.
Here's the next ball, and it's turned away onto the leg side. Again, there's no run.
But then it is starting to swing, and Higgins is your man for that. He will skid it through.
Yes.
More so than the others, and if it's moving as well, then he could be in business.
And if I remember correctly, when Glamorgan batted first at Lord's, it was Helm. No, I don't think it was Roland Jones who opened the bowling. I may be wrong. Bamber and Higgins opened the bowling.
That's right. Yeah.
Bamber bowls. This is played up to short mid wicket and returned to Davis. We had John Simpson down here in the last game.
Yeah, round off for Middlesex last game. I must admit, that last game slipped by me somewhat, and only catching up on it now. Tell me.
But he won't want to remember it at all because he bagged them.
Yeah. Did he?
Yeah.
Oh dear. And Sussex lost.
lost by 9 wickets, but he bagged them. And
oh dear.
I was on commentary and saying, look, it's about the first time I haven't seen John Simpson get runs against Glamorgan. Bamber bowls, and that's beaten the bat outside the off stump, because I always remember invariably he'd come in at 6 and 7, and shall we say Middlesex might have been 70 for 4 or whatever, 100 for 5 or whatever, and he would get in and get a good score and take Middlesex out of trouble. I always admired him, you know, as a staunch middle order batsman, but I'm afraid he didn't get a run here. Captain, of course, at Sussex. Bamber bowls. This brings again the batsman forward. Good spell this from Helm and Bamber.
It is, and as you say, the change now is going to be crucial, because Bamber is 8th over. Could he go on for one more after this? I mean, he's got a brilliant economy, which has actually now balanced out the first hour, hasn't it?
Taking wickets this season?
Yeah, not
leading
as many
wicket taker.
Yeah. I mean, he's bowled well. He's Mr. Reliable. He's Mr. Consistent. And then you have to put in the 2 Kookaburra rounds at the start and the time that's been lost to rain.
This is again outside the off stump, but well judged by Byram. Yet another over, and Glamorgan remain 46 for 1. Man out. Miles Labuschagne opening the bats in, caught by wicket-keeper Davis, going for a flamboyant drive through extra cover of Tom Helm for 23.
Big wicket, wasn't it? Really big wicket that, because they had a strong start. Roland Jones, look at that, 8.3 is runs per over. Number 25 from 3. But he was ruthless, because he then brought himself out of the attack. But I don't doubt for a moment that he looked at that opening partnership and thought, with Labuschagne, we need to get him early, and to get him early, we've got to go full and straight. You're going to risk going for runs. He went for too many. Labuschagne got on top of him, and I think he made the decision. Right, go on then, Helm, you have a go. And you're quite right. Does he bring himself back on quickly now at the?
If the double change comes, he will, I think. But
well, yeah. Here's Helm beginning the new over. 4 slips in place. He bowls and forward goes. Northeast defending. Still to get off the mark. That's his 13th delivery. How does the unlucky 13 work here? Would it be that he's on 13 now, so he has to be careful, or is he all right because that was his 13th and he's now past it?
I don't think he'll know he's faced 13 balls.
Oh no, he doesn't need to. Just
having said that, I think, I know that Colin Ingram is the leading scorer in the country for both divisions at the moment, and Sam North East is not far behind.
Helm moving away from us. 6-3 field, he bowls, and that's left alone outside the off stump by North East. 14th ball, so there we go, didn't matter. 13th, it's gone now.
And Tom Helm knows, and Bamber, they've got to hit that off stump consistently on a good length, hope the ball that does the rest, and hope, like Labuschagne did, that he'll lose a little bit of patience, or the batsman loses a bit of patience and has a dart at it. But if they do, they know that they've got 4 slips just waiting for the snick.
Well, it's amazing how quickly it's changed from the opening half an hour and the second half an hour. This ball just coming to life a little bit more, as we said.
Because of better bowling.
They have, they've put it on a length. Yeah. Helm bowls, and this is pushed in between point and mid-off for a single. 46 for 1 midway through the 16th. I'd defend him slightly, Roland Jones, though, that he felt that if you're going to get any early movement, then you want it to make sure that it's right up there and moving when the batter's feet perhaps aren't. But you're right, he didn't get it right, and but there were a couple of cracking drives back down the ground, wasn't there? So it wasn't as though there were there were a couple of cover drives that went away as well, but
the last boundary hit a sort of half back foot on it. Gave us a lot of pleasure for the first half hour or so, but no, we were watching.
How do we do
a good battle?
How do we do the turnaround on Mike? Nick is coming into this seat. I didn't know if you had your seat though.
This is Nick's seat. You'll kick me out.
Around the wicket comes Helm bowls, and this is clipped to long leg by Byron. I think somebody cried catch, and I did look for a moment as well. But Byron seemed quite watchful.
He'll come up to me and say, "Get out of my seat."
So you'll come into my seat.
I'm coming into your seat at the end of this over.
Oh no, are we? No, Nick's happy here. I think you can sit where you are happily, Ed. There goes Helm once more. 2 balls to go indeed, the 16th. 1 for 11 off 4.4 for Helm. Quite a crucial intervention.
Oh, well.
For Helm. Early wicket of Labuschagne. After such a bright start by the Australian. Helms in, he bowls, and that's a similar one to that got Labuschagne, and indeed that North East threw the bat at an over or so ago.
Yeah, I'm just harking back for Glamorgan listeners. The reason I think possibly that route was left out, that as I mentioned, Ul Hassan is a fourth seamer. He just filler in, really. He's not all that threatening, but you must have a fourth seamer. And you look around with Hamza not playing, and there's nobody else. So I suppose he was pressed into that position. He'll bat at 7, but he will have a ball.
Last ball of the 16th. Helm bowls outside of the off stump. It's left alone. North East has 1. Byram has 22. 48 for 1. And speaking of fillers in, Ed Bevan, I'm being removed. Oh, you're going to make sure you're going to give Nick his seat. You are.
Yeah.
You're very good man.
There's a change of bowling at the river end, because coming on to bowl for Middlesex is Ryan Higgins.
So the fourth bowler for Middlesex is the military medium of Ryan Higgins here on BBC Sport Online. And Glamorgan 48 for 1, having slowed down considerably since the loss of Labuschagne's wicket. And Middlesex having got things all a little bit more accurate and on point. Byram has 22. North East has 1. Tom Helm's bowling speeds up to 82.9, his fastest delivery in that last over. And Higgins replaces Bamba.
Ryan Higgins then, here he is. He's coming around the wicket to the left-handed Byron and bowls his first ball and is tucked away. They have a little think about a run, but they don't. Ryan Higgins, who started his career, of course, with Middlesex, and then spent some time with Gloucestershire before he returned, and got a double 100 against Glamorgan on that featherbed stroke kookaburra ball in the first game of the season, and a very, very useful cricketer. And medium pace, comes in and bowls again, and that's left, well judged by the batsman. 2 slips, and was he a 3rd slip or a 4th slip in that area?
There's a bit of a gap, isn't there?
Yeah, just been having a think to myself, Nick, about Billy Root. A,
unlucky.
Was it a twinge, or B, was it because you wanted a 4th seamer to fill in?
Yeah,
I suspect that.
Yes, I suspect so, because I thought Ul Hassan might give way.
And comes Higgins, bowls, and he moves across the crease and tries to flick it away. There's not a huge, no jumping up and down appeal. And the umpire at that far end, Jack Shantry, the former Worcestershire seamer, tall man, must be about 6'5", isn't really interested. Paul Baldwin is the other umpire, very popular umpire on the county circuit. As in comes Higgins and bowls. This is played firmly out onto the onside again. There's no run. I think Paul Baldwin would probably come up, what would you think, to the shoulders of Jack Shantry, if not underneath there.
Yeah, there's no confusing them, is there, on height grounds? That's what I like to have. One umpire considerably taller or considerably rounder or different ethnicity or something.
Higgins in, bowls, left again, a little bit wide, went a long way after Byram had shouldered arms. Not a first-class cricketer, Paul Baldwin, but Jack Shantry, of course, played left-arm seamer, who always used to bowl, Nick, off the wrong foot. Very useful. His brother, of course, was here.
Briefly. Was it a couple of seasons, maybe?
Yeah, 2 or 3. Higgins bowls, testing length, and this is driven away, and he's got a maiden off his first over. Glamorgan have really put the brakes on here. They're 48 for 1 after 17 overs. They were racing away at 5 and over at the start. Now it's under 3. But they've come up against a very accurate bowling. Bamba and Helm. After Toby Rowland-Jones was given a bit of a mauling Very good morning to all our friends up in Middlesex. And I know that they have listeners and viewers all around the world, so wherever you are, Nick has got his email, which he'll give to you in a moment.
nickweb2017@gmail.com as the first ball of a new over is played by North East into the offside, and they'll go through for a single. So another right-left combination. nickweb2017@gmail.com. nickweb2017 on Twitter, /X as well. Kevin Hand Sport for Mr. Hand, or Middlesex supporters equally welcome to send me emails as the tall figure of Tom Helm runs away from us at this Cathedral Road end, round the wicket to the left-hander, and Byram defends it on the offside, and there is no run. Mr. Jack Chantry, Edward, as you indicated, is 6'4". Mr. Paul Baldwin is not.
Mr. Paul Baldwin, I think, is about 5'7", 5'8".
Somewhere around that. And Welsh-based these days.
Lampeter.
So this is his nearest headquarters ground, and we'll probably find him umpiring at Neath when Glamorgan have a couple of games there in the One Day Cup. As Helm is in to bowl, and he's beaten Byram with that one through to the keeper. Byram getting squared up.
Hard work at the moment for Glamorgan's batsmen, because they're bowling that length, as Kevin and I were describing, that length which is not absolutely full, and getting movement through the air. There is a lot of cloud cover. It's not sort of rainy clouds, but there is cover, and it's quite a warm morning, so they get in this movement, remembering of course that Middlesex inserted Glamorgan.
Helm is in to bowl to Byram, and he's left that one through outside off stump, through to Jack Davis of a famous Welsh sporting family.
Yeah.
When was Hayden? You wouldn't have seen him play, would you?
Did.
He
yeah,
did.
As a very small child. He kept wicket, a wonderful wicket keeper. Had a test trial, Hayden did, and he was a British squash champion, despite being a very big man. And a delight, because he used to come in at number 10 and smash it as far as he could, and often connected.
As Helm in bowls, and that's wide of off stump. That's almost a wide ball in Championship cricket. It certainly would have been in One Day cricket, but Mr. Baldwin is merciful on this occasion.
Yeah, Glamorgan have had a list of excellent wicket keepers. Back in the 1948 side that won the championship, Hayden Davis, and then David Evans, who went on to be a first-class Test umpire. Then Ivan Jones, a superb wicket-keeper, batsman. Colin Metzen, quite an outstanding keeper. Mark Wallace, of course, and then the current incumbent Chris Cook.
Helm bowls, and it's defended up to mid-off. No ball, thank you. As that will bring up the half-century.
Sporadic.
51 for 1. Well, it's not exactly the most spectacular way to bring up the 50, is it? 51 for 1. We're in the 18th over, so Glamorgan have been basically a one run and over for the last half hour or so.
And yet they're 2.86, which is the average, around 3 opening morning.
44 came off the first 10 overs, then the breaks were slammed on. Labuschagne was dismissed, and it's been tough going since then, as Byram defends to mid-on, and there is no run. So slow going for the home side here on BBC Sport Online. 3 off the over, including 2 for the no ball, which Glamorgan were very grateful for on this sunny day here in Cardiff, with a few players out in shorts on the balcony, including a couple of the lower order. James Harris, Jamie McIlroy, clearly not likely to bat anytime hugely soon.
Never know, Nick.
You never know. You never know.
It'll be Higgins, who is always difficult to score off, keeps this immaculate line and length. Yeah, and he's got 2 slips and a 4th, or perhaps you'd call it a 5th slip. As he comes in over the wicket to the right-handed north-east and bowls to him, and north-east drives pleasantly, but up to mid-off, and there's no run. Tell me what you think about leaving Hamza out.
Difficult decision anyway, wasn't it? You've got one of the world's
leading
best
scorer,
test batter. You've got the leading run scorer in the division in Colin Ingram, and you've got a guy who's just kicked into form and taken 7 wickets in the last match in Mir Hamza.
Ryan Higgins in bowls. Keeper standing up now, Jack Davis, which may tell us that it's not a lightning fast pitch. And perhaps the score is testament to that and the rate of scoring.
Well, you'd expect that really with the lineup that Glamorgan have got in the bowling terms. They're very much medium pace rather than quick.
Yeah. Here's Higgins bowls. It's outside the off stump and left by Jack Davis.
Yeah, trouble is, Davis didn't take it.
Why are all wicket
cleanly.
keepers, except for you, tiny? Well, I won't say tiny, but they're not very big. I think it was Chris Cook, is about 6 foot, but a lot of in the country.
I suppose it's to do with low centre of gravity, isn't it?
And history, of course, says that the next ball is outside, very wide outside the off stump and taken by the wicket keeper. Jack Russell and Alan Knott come to mind. Bob Taylor, 3 of the best I've ever seen. And I suppose when they used to wear those big pads of years ago, they had to be small to move around.
I thought they could make the pads to suit the keeper.
This is good going there, good bowling by Higgins. And North-East not to be tempted. He's faced 23 balls and he scored just 2 runs, but the object, of course, is to tire the bowlers if you can see the shine off the ball and get as many runs as you can.
Well, it's been feast or famine for North-East this season.
Yeah, I would just say, he's got many runs at home, and he won't get a run there because it's very wide. And that is another maiden over bowled by Higgins, who has bowled 2 maidens now and his 2 overs.
Yeah, North-East, in fact, has got before today, where are we? 17 runs for 3 times out in Cardiff, so we could do with some home runs. Yes. But that made up for by his spectacular innings of 335 against not out against Middlesex at Lords, and then 142 not out marathon effort to save the game at Headingley.
He's very patient today.
In comes Helm. Start a new over to Byram, who's behind that, playing it out gently on the offside, and it's fielded in the covers by Max Holden, and there is no run. So, if you are just joining us, 2 changes for Glamorgan, with Labuschagne replacing Root, and therefore Mir Hamza having to drop out because you're only allowed 2 official overseas, and Jamie McIlroy returns. That left arm medium fast bowler. And Helm and Holman in for Middlesex as Helm bowls, and that's through outside off stump, no shot played. And Eskenazi and Brooks dropping out of the visitors 11. Toby Rowland-Jones won the toss and invited or instructed Glamorgan to bat first. And sunshine today. I'm not quite as optimistic about tomorrow because there are reported to be showers around in the forecast that I've seen.
The usual saying I heard this morning, you might catch one, or you know what. There's
Helm in to bowl. Byron plays no shot, outside off stump. Glamorgan had reached 44 without loss after 10 overs. We've now in the 20th. And they've added just 7 more runs in the last 9.3 overs. So
what they're doing here, Nick, I think, is they're boring Glamorgan's batsmen and saying, right, if you want to drive outside the off stump, or if you want to hit me through the covers, do so. But I'm getting a bit of movement, and I've got 3 slips waiting for you, and another 3 saving 1.
Helm into Byram. That's through very low outside off stump, and Davis taking it on the second bounce with his head away from it, just in case it spilled up off the gloves.
Just tells you that, doesn't he? Second bounce, how slow the pitch is, or relatively slow. Which we were talking, Kevin and I, about my turn. When do we see it turn here? 25 years ago?
The first 2 days against Derby is when we saw it turn, didn't we? When Crane and Thompson both got
refused to do anything in the last 2 days.
Helm in to bowl to Byram. There's a shout from behind the stumps, but Byram got an inside edge on it at the last moment. I think it was inside edge on the pad, rolled down into the slips. And Helm wishing that he'd just about managed to sneak that ball through. Had Byram in some trouble.
Yeah, that came back, didn't it? It didn't drift away as the others have been going outside the off stump. So he's bowling really well, is Tom Helm at the moment.
Yeah, this is the last ball of his 7th over. He has 1 for 14 at the moment. Bamber bowled 8 overs, 0 for 12. As that's played away from his body by Byram. Cannons off young Nathan Fernandez at Gully, and they decide not to run. 51 for 1 it remains after 20 overs, so 44 for 0 in the first 10 and 7 for 1 in the second 10 overs.
Glamorgan will look at it and say, yes, of course it's slow going, but you'd rather be 51 for 1 than 80 for 5.
Quite.
Because the occupation of the crease is so important. As we wait for Ryan Higgins to start his 3rd over. The first 2 were maidens, and he's going to be bowling to Sam North East as he comes in from the river end here at Sophia Gardens, and ball was the first ball, which draws North East forward and is pushed down the track. Patient batting by Sam North East.
We're back to full schedule this weekend in the County Championship after teams were given byes in the last few rounds. At Derby, visitors Northants are 64 without loss, having decided to bat first against David Lloyd's troops.
Here's Roland Jones, comes in and bowls again on a length forward.
At Leicester, where Glamorgan head for the next game on Friday, Gloucestershire batting first, having been put in by the Foxes, but they're 78 without loss are the Gloucesters. Cameron Bancroft leading the way there. And down at Hove, Yorkshire, the only bowling side to have got more than 1 wicket.
Yes, Roland Jones wide of the off stump again. Yeah, he is bowling. He hasn't conceded a run, but he's bowling that much wide of the off stump. And with 6 men there, he's just tempting the batsman who is at the moment not to be tempted.
Sussex were put in by Yorkshire, and Sussex are 88 for 3. Tom Haynes, 31 top scorer so far. The 3 Toms all back in the pavilion.
Ryan Higgins bowls, and this is pushed away onto the offside. It's the same scenario here, just about every ball.
It's attritional cricket, isn't it?
It is.
It's a stalemate at the moment.
I had a quick look this morning, Nick, at the Hampshire lineup. They're playing up at Trent Bridge against Nottinghamshire. Because I was watching Nisa yesterday. He was doing a bit of bowling in the nets. As the next ball again is left outside the off stump, and it was mooted that he is travelling up, or was going to travel up, which he did apparently, to Nottinghamshire, and would he be playing, said one of the Hampshire supporters, but he's not playing.
No.
But of course he may well play, because in between 2020s, there are a couple of games, aren't there?
Yeah.
Here is the next ball, and that completes the over, and an identical shot outside the off stump, and the score remains at 51 for 1. What I cannot understand about that is that the talk with Glamorgan was that he could well be back next year. Well, if that's the case, why isn't he back this year? Just baffles me, that.
Well, Hampshire in the first division, probably in a position to make a lot bigger offer, and
yeah, as he probably will do next season.
And maybe it suited Nisa with 2 young babies to have a short blast in the middle of the season rather than the long haul that Glamorgan might have wanted him for. Anyway, Toro Joe is back in the attack. Toby Rowland-Jones, the Middlesex skipper, tall figure. It's caused chaos in Cardiff in the past. Can he get his length right on this occasion, as that's turned off his legs by Byram? A single down to deep square. There is a boundary fielder in front of the pavilion. It's just the single taken. Rowland-Jones's first spell, 3 overs, 0 for 25. So to be fair to the captain, he whipped himself out of the attack pretty quickly. But Hampshire, you mentioned, still sticking with the
Abbott and Abbas, is it?
Abbott and Abbas. That sounds like a start of a Latin declension, doesn't it? Abo, Abbas, Abbat. 52 for 1, northeast onto strike, and Rowland-Jones wearing 21 in bowls and beats northeast outside off stump ball that grubs through to Jack Davis. Notts are 37 for 4 against Hampshire, so they're doing all right. The South Coast boys with the attack they've got.
They're down the bottom of Division 1 too, which is odd.
Chelmsford, Warwickshire 61 for 5.
5?
Yep, 64 for 5 now. Yeah, 1 to Porter, 1 to Sam Cook, 2 to Snater, 1 to Harmer. Rowland-Jones bowls. Northeast has nothing to do with it outside off stump. At where are Lancashire playing? It's Blackpool, isn't it?
Stanley Park.
Lancashire 87 for 1. Ben Stokes came on first change and has gone for 26 in 4 overs so far. So maybe the England captain's bowling skills are a little rusty, having only bowled, was it 5 overs or something in the winter. Rowland-Jones bowls. Northeast turns it on the leg side. Rowland-Jones head in hands as if he thought that one might have got through, but it's a comfortable single time taken down to backward square.
Before I leave, I'll do one more over. I think I mentioned to you before play started that England are going to choose the side for the Ashes next year. Artificial intelligence. Work that one out, Mr. Webb and Mr. Hand, when you come back.
Well, it's the growing trend of
you don't need to think these days.
Statistics and deep statistics. Rowland-Jones bowls full length. Byram drives it back to him, fielded in his follow through. Lancashire 87 for 1 against Durham. That one going to Matthew Potts, one of the contenders in the England fast bowling stakes, and no means a shabby performer. I'd certainly have him in the running in the squad.
Got 100, didn't he, start the season, batting at 10. Yes, especially Josh Tongue is out of action for the next couple of weeks.
Rowland-Jones bowls, Byram defends. Elsewhere in Division 1, Somerset 98 for 2 at Taunton against Kent. Lammonby 43 not out. Matt Renshaw, the Aussie, has gone for 40. And finally, in the county scoreboards, Surrey in a little bit of early trouble at the Oval, which is rare. 78 for 4. In fact, they were 15 for 4, but Pope and Lawrence have put together a
won the toss,
partnership. Worcestershire won the toss and inserted 3 wickets for Joe Leach early on.
So Worcestershire won the toss and inserted. So did Middlesex here, as Higgins comes in and bowls the first ball of the over, which is driven back, and Higgins threatens but doesn't throw at the batsman.
That was one of the things that the umpires mentioned in their little chat to the captains before the start. There's apparently
I could hear a little.
it has been a bit of it around this season, and of course fielders and the bowler have to take care that their throw is very firmly aimed at the stumps and has as little as possible risk of hitting the batter.
Higgins bowls northeast, gets a little bit turn round, but gets it in the middle of the bat. Yeah, I often think it's a useless exercise, especially the batsman is standing in his crease, and the bowler loses a bit of it and thinks, right, I'm going to hurl this back, and often you see them hitting the small of the back.
Well, Labuschagne, to be fair, was batting outside his crease, wasn't he, and taking a step forward, so if there's one man that you can justify doing that, then it might be Labuschagne.
Higgins yet to concede a run in his fourth over, and bowls. And, as I say that, he does concede a run. As it's clipped away on the onside, wide of mid-wicket. And they scamper through for a single, which takes the score to 54 for 1.
The commentator's curse from Edward Bevan. The first single off Higgins.
Yes, and he's always been this sort of bowler, nagging length, which is just short of that length. He's difficult, especially getting a bit of movement. Good servant, especially to Gloucester over the years, and he's proving so for Middlesex as he bowls to Byron. Byron tries and turn it away. He does. He'll have to go quickly here, and they do. And a very good throw from mid-on.
That's what you want, isn't it? Middle stump knocked back.
Yeah.
Bit of a Zimbabwean confrontation there, isn't it? Higgins to Byron, both born in Southern Africa.
Played a lot of cricket last winter out in Zim, didn't he, Eddie Byron?
Yeah.
Got runs.
Well, it's a good way to keep yourself busy and in form, isn't it?
I love Zimbabwe. It's a great place to go. Even though the despot is in charge then. Oh, there's a bouncer coming, and the batsman northeast thought about it, and then as the ball was coming a bit quicker than he thought, he pulled out and went through. There is a members meeting at 1 o'clock.
You off there?
I'll try. You're
going to drop in?
Lunch first. I'll drop in. Gather the coach is going to speak. Here's the next ball. It's a good-looking shot. It's clipped off his legs, and having said that there would not a run scored, there's 3 scored off of the last 3 balls, and that's the end of Milet's stint. Glamorgan were put into bat 56 for 1, Byron 24, northeast is 5. Labuschagne opened the batting, caught by wicketkeeper Davis of Helm for 23, that was 44 for 1. Now it's 56 for 1 as we welcome Kevin back to the commentator's chair.
Thank you very much indeed, Edwards. Nice to see parties of youngsters in the ground so often, doing the guards of honour at the start of play and at the start of the lunch, after the lunch interval. Certainly Jenna Park Barry was mentioned as one of the schools involved, as Roland Jones is in to bowl, and that's run away down, I was going to say past the slips, but one of the slip cordon has got a hand to it, and there is no run, and Northeast remains on a stoic 5 not out, having come in the 12th over, and we're now in the 24th, so really has been blocking for Britain, Sam Northeast.
And for Wales.
Indeed. 3 slips or 2 slips in a gully as Northeast is forward, defending again up to Holman at mid-on. Luke Holman getting a good first run out of the season, a first appearance of the season.
He's been frustrated. He's a young man still, isn't he? He broke in at an early age, and you can see bags of talent with the ball. 10 for down at Hove, an incredible performance in what everybody feared was going to be a ball draw. Middlesex racked up their highest first-class score at Hove.
As forward comes Northeast, driving gently to cover, and there's no run.
T20, impressed. Some good innings there. He's had some good innings with the bat in the Championship as well. But he's a player that you'd really feel, if he even achieves half his potential, he'll be a Middlesex player for life. He's got so much talent, bat and ball. And, good to see him back in.
Roland Jones in to northeast, drives to mid-on. Holman fields again, no run. Bowl straight, play straight. It's the last, 3/4 of an hour has been the cricketing equivalent of a 0-0 draw in football.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Middlesex almost needed that a little bit because of that start. Roland Jones looking to drag around those figures here now after an expensive opening to Labuschagne, who was wellying it for Wales at that point.
Roland Jones bowls northeast, plays slightly tentatively but firmly enough out on the offside. Fielded by Fernandez coming round from point, and there's no run.
But yeah, going back to Holman, Middlesex probably have a group of young players. Let's look through the lineup at the moment. In this match, Fernandez, Davies, Holman. Then you look at the wider squad. Cullen, Carey's, whose place as such Holman's taken.
Roland Jones is in to bowl to northeast, who pushes forward. Bit of away movement there. And the Glamorgan skipper was beaten by that one. 56 for 1. It remains as northeast did rather fence at that, but a bit of away movement off the pitch for Roland Jones on that occasion.
Yeah, there has been. There's more movement now, isn't there? And that's been the big difference. Took about 9 overs or so, just before the end of your stint, wasn't it? You could just start to detect there was a little bit of late swing. So we're saying, hold on, has that gone off the surface, or was it late swing, has adjusted the line, and off it goes. In the first 9 overs or so, there were probably 2 balls that just didn't quite go at the line that you expected, and they probably were off the surface, but to no great extent. As Higgins is around the wicket, bowls a wide one, start outside the off stump, left alone by Byram on 24. But it's there's enough out there. Middlesex will want a couple more here now before lunch, won't they? Which is fast approaching. 20 minutes away. Where is this morning gone? We've had too much fun, Nick.
A few messages on X. Adnan Mohammed, Colin Ingram's been great for Glamorgan since 2022. He's averaging nearly 59. Strike rate of a healthy 60 as well.
Higgins bowls. A little flash at that one on the back foot by Byram, back and across, and it's a punch. Ball died on Davies behind the stump. How much did it die as it passed the bat? Did it go past the... went past it somewhere close to the middle. Had he have struck it?
Steve West, wonderful to see Labuschagne back in Glamorgan kit. I recall when he arrived as a promising youngster. He'd played just a couple of tests, wasn't really well known in 2019.
Actually, looking at the replay that was just in from behind, there was a bit more movement on that than I detected. Again, there, that one goes, but it starts very wide and continues wider.
Rich Mucky says, great to see Marnus and Ingram in the same lineup. He is not at the ground or the Gower retreat today, in charge of grandchildren instead. Hello, grandchildren.
Oh. Is he letting them listen, though, or has he got an earpiece in? Got an earbud? Just the one in. Not the one listening on the kids. Here's Higgins, 2 slips in a gully, bowls, and now again that goes. Look at that move. Higgins has got it going here. Can he get it on that off stump and really challenge? Because at the moment he's challenging the cut and the and the punch. But that one off the surface once more, it seems.
It's extraordinary the way Glamorgan started. You'd have thought they'd have 100 on the board with no problem by lunchtime. But
I think if Labuschagne had kept going,
yeah,
he looked in good form, didn't he? He looked in good nick. He disappointed that one he got out to. Higgins is dropping back his mid-wicket to the deep. Remaining around the wicket, he's in, bowls and pushes a really full one, but a long way wide outside the off stump, and it gets through Davies. They don't get through for the bye.
Yeah, I think North East just lost track of the ball there. Otherwise, there would have been a fairly comfortable single, I think, as the ball dribbled behind Davis, and fortunately for him, did not dribble up against the helmet, because that is 5 penalty runs.
Speaking of dribbling,
It's not lunchtime yet.
Yes. Here's Higgins, he's in, bowls, and this ball's clipped away out to deep square for a single. 57 for 1. Ed Bevan left the room when we changed past at the back of the box, and I'll go and find what's for lunch, he said.
And eat half of it. Good afternoon to John Hughes, alias Lord Tenby on Twitter. He's back from a tour of Europe, spreading the Glamorgan gospel, it says, to the good citizens of France, Switzerland, Italy and Germany. You might find a lot more people tuning in to the live feed today. Well, you're very welcome, wherever you're listening and watching, to sunny Sophia Gardens as Roland Jones starts a new over from the Cathedral Road end and bowls to Byram, who turns it away on the leg side down to deep square, and they go through for a single.
You said that almost with some shock in your voice, Nick. Sunny Sophia Gardens.
Well, we had freezing cold Sophia Gardens for the first game against Derby.
We've had freezing cold everything this season, haven't we?
And then brightened up for most of the game against Sussex last weekend here. Thankfully, Glamorgan won it in 3 days because there wouldn't have been a fourth. Roland Jones in bowls. Northeast leaves outside off stump. Good afternoon to Robert Logan, who reports it is the same beautiful weather down in Plymouth. Here's to another cracking game of cricket, he says. Yeah, we did enjoy the Sussex match, not just for the result, but for the sheer cricketing quality of seeing Jaden Seals bowling to Colin Ingram, West Indian quick to Glamorgan's leading scorer.
Can't have too much longer left, can he, Seals, with?
Through outside off stump, no shot played. No, I think it's just this first block that he's due to play for them. One more match in this block of Championship cricket before we go on to T20 action at the end of the month, with the first match for both these counties being on Friday the 31st of May, where Middlesex entertain Kent at the well-known Middlesex town of Chelmsford. Roland Jones bowls and driven by Northeast, but straight to mid-off, no run.
Stop it.
I'm sure that's a bit of a sore wound for Middlesex supporters.
Well, it created a little bit, but I mean, Middlesex, clearly they've got to find grounds away from Lords when they must, and the cost of setting up at Radlett, I mean, whether you're going to Radlett or whether you're going to Chelmsford, or indeed Merchant Taylor School, it very much depends on where you're based yourself, doesn't it? But they're all a bit of a trek, aren't they? So, certainly away from Lords,
Roland Jones in, bowls outside off stump. Northeast plays no shot.
The home of cricket and the tenancy of Middlesex. Or the landlords of Middlesex.
Yes, Glamorgan begin their T20 with 2 home games. Friday the 31st against Surrey here, and then Sunday against Sussex here. And there will be coverage of all the short format on the BBC Sport website, as there is with the Championship and the 50 overs in August, or July/August. Roland Jones is in to bowl, driven nicely by Northeast. He timed one, but straight to cover, where it's fielded by Stoneman. No run, 58 for 1 at the end of the Roland Jones over, and he's dragging his figures back now. Conceded 25 in his first 3 overs, and he's now conceded just 3 in the 3 overs of his second spell, as spectators bask gently in the welcome warmth here at Sophia Gardens.
Tops are coming off.
Good heavens.
Lathering up in sun cream, hopefully. Here's Higgins over the wicket. 58 for 1. He bowls to Byram, easing into the onside. There's no run.
There's some sun cream at the back of the box there, should you have the odd 10 minutes outside.
No, stay away, stay away. We'll be in. Well, you mentioned the outgrounds. Of course, Middlesex will be out those outgrounds. They'll be always sheltering. You try to get away from the sun, so it's actually a welcome relief to be inside, isn't it? In the lovely commentary box. Higgins bowls, and it's worked. The back foot by Byram, off pretty much top of middle and off. Eased away into the onside, and there's no run.
Yeah, Glamorgan have the pleasure of visiting Lords for the second time this season, having played the opening championship game there. They're back at Lords against Middlesex on Thursday the 6th of June.
Ooh. And is that it for the season then for us? Are
you here as well? You usually are.
There's Higgins. Around the wicket from the river end, he bowls, and that ball's short, and it strikes him, and he's gone! No! Oh, can you believe it? He's really caught Byron out there, caught him on the hop, wasn't expecting it. Deep mid-wicket had been set back for a couple of overs now for Higgins, and he bumps Byron, and the ball balloons through to Davies behind the stumps. He got himself into an awkward position, wasn't expecting it at all, and Higgins, who's a little sharper than some think, it's gloved. Almost glove onto shoulder, perhaps even, and up and over him. Yes, this is caught the shoulder as well. It must have been glove up onto shoulder and looped up then through to Davies behind the stumps. And Byron goes for what was a fine 26 from 81. Solid opening knock, but he can't take it on. And Middlesex just before lunch, 12 minutes before the interval, have a second wicket.
Yeah, a bit of extra zip in that one from Higgins, and coming back into Byram, and he stood and he couldn't believe it. He knew that one had flicked the gloves on the way through, and it was the simplest of simple catches for Jack Davis. That'll bring Kieran Carlson out the wicket. And Carlson, who was announced yesterday, has signed on for the next 2 years for Glamorgan, so a key re-signing, if you like, for Glamorgan, being something of a poster boy for the side. There's the one-day captain at the moment in T20 and one-day cup, and one of the few Welsh-born players in the actual first 11 at the moment. Plenty around in the second 11, but not too many managing to make the breakthrough.
Yeah, well, the 2 wickets that they've claimed Middlesex, you wouldn't say they were gimmies. Middlesex have bowled well. Look at Higgins, 1 for 4 from 5.3. I mean, if ever figures deserved a wicket, then that's Higgins. But the fact that he's then bumped out Byron, I mean, huge credit to him. It was the shock of the delivery as much as anything. Byron almost premeditating, but I think sitting forward to Higgins because of the movement that he was getting. Now Carlson. 2 slips, a tight gully there as well. Look at how tight second slip is. Liz Deploy, will he step back slightly from there? Heavily advanced at second.
No, I think that's the right method, because it's not really carrying.
No, it's
often.
not, but he is very close, isn't he? So here's Higgins. Oh, an in-swinger! Ooh, goodness me, that went through the air, didn't it? Early, zipped through the air. And we're just watching the replay now. Look at that go, coming back in towards the off stump. Beats the outside edge. He was late on it, Carlson. Forward defence beats him first ball. He'll have a big smile on his face right now, Higgins. Electric stuff here in Cardiff this morning. Middlesex, they could have had a couple more. So here's Higgins in again, bowls the away swinger, which beats the forward defence. I tell you what, Middlesex would love an extra half an hour now at Glamorgan. They're just getting it to go, aren't they? They're just getting into a rhythm. Feels like something could happen here, but there's only 10 minutes to lunch. Glamorgan will be desperate to hang on. 2 down would mark a good morning for the hosts.
Yeah, not too far advanced on the scoreboard though. 60 odd for 2 doesn't really take you anywhere.
Well, what they must have been nearly 40 on the board after 6 overs, mustn't they? So it's quite the turnaround for Middlesex here.
It's 44 in turn.
Here goes Higgins, bowls, and this ball's eased away into the offside, where it's fielded at point. End of Higgins is over. 27 done in the innings. 58 for 2. Higgins has 1 for 4 from 6. North East has 5. And Byron was caught Davies off a Higgins bouncer. It shocked him, and it ballooned up off the glove through to the keeper. The glove in the shoulder, I think. 26 he departed for.
I wouldn't have thought Higgins was prone to bowling too many bounces, because he is, with respect to a medium pace bowler, isn't he?
Well, he's probably a little bit sharper than. Yeah, he's probably a little bit sharper than you'd perhaps think. So I haven't been watching.
Well, I wouldn't face mine. Yeah. I wouldn't like to face him, rather.
Right. But he'd have been quicker than Murtagh, for example.
Okay. Roland Jones in. Ball's driven by northeast but not timed, and it goes straight to cover, and there is no run.
Plenty of chatter in the field for Middlesex at the moment. They'll know, take one more in at lunch, and all of a sudden, as you say, 58 for 3, hasn't gone far, and actually the onus then switches to Glamorgan after the interval to say, well, go on, you've got to find some runs now. Middlesex have been picked up. Northeast, well, they'd love to get Ingram in before the break, wouldn't they? Here's Northeast on strike as Roland Jones bowls, and this is eased into the offside. 5 from 51 deliveries for Northeast, 50 up at the start of the over for the Glamorgan skipper. That tells a story, doesn't it?
It does. Playing himself in, he has been in the runs this season, albeit slightly fitfully, two beautiful, superb innings, but also a few lower scores as well. That's the way. As Roland Jones is in and bowls, and Northeast defends that one back to the bowler, who boots it unceremoniously towards cover to pick up and polish, and there's no run. So all very slow going at the moment. 58 for 2 in the 28th over. That's after Glamorgan got off to a really fast start. Roland Jones in, outside off stump. Northeast has nothing to do with it, and 7 minutes to go until the lunch interval. A couple more overs, you'd presume, after this, so we'll have had, 30 in the morning session, which isn't too bad. The over rate is showing as -1 at the moment, but with a couple of wickets having fallen, that's probably quite a marginal -1. Roland Jones in to bowl, driven by Northeast, and he's got that one past mid-on. It'll run away towards the boundary, but it's not going. It's stopping short of the ropes, and they've jogged through very comfortably for 3 runs. Now, there was a bit of moisture around, certainly on the area beyond the boundary. I presume they've tried to keep the actual playing surface drier, but a bit of rain in Cardiff last night, so
No.
it's just taken the edge off the ball running on the outfield at the moment. It does occasionally rain in Cardiff. I'm shocked to tell you, Kevin. Northeast moves on to 8. Carlson faces up to Toby Roland Jones, Glamorgan vice-captain, averaging 49 this season, and leaving that one go outside off stump. Through low to Jack Davis. It's the end of the over. 61 for 2 at Glamorgan here on BBC Sport Online after 28 overs. So Carlson has 1 century to his credit in the last match against Sussex, when he shared a record stand for the 5th wicket of 315 with Colin Ingram.
Davies of Middlesex. He's very much a Davies as opposed to Davis. How does that fall for Davies versus Davis generally in Wales? Here's Higgins in to Northeast. It's short and it's hooked away to deep backward square. Northeast moves to 12. Moves to. Is the scoreboard quick on that one? It is.
Yes.
Moves to 8. No, it's to 12. Sorry, 12.
Yep. It's pretty much always Davis in Wales.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Whether it's spelled with an E or not.
Yeah. The most famous Welsh Davis?
Oof.
Windsor?
Stupid boy.
Higgins. Bowls short, and he's hooked again. That's deep mid-wicket. Interesting tactic this to Northeast, isn't it? I mean, he's really getting it to move. Higgins pushes them in short for a couple. Excited by his bumper getting out Byram. Higgins working on that ball. Shining up tone again. They never had a second look at it, did they? Had that one look. It went through the handcuffs, and on they've gone since with this ball. As that ball is on a good line, good length, just outside the off stump, and Carlson tentatively pushes at the ball a long way away from the body, a long way outside the line of his head, and straight to ground and to gully, but a little bit of a nervy moment.
Yeah, Carlson is one player who will look to get on top of the bowling. Won't let himself be pinned down.
Higgins on a length, and this ball's eased away. Backward point nicely. Carlson over the top of it to get off the mark here with a couple. Fernandez retrieves it from deep backward point, retreating. 68 for 2. Oh, I meant to look at his MPH there. Was that nearly 75? That one from 76 from Higgins?
Come up at the end of the over.
It's just in the bottom right. I think I caught a glimpse of it. He'll push it to 78 or so. You know, he's
okay.
not.
No, it's
you know, he's not an 85. He's not an 85 mile an hour man, but yeah, he pushes it through all right. Skiddy bowler, isn't he? As he's in now, bowls, and this ball is eased backward a point again, and it'll be 2 more.
Yeah, it was Andy Gorvin who got a 5 in the last innings here against Sussex, who is on the shorter side and, as you say, a skiddy bowler. And taking advantage sometimes of the lack of bounce in the wicket, but certainly was a bit for Higgins when he dismissed Byram.
I must look at Roland Jones's pace on this one. See how it compares, because I bet you there's not a great deal of difference between Higgins and Roland Jones, as Higgins is in, bowls, and, well, squared up slightly by that one. 77 miles an hour, that one. Carlson eases away into the offside, and it surprised me, which is why I bring it up. Yeah, he gets it through to a decent lick. Oh, looking at the stream, look at that. Cold one burst out already. I suppose it's after lunch for some, not quite lunch for us just yet. It's past noon. Some
of the members will be heading towards the Lewis Lounge for a members' forum, in which Grant Bradburn will talk, the new head coach, and also Dan Cherry, the chief executive, to outline Glamorgan's stance on the business currently ongoing.
Oh, are you going over for lunch? No.
Yes, sorry, yeah. Well, I'm not a member, so.
Do they stream it? Some counties stream their.
Not live. Not live since COVID. Roland Jones in to bowl 2 north-east, leaves outside off stump through to keeper.
76 miles an hour, that one from Roland Jones. Just interesting to have a little comparison. I mean, in his pomp, he was 85, wasn't he, Roland Jones? There or thereabouts. You know, he'd never been up towards the 90s. He'd been up towards the 85 mark. But it was the bounce that he got, wasn't it? The accuracy, the bounce.
Well, he's coming down from, 6'5" plus the length of his arm as well. Roland Jones in, and Northeast defends as the City Hall clock strikes the hour. So it'll be interesting to hear what Mr. Cherry has had to say on the county's attitude towards the potential sale of some of the 100 assets. Which, it's a one-off payment, but you lose part of the profits and chunk of the control thereafter. Roland Jones bowls, short ball that Northeast, I think, pulled out of.
79, that one from Roland Jones. Bumpers are usually that little bit slower as well, aren't they, because of the trajectory. Pace comes off it as it hits the surface. But
dug that one in very short.
Bent his back all right, didn't he?
Looking to vary it up, as we've got 3 balls to go until the lunch interval. And hopefully a radio update from me as well. As Roland Jones bowls, and Northeast is beaten, pushing at that one through outside off stump. Well, this is something of a torrid time for the Glamorgan batters, as Roland Jones getting away movement off the wicket. So his decision to bowl first, that looked a bit of a stinker at about 20 to 12, is looking considerably better now, with Glamorgan 70 for 2 in the 30th over and really not getting going at all. Turned away by Northeast down towards fine leg. Single taken. Last ball before lunch, therefore, will be faced by Kieran Carlson, who's on 4 not out. Sam Northeast is 14 not out of 61 deliveries. And the men out, Marnus Labuschagne caught behind off the bowling of Tom Helm for 23, 44 for 1. And Eddie Byram, some considerable time later, also caught behind by Jack Davies off the bowling of Higgins for 26. Update for Radio Wales to come shortly after commentary. As Roland Jones bowls short, Carlson pulls it down towards deep square. Holman was back towards the boundary. Single taken, 72 for 2. First 40-45 minutes to Glamorgan, and the next hour and a quarter to Middlesex here, I think, Kevin?
I think so, yeah. And, I think the interesting thing was that first period as well for Middlesex. Bamber bowled really well, didn't he? And he showed Middlesex where to bowl from one end. Roland Jones went full, Bamber went on a length, and that was the length really to stick to, and set it up nicely really for today now, hasn't it? And indeed for the game, because enough in it for both.
Fascinating battle. Update for Radio Wales listeners to follow.
Lancashire were then dismissed for 1.
Glamorgan 72 for 2 at lunch. It's been a fascinating battle on the return of Marnus Labuschagne to Glamorgan colours. He hit 23 off 31 balls, opening the batting as Glamorgan began with a bang, but was then caught behind off Tom Helm. Eddie Byram also gone, caught behind off the gloves, off the bowling of Ryan Higgins for 26. Kieran Carlson 5 not out, Sam Northeast 14 not out. It's been a real struggle for Glamorgan after being put into bat in the last hour and a quarter. They're 72 for 2 at lunch.
Also after being put into bat by Yorkshire. At Chelmsford, Warwickshire are 76 for 5 after electing to bat first against Essex. At Leicester, Gloucestershire, also put into bat by Leicestershire, Gloucestershire are 107 without loss at lunch. At Derby, Northamptonshire 102 for 1 after electing to bat first against Derbyshire. At Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire are 66 for 6. That's after Hampshire elected to bowl first. At the Oval, Surrey have recovered from 27 for 4 to reach 105 for 4. That's at lunch against Worcestershire. And at Blackpool, the other championship match, sees Lancashire 104 for 1. That's also after being put into bat by Durham. We're delighted now to be welcoming onto the outfield the boys and girls from Jenner Park Primary School in Barry. They're going to be giving us a demonstration of their cricketing skills that they've learnt here today whilst visiting the home of Glamorgan Cricket. 2 resumed the Glamorgan first innings after lunch. Kieran Carlson, and with him Sam North East. And once again, many, many thanks to the girls and boys from Jenner Park Primary School for forming today's Guards of Honour.
Very good afternoon and welcome back to Sophia Gardens for this second session between Glamorgan and Middlesex, where Glamorgan are resuming on 72 for 2 in reply, or rather in response to having been put into bat first by Middlesex. So Glamorgan getting off to a flying start. They were 44 for naught after 10 overs as they took severe toll on Roland Jones's first spell. But since then, the Middlesex bowlers have been on top. The scoring rate has dropped to just over 1 and over, and Labuschagne and Byram are back in the hutch. Carlson is on strike on 5 not out. North East has a laborious 14. And it'll be Bamber to open up after lunch. And Carlson drives through the covers and will get runs here. May just reach the boundary. It does, as the chase by a couple of Middlesex fielders. Stoneman leading the charge, but neither could get the ball. And the Glamorgan scoring rate goes up by a fraction as Carlson laid into that one, given a bit of width from Bamber, who was very tight in his first spell. 8 overs that cost just 12 runs. I'm Nick Webb. Kevin Hand is alongside me. Edward Bevan is the other member of our commentary team. We'll hear from him in about half an hour as that next delivery is played out on the offside defensively by Carlson, and there is no run. So we will see whether the sun on the wicket makes a little bit of difference to conditions, because they're getting quite a bit of movement, the Middlesex attack, in the second hour certainly.
Yeah, it was a funny old start from Roland Jones, then he tightened it up, but yeah, take those runs out of it.
Bamber is in and bowls, and Carlson chops that one down into the gully where it's fielded by Holman, and there is no run. Edward Bevan will be with us on commentary for today and tomorrow, and then Gareth Griffiths will be the third voice on days 3 and 4.
Ed's been rotated to have the first post-beef lunch snooze of the afternoon. We'll both be headed that way in a minute. God, that was a good lunch. Thank you, Glamorgan.
As Bamber is on his way towards us, bowls, and Carlson blocks this one down into the gully where it's fielded by Higgins, and there's no run.
I said to you it was a shepherd's pie. Effectively it was, because it was beef underneath, but then dauphinoise potatoes on top.
Dauphinoise. Yeah, yes. I'm not quite sure whether that counts as something the average shepherd would knock up.
I'd have thought in Glamorgan you'd say daff. Dauphinoise.
You can't adopt French pronunciation to Welsh. Carlson forward defending out on the offside, and there's no run. Helm is going through warming up exercises at slip. What's a fast bowler doing fielding at slip?
Yeah, he's you look at Anderson, used to be backward point, didn't he? Finn used to be in there at one time. We saw Holden stop that one at 4th slip earlier, didn't we? And he's got his hand strapped, so I suspect there's an element of that.
76 for 2. Bamber into bowl. Cut by Carlson and caught. Is that carried? Carlson can't believe it, but he is on his way. And the catch taken by Higgins. And it's 76 for 3. And Middlesex have their first point of the game, and Glamorgan have another leading batter back in the pavilion. That was pretty much off the middle of the bat and pretty much straight to Higgins around about knee high.
Disbelief in himself. We did both think for a moment, was he wondering whether it carried or not, but it was disbelief in himself, and probably just too early after lunch, wasn't it, for the shot. Cuts it straight to backward point. One of those he probably wishes he just left alone, thought about the afternoon ahead. But a big moment that for Middlesex. They'd have loved to have got Ingram in just before lunch. They get him in immediately after the interval. And that one felt... Well, they've all felt a little bit strange this morning, haven't they? The bumper from Higgins, the wild slash from Labuschagne, and now the cut to backward point. And for all the balls that have seemed, or more to the point as the morning wore on, swung,
the incoming batter,
yeah, it's an oddity about the whistles. Perhaps not the Labuschagne, because that one probably did move away from him, and he went after it early after seeing them big from the off.
Well, Colin Ingram is not a man who likes to be bogged down either. He is in at 5. A rarity for him to play alongside Labuschagne. I'll have to check whether it's the first time they've figured together, Labuschagne and Ingram, because it's usually been one or the other in the last couple of years. As Tom Helm will start off again from this Cathedral Road end. Ingram averaging 106 this season, 637 runs, 3 centuries and 2 50s in the space of 5 matches.
So, Helm, what are they missing? Oh, was a sight screen come a cropper down there? Has it been like that all morning? There's an edge of it. That's not. It is. Well, they're going to move the sight screen to begin with.
Yeah, they're going to move it, but they've put a sheet in behind the 3.
Look at Bamber going to move it on his own.
Screens there. Can someone give me a hand, please?
Oh, now what's happening? Get out of it. Get out of it. Go on, move along, move along. There's some spectators who are sat a little too straight. Do you know, he's looking all the way up to the back. I think he's looking all the way up. Is that not where the members' forum is up there? Is it like a committee area? Or?
Could be. It's
because nobody's
some
moved
hospitality
inside.
going on. So maybe the sun's glinting off something, or there are people standing. Well, clearly they're not in front of the screen, so they're not really offending as such.
Here goes Helm. 2 slips and a gully have settled down like the crowd and the committee. This is bumped to cover. It's probably one of the Middlesex committee onto causing mischief. That is committee up there, isn't it?
Maybe there's various VIP boxes in that neck of the woods.
76 for 3, 32nd over of the innings here at Sophia Gardens, and it's bubbling up nice. You'd almost look at the way that morning played out, and you could see a bowler, and probably if there were any, it could be Helm. You know, Bamber likewise, but Helm, you know, with his height, is the kind of bowler that can just rip through a little spell. So he's in now, bowls 2 full, 2 wide, and driven to cover. He gets away with it, toe into the bat for North East on 14 from 63. But 1 for 14 in his 8th over for Helm marks. Good morning for him, especially he picked up off the back of an expensive spell for Roland Jones. If anything, maybe against Helm, you'd level that his economy could come down a little, and I should probably check his stats as I say that. But, you know, he can be the bully bowler for Middlesex, that he'll be the one to put the pressure on. When you do that, the rate can climb, can't it, your economy. Helm's in. Bowls full. Again, this time he doesn't get away with it. It's driven fine of Stoneman at cover, and it's a short boundary, so Stoneman is not going to catch it. And the gaggle of school children down there all turn to see Stoneman chasing after it. They're heading to the indoor school, all in their yellow tops.
Could be a bit of dressing up, maybe. There's a collection of old international and other coloured kit which they drape over the kids to give them something else to remember. They're all miles too big for the children usually.
Helm. Balls full again. It's dug out to mid-on.
That was almost full toss length, wasn't it? Right down by the boots.
79 miles an hour, that one from Helm. Should be able to crank it up into the 80s, Helm. As does Bamber. But not regularly around that kind of 85 mile an hour mark where you can really make a difference. course, when we were together last year for a championship game, it was the 90 mile an hour man, wasn't it? Shaheen Shah.
2 years ago, yeah.
But this man out-bowled him that day, and he's bowling well today. Past the umpire now, Helm. Just short of a length outside the off stump, left alone. And quite got this over quite right, has he?
Like the theatre of Shaheen Shah Afridi, he was certainly popular when he played here in the 100 last season for Welsh Fire. Create a bit of drama in front of 10,000 people.
How were the crowds last year for the Blast here, overall? Good, down, up? Middlesex didn't have the best of time of it at Lords. It was the year that the 100, you think, really affected those crowds. As Helms in, bowls down the leg side. It's a good tumbling take by Davies, rolling to his left. Claims with both gloves, and it's the end of the over. 36 done, 80 for 3. All eyes this year will be on that Middlesex-Surrey game again at Lords. Last year, 15,000. 15,000 at Lords, which sounds a lot, but it was always a sellout. And 30,000 now, the capacity, so 50%.
Yes, it is concerning, isn't it? But of course, it is such an inferior window to what it used to have in July, August.
Indeed.
Shovelled earlier in the season, albeit can be some pretty decent weather. As looking at the crowds last season for the Blast for Glamorgan, they're around the 4,000 to 5,000 mark, which is enough to make a decent atmosphere here, but I'm sure they would prefer to make them towards 7,000 to 8,000, which they have been in the past. As Ingram drives the first ball of Bamber's over, which I've stolen off you, and drives it straight to helmet point and to point. And
well, we both looked up, and it's one of those moments. You and me, we wouldn't make good runners, would we, Nick? You, me?
Yes, no, sorry. Yeah, it's me. I started off with Bamber after lunch.
Yeah, I don't know. It is you. Yeah.
It is me. Sorry, getting the right.
We should have had the snooze and got Ed on now, shouldn't we?
80 for 3. As Bamber is in to bowl outside off stump, and Ingram allows it to go through. Yeah, so I was distracted by looking down at Wisden for the crowds, which were 3.5 to just over 5 last season. So that's certainly not what it would be in the July-August window. But they've chosen to give that to the 100 instead. Bamber is in to bowl to Ingram, who runs that one down to gully. Still no run. And be hoping for fine weather in a couple of weeks' time when the Blast does get underway. It's a Friday and Sunday. 2 games in the space of 3 days, so there should be something for the Friday night funsters and for the Sunday families. As Ingram drives through the covers, he's got that one away. Colin Ingram is up and running with a 4 through the cover. There is a bit of a gap in the covers, but to potentially tempt him. But he found the gap. He's good at finding gaps, is Colin Ingram. It's 84 for 3.
The Friday night funsters. It reminds me of the temporary commentary box that became permanent at the moment, I think, down at Taunton. The Anthony Gibson Funhouse. At Deep Square.
Bamber bowls. Ingram pulls, doesn't time it at all, and gets a single down to backward square. Fernandez with the fielding, 85 for 3. I believe the BBC... commentators are back where they should be, up in the media centre after some years of questionable facilities at Taunton. I know last time, once I did a game there where we were staring into the evening sunshine from ground level at mid-wicket. As North East defends the next ball from Bamber out on the offside, and there's no run. And if you expect an accurate commentary from ground level mid-wicket and looking into the sun, then you can have another think, because we were guessing for a lot of it, or doing nearly all of it off screen at times. And also at Taunton, they've had the potting sheds upstairs, which famously the window was smashed with Edward and Steve James on commentary.
Yes. Made it onto Have I Got News for You?
Yeah.
What a moment. What a moment.
Thankfully, the team were relatively unscathed. And various unsuitable points at Taunton, but they're back in the proper box at the moment, I believe.
Here's Helm. He's around the wicket. 2 slips and a gully. Backward point, cover and a mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. And Helm is in. He bowls short, and that's tucked, really, with a little one-legged hook. Sounds rather like he's from the Pirates of Penzance, doesn't it? A one-legged hook.
It's more a one-armed hook, wasn't he?
Yes, indeed. There's a hop from leg to off, and I tentatively offer the Lara hook. That was just such a distinctive, such a iconic shot, wasn't it? That front foot up in the leg, that real Calypso Caribbean hook. So here goes Helm to northeast. The man they would dearly love to displace, northeast. Of course, Ingram, as you said, can be so destructive, but given what happened at Lord's earlier this year, there'll be a big part of northeast that want to say I can do it against Dukes on a pitch that's doing a bit, rather than Kookaburra, which was Middlesex were unable to get anything out of Lord's on that one. Similarly, Glamorgan.
You feel that Glamorgan would be happy to see the day out here, wouldn't you, in this first innings of the match? So they're under pressure at the moment. 3 wickets down just after lunch. And only 86 on the board.
Well, yeah, this is 34th over of the innings. So Helm's in, bowls, and forward goes northeast, dabbing into the onside. In terms of hours of play, we're effectively in the second over after lunch, aren't we? And if it had Glamorgan have gone in 86 for 3 at lunch, Middlesex would have said, yep, fair enough, decent morning, couple more on the board immediately after lunch, and right where they want to be.
This wicket, by the way, is 2 strips towards the pavilion from the one used against Sussex. So it's very much in the same area.
There goes Helm. Hits the crease now, and this ball is pushed back up the track into the offside. 333 was on the board, 33.3 overs, it's 33.4 now. 333, the number that Northeast went past at Lord's. 335, he'd beaten Gooch. It was interesting talking to him afterwards, because obviously you did so for BBC Radio Wales, but for posterity. The MCC asked for their own little piece, and they asked me to do it after I'd finished yours. And he was, he must have said it to you as well. He said after tea, but what he meant was after lunch, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Did he make the same mistake with you? Because he said to me after tea, and then I went with him, just trusting him, and somebody at the end said it was actually after lunch. Here's Helm, which wasn't very good for posterity. 86 for 3. Never let the facts get in the way of a good story. But he'd said, he wasn't really aware of it until an MCC member had mentioned it to him at lunch.
Yeah. Yes, well, such heady heights, I suppose. You think about your own personal best, but he was nowhere near that. Because he had that quadruple century at Leicester 2 seasons ago.
Yeah. Helm hits the crease, and this is eased away, dabbed away to backward point by Northeast on 18. And
frankly, for all it did, the good for the rest of the match, he might as well have batted on and tried to get past 400, because the Middlesex innings of 655 over 211.2 overs, well, it was good for Higgins and Stoneman's averages in particular, and several others as well, but I'm not sure if there was a vast amount of entertainment for parts of that match.
No.
Here it's 86 for 3, and it's tough going. Glamorgan at fewer than 3 runs and over still. Helm's speeds up into the early 80s as Bamber bowls and Ingram blocks.
Good spot. That'll be the quickest of this match so far. Then I don't recall seeing Bamber hit the 80s yet in this game. Do you? There you go, 76 in that one, but it was the quickest in the match. This was the one that always sticks into mind when you talk about speeds and things. Nottinghamshire at Lord's, Broad was playing for Notts, and by the close of the 3rd innings of the match, I think Middlesex batted 4th. Bamber was recorded as the quickest in the match, but when Helm was when Broad
Bambury's in, bowls, and Ingram plays into the offside, no run.
when Broad was trying to bowl Middlesex out then in that final innings, he started to crank it up and went ahead of Bamber then at that point. But yeah, I think Bamber had, it was a little badge of honour for him, wasn't it? Quickest in the match with Helm and Broad. See a bit of Jimmy Anderson now, won't we? Although not in Division 2 at the moment, but see a bit more of him.
As Bambury's in and bowls, and that's squirted down into the gully by Ingram as Higgins threatens to shy down the stumps. Ingram quickly turned and made his ground. Anderson did play against Glamorgan early season. It was quite the watch. He was took 3 for not many, and it was very economical, but it only turned into a 1 innings match because of the rain. Bamber's next delivery is on leg stump, and they'll go through for a quick single, and it was well judged because Roland Jones had to tumble to stop it, and it's a long way down and therefore a long way back up when you're 6'5". And the single was a safe one. Ingram moves to 7. North East takes a fresh guard from umpire Jack Shantry. Paul Baldwin skips off towards the pavilion. At square leg for the right-hander. And Bamber comes steaming in, and North East drives nicely, but out into covers. No run. The ball isn't really coming off the bat very hard at the moment, or with any regularity, which leads one to suspect that it's not coming on the bat with any great speed.
Well, when it was on that, I mean, we saw some lovely drives down the ground, and that's one of the marks, isn't it? Early season, when we talk about the slow pitches, you don't see many drives down the ground, do you? It's really got to be something they're trapping the bat down on it and bang, back past the bowler it goes.
Bamber in to bowl, and North East fiddles at that one. Thought for a moment he'd edged it because there was a bit of deviation there through to the keeper. 87 for 3 at the end of the over, and the replay shows that there's still considerable movement off the pitch.
Yeah, and just have a look, a little bit of late swing there as well, but as you say, it swings quite a lot once it passes the bat as well, doesn't it? There's the Bambers. He hit 78 at one point in that over, didn't he? But on passing the bat, it really did start to swing, didn't it? Once past the batter, but as you say, that little bit of movement, that's all you need, isn't it? Again, Middlesex. Oh, it's the great thing, isn't it? If you could start over again. Helm bowls, and this is eased into the offside of the back foot. And it gets through. I'm quite sure how. Gully and backward point there, which are, Helm's got a double teapot, so that would suggest that he's not quite sure how it got through either. It was Fernandez and Holman, the two closest, but I wouldn't like to suggest which, if either, of the two were to blame for the ball slipping through. But yeah, the double teapot from Helm kind of gave the game away that he was less than impressed with that from his teammates. Holman is the gully, Fernandez is the backward point. Here's Helm, off stumps out of the ground. Well, that's as spectacular as it gets for a seam bowler, isn't it? He's absolutely clattered the off stump there. North East drawn forwards, beats the bat, and the top of off stump taken, the perfect fast bowler's delivery, and Helm will have absolutely enjoyed that. It might, on hindsight, on just reflection, a quick glance there, well, hit 3/4 of the way up the off stump. So from that perspective, a shake of the head from North East as he walks off. He'll be disappointed that that one's got through. It might have even got through the gate.
It did.
It did indeed, yeah. His bat's come down. His foot wasn't across. His bat's come down almost outside the line of the head, hasn't it? And he's jabbed at it almost rather than prodded forward and blocked and defended. But a beautiful sight nonetheless for the bowler as the off-stump cartwheels. 90 for 4.
A rare defensive blemish from Sam North East, who almost fell over himself there. Didn't quite get in line, and 76 balls faced by North East for his 18, 90 for 4. as Chris Cook joins Colin Ingram, and Glamorgan are going to be struggling to put together a decent score by the look of it. Although last game they were in the mire at 41 for 4, which then became 411. So Glamorgan have hope yet, but certainly this is Middlesex very much in the driving seat at the moment.
But I tell you what, Webby, you wouldn't, and I did think this morning when Middlesex, the ball started to move. You wouldn't, if we've got a full 3 days here, you wouldn't necessarily back to be a fourth, would you? Because there's something in it for the bowlers, isn't there? Which is a wonder to see with the season we've had so far. It's been frustrating for many reasons. Still, we play too much cricket, don't we? Do you imagine? Anyway, let's not get started. Not yet, anyway. Helm to Cook. 3 slips crouched down, and Helm is on the spot. No ball calls. Forward defence from Cook. All morning, since he replaced Roland Jones, you did almost look, a tempo set, and that's what teams talk about, don't they? You have your best 2 bowlers at the start, you set the tempo from the start of a session, and things were getting away from Middlesex in the first 3 overs at the Cathedral Road end. Then Helm comes on, and you just worry that, has Labuschagne got on top? But Helm's bowled beautifully, I think, today. It's one of the better bowling performances. He bowled right a couple of times this year. He's bowled nicely a couple of times this year, but it feels like a Tom Helm day. 2 for 22 he has in his 10th. He's over the wicket and bowls full and straight. It's defended to mid-on by Cook. 90 for 4.
Yes, just flicking through a briefing I've had from the members forum. Doesn't look as though the county has firmly committed itself publicly on the question of sales of the 100 assets as yet.
Helm hits the crease, he bowls and bowls him! Cook shoulders arms, he's off stump, is clattered by Helm, the bail removed, so is Cook, and 90 for 5 Glamorgan. Helm is bang up for it today, and he's getting full reward at the moment. Angles it back in towards the off stump. It's a bad leave by Cook. There's rarely a good one if you're out to it. But the ball hasn't done much. He's misjudged, and he's paid the price.
Yes, that was angle rather than much in-swing, I thought, to Chris Cook. And, it's been up and down season for Cook, who's got one big not-out century here against Derbyshire, but hasn't really got over 30 otherwise. And that really was very poor judgment for a batter of his experience.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a serious error of judgment, isn't it, for Cook? Poor fellow, everyone's been there, whatever level. Oh, got that one wrong. But you kind of have to chuckle a little bit, don't you, because he's just left a straight one. It's as simple as that, isn't it? Helm may have just angled, as you say, gone wider on the crease and angled it in, but there's been no deviation and a misjudgment. But credit the bowler, 3 for 24 in his 10th, and as I said, he just got the feeling today that Helm from ball 1 just looks in the groove, and when Helm's at his best, there are a few better, and that's why he's been there or thereabouts as the next in line for England for the best part of a decade now. But yet to make that England debut, if he could bag up today and take it with him every week, then Tom Helm in this form is irresistible and really is as good as they come. And bearing in mind, dare I say it, Broad, now Anderson, gone. England are looking at the next set. Helm would have to be regarded, if he could find form and consistency. And he'll say that, and injuries have plagued him. He's not played that many first-class matches, which really has hampered his career. Ul Hassan, left-hander, 4 slips behind him. Helm is immediately around the wicket. There are 2 balls to go of an over, in which Helm has already claimed 2 wickets. And he's in now, bowls, and a bouncer! This is really Helm at his best. He's got his tail up now. Swaying inside it is Ul Hassan, and this is exhilarating stuff, because when a quick bowler bowls like this, tall, and but he can be nasty as well, Helm. He's got it all, though. He's got movement. He's got the pace. He's got the skills. And today he's putting it all together.
What a remarkable turnaround this is from the first 40 minutes of the game.
And it was the introduction of Helm, really, wasn't it? I mean, he came on, as I say, he's not looked back. He's been in the groove all day. He's in again, bowls, and Hassan withdraws the bat inside the line of one, leaving on length. Through it passes to Davies. But a good over from Helm. And 82, that last ball of the over, is quickest. Again, if Helm's running in, hitting the deck hard, approaching mid-80s, he really does have all the skills. If injury's kind to him for the next couple of years, then just maybe the best of Tom Helm is about to come, because they need him. Mert's gone. Roland Jones is in the later stages of his career now. Bamber's Mr. Reliable. He's a different style bowler, isn't he?
Here comes Bamber then, racing in. And Ingram drives and doesn't time it. He was looking through the covers and played it to mid-on. Chief Executive Dan Cherry outlining the possibilities of sale of the value that 51% of the Welsh Fire franchise, which would be given to the host venue, in this case Cardiff, under the ECB proposals. As Bamber is in and bowls him! Colin Ingram's middle stump is leaning back. The stumps have been struck 3 times in the space of a couple of minutes. Glamorgan a 92 for 6, and Middlesex are heading towards bowling Glamorgan out for a very low total, and that one was a big inside edge. As I suspected, it would probably have gone past outside off stump. Ingram looking to punch through the covers and edged it back onto his middle stump. And Glamorgan have lost 3 wickets in the space of 2 runs now. Just the no ball in between them. 92 for 6, having been 44 before the first wicket fell. Edwards, Bevan is alongside me. This is remarkable turnarounds in the game, as we've said, and Middlesex just putting Glamorgan under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, 2 things. I think Roland Jones, captain of Middlesex, read the pitch well this morning, better than I certainly did. I didn't see much with it. There was a tinge of green on it, and it's being exploited. I don't think, Nick, I've seen such a spell of accurate seam bowling than Tom Helm this season. We saw some good bowling by the Glamorgan pacemen last week, but nothing to equal this. He's quick, he's hitting that length, getting movement. It is very difficult, and it's disciplined bowling. You haven't seen anybody apart from Roland Jones, his opening spell, anybody offline, and they thoroughly deserve to be in this position. And as you say, with only the tail to come, well, Glamorgan, they'll have to knuckle down somehow or take wickets, and they haven't got their main strike bowler.
Yeah, Mir Hamza left out of this game. Glamorgan playing 2 overseas batters, but they're both back in the hutch now, as Bamber is in and bowls a short delivery to James Harris, the new man, that he gets out of the way of. So we've got Zainul Hassan and James Harris at the crease at the moment. The batting to come is Andy Gorvin, Mason Crane and number 11 Jamie McElroy. And well, he's struggling to get to 150 at the moment, let alone 200. Here comes Bamber again. Bowls to Harris, who defends to mid-off. James Harris will be well known to many on the Middlesex staff, of course, having spent half his career there. 3rd year back with Glamorgan, final year of that contract that he signed on return.
Yeah, it's seam bowling of the highest class here.
In comes Bamber again, and that's through outside off stump. Harris leaves. We thought early on there wasn't a lot of pace in the pitch, but they've used movement well, this Middlesex attack, to keep Glamorgan really pinned down. 44 for naught becomes 92 for 6, and too bad as yet to score. 4 slips, and the ball 37 overs old.
And the batting for this game was supposed to be Glamorgan's strongest point.
Indeed, so it hasn't turned out that way. As Bamber bowls another short pitch delivery that Harris again has nothing to do with.
So we've had 3 wickets falling down for just 2 runs, and I spent half an hour, 35 minutes in that forum you were talking about, Nick. Bradburn, the coach, spoke for nearly 25 minutes about his life history, and there were a few questions asked. Ozzie Wheatley, the former Glamorgan captain, former secretary of the old TCB, asked why don't anybody make an effort to bowl more than 96 overs. He said when he played you get anything up between 110 and 120. And they're striving to do it, said Bradburn. I can't see much of it. Helm starts an air over and immediately beats Ul Hussain. He's bowling round the wicket with 4 slips now. You don't normally see 4 slips this time in the innings, but again, that was a beautiful delivery. And Ul Hussain playing instead of Billy Root. Now, we don't know if Root has injured himself or if he has been left out.
Well, he was in the squad. He was in the 13 named yesterday.
It's always been to accommodate Marnus Labuschagne, of course.
Yes.
A question asked about that in the forum as well is in comes the next ball wide of the off stump left by Ul Hussain.
It's an unfortunate position really that you have to leave out a guy like Hamza, or leave out the top scorer, or say to Marnus Labuschagne, sorry mate, we don't need you yet.
Well, a question was asked, is he a luxury in this side because now that he's coming, I don't know the whys and wherefores behind it, but and it's exactly what you said then was brought up. I wouldn't think that Hamza needs a rest after bowling 5 overs. Helm comes in, bowls again. That's left, a little bit offline there from. But even if it's offline, it's keeping this score down, and Glamorgan in heaps of trouble at the moment. But apart from 2 games out of the 5, and this is the 6th, they've only accumulated major bonus points in the game against Middlesex at Lords and the last game against Sussex. Running away from us is Tom Helm and bowls, and that's gets a run and gets off the mark, Ul Hussain, but he was looking to drive it through the covers, got a thick inside edge, and they managed to scamper a single, crawls along to 93 for 6.
Yeah, good half stop in the point position there. Middlesex's fielders might well be buoyed up from the performance their bowlers are putting on.
And if Harris or Ul Hussain goes now, I think this could be wrapped up in the next half an hour or so. In comes the next delivery. Bows to the right-handed Harris, who leaves and is beaten. That's been the story of the day since the first half hour, really.
Yeah, ball beating bat plenty of times.
Interesting to know how many times the ball has beaten the bat today.
Yeah,
they
Harris
keep all sorts of things, don't they?
Leaving that one too late, got his bat out of the way after the ball had passed the outside edge. Not fooling us with that one, James.
Well, you can open the bowling and see if him and McIlroy and Andy Gorwin. Are they giving a run here? I think possibly they are, because mid-wicket has gone right back to the boundary. They want to get at Harris.
Short ball there for a hook.
Don't think he's going to hook, is he? He's too quick for James Harris, I would have thought. In comes Helm, bowls, and Harris is hitting the pad. There's a stifled appeal. And there's not a run. And that is the end of another over. So if you've just joined us after lunch, Glamorgan really have collapsed to 92 for 6. And since the interval, Carlson went for 9, Ingram has gone for 10, and North East has gone for 18. Cook bowled for 0. So it'll be interesting to see. I suspect with this batting lineup, Middlesex should or will overtake Glamorgan, because they've got a very strong lineup. And Glamorgan know they have to bowl well.
Here is Bamber, 2 for 22 against to his name on the board, and Harris defending the first ball of the over. Harris has won. That last ball, the previous over, was inside edge onto pad, so there's no signal of leg by. And both batters are off the mark, at least.
Yeah, going back to that forum, Bradburn, the coach, was asked why weren't they Welsh, more Welsh-born players.
He's only been here a few months, can't hardly blame him for that.
Yes, and he told us all sorts of things and went on a bit.
Well, it's as Bamber is in to bowl to Harris, who chops it down towards gully. It hits Roland Jones and bounces up and is fielded by Fernandez. It's far too early to judge a coach. You come in, you say the right things, and you're judged by results over the course of one or two seasons.
How he strives to get the players. He likes to see players failing, because he knows he's got to get better, which I couldn't quite understand. And then a couple of questions was asked about certain players.
Next delivery is blocked by Harris, back to the bowler, and there's no run.
Someone asked, why did you have to sign Mason Crane, who rarely played? Why didn't you try and bowl an up and then he said something which I couldn't agree with. He said there's some up and coming spinners coming through the club. Well, I thought, well, if you can name them, I'd be grateful, but I can't see anybody who's making a name. I can give you an example here.
Bamber is in, bowls, and Harris off the back foot defends back the bowler, and there's no run.
Prem Sisodia is a spinner. He hasn't bowled for about 4 or 5 years and hasn't played a championship match.
Yeah, just one last season.
And then he played one up in Durham, didn't do anything. He's given an extended contract. I suppose he might play in the 2020s.
Well, if he's going to play in the T20 Blast and the One Day Cup, I mean, that these days is where most of the spectator money comes from, isn't it?
Yeah.
Bamber is in, bowls, and Harris again on the defensive, and there is no run. Sisodia is at the moment captaining the seconds, who bowled Lancashire out for 149 at Abergavenny to take a big first innings lead.
They're following on, aren't they?
Lancashire following on are 44 for 2 in their second innings. A wicket to Tim van der Hochten. 1 for 11 in 5 overs in this innings. As Bamber is in to bowl, and Harris plays one down into gully, and Roland Jones makes a diving stop, and there's no run.
That's as far as I got, Nick, because he was getting on for 40 minutes and the lunch interval was coming. And then the chap, I don't know who was emceeing it all, called upon Dan Sherry, Chief Executive, to outline plans for the 100, whereupon I walked out.
There we are.
So I don't know quite what. You were in the middle of saying something.
Not committing the club to whether it would keep or sell any share of the assets gifted to it by the ECB.
It's a member's choice, isn't it? As Helm starts another over, he's round the wicket and bowls Ul Hussain, who drives pleasantly through the offside. It's going up towards the cover boundary. It's rather a short boundary, and he will get 3 runs as it stopped just inside. So a nice looking shot by the young all-rounder. 97 for 6.
You say it's a member's choice. It won't be in effect as to what the club does with its assets. Says there's an element of consultation with members, and they have met a members group, but I would imagine the financial decision as to whether to retain or sell the equity in the 100 will be very much a board decision, in effect.
In comes Helm to the right-handed Harris and bowls to him, and Harris is forward, plays it up to mid-on. Unless there is a members' meeting and they say, as we had when the Strauss review and proposal was defeated, they were overwhelmed by the members and said, no, we're not accepting it, and they had to accept that. A lot of people are unhappy about injection in them. Okay, it'll make money, but you're losing the soul. Somebody said, okay, let the Indians come in, let them run it, and we'll get on with county cricket. I don't run like that, does it? Helm bowls. What I will say, there was a very good crowd there.
Yeah.
It's been 150.
Okay. So second 11, Lancashire 44 for 3 in the second innings, wickets apiece for Ben Morris, Tim van der Houten and Asim Hamid. So the seconds are pressing for victory at lovely Scenic Abergavenny. If I'd known there was going to be a full day yesterday, I'd have gone there, but it was forecast to rain just after lunch, so I didn't.
Helm bowls wide down the leg side. Harris ducks inside it and it goes through to the wicket keeper. Now the score remains on 97 for the loss of 6 wickets. Glamorgan in dire trouble here.
Yep.
Just trying to think if there's anything else I missed during the time I was there. Don't think so. Only that he was... he spoke for a long time, very long time. In comes the next ball, and thus is played defensively by Harris up to mid-off. He is on, let's have a look, 1, and Hassan is on 4. Those last 3 wickets fell for just 2 runs.
That was a no ball.
Was it? 44 for no wicket. Suddenly comes 92 for 6. And when you get high-class bowling like this, Nick, you know, in the first division last year, it's different gravy, isn't it? In comes the next ball. It's a bouncer, rather wasted by Helm. End of the over. 97 for 6 is the Glamorgan score after they were put into battle. Interesting to know what Sam North East would have done. I suspect he might have had a, you know.
Well, Glamorgan surprised us all by inserting in the last game, didn't they? And that paid off.
I think Middlesex surprised us all today. Half surprised us, put it out there. Well, it's certainly vindicated now.
Yeah, I don't think either decision would have been a surprise on a wicket that on inspection would appear to offer something to the bowlers early on. We'll see if it flattens out later in the game with use of heavy rollers and so on. 97 for 6. Glamorgan, as the left-handed Ul Hassan takes strike. Top score of 35 for him this season, as he's forward defending. He's got the defensive technique for an opening bat and has hung around quite a bit on occasions, but hasn't really pushed on and
that's why I found it.
And got his scores.
But it must be the reason that he's a 4th seamer. Otherwise, I cannot understand why Billy Root heard you saying he's averaging 35, 37.
33 opening the batting, which is
all right,
respectable. Bamber bowls and Ul Hassan is forward defensively, no run, and this Glamorgan innings is going nowhere at the moment, is it?
No, they're not scoring.
As you get to a point where you think, well, what is actually the point of hanging around and defending if you're going to get one eventually? Bamber is keen. He's bowling well, going for well under 2 and over, and Ul Hassan is forward, defending up to mid-off.
The weather forecast pretty good for the next couple of days at the moment. Doesn't look as if we'll be here on Monday night rather. But a lot can happen.
Yes, the weather forecast can change. So may get a bit of interruption tomorrow, which will be bad news for any club cricketers listening if any rain does arrive on Saturday afternoon. As Bambo's into bowl, and Ulsan turns this one into a gap on the leg side, and they'll take a single, and that will be all they get. Oh dear. BBC, the Met Office forecast is suggesting that there may be thundery showers in Cardiff tomorrow afternoon.
Oh.
Which could see a chunk of tomorrow taken out of the game.
We had a thunderstorm the other day, but that's all clear, didn't they?
Yes, they managed to only lose an hour's play despite a thunderstorm, which is a fine effort from the ground staff. Here, a fine effort from the Middlesex attack. And Bamba is into bowl and beats Harris, pushing forward through to Davies. 98 for 6 it remains. A very tentative start from James Harris, and there's a little bit of movement off the pitch, there's a little bit of swing in the air, and it really is making life difficult for Glamorgan. Today's top scorer has been Eddie Byram with 26. The wickets, 3 to Tom Helm, 2 to Ethan Bamba, and 1 to Ryan Higgins. As that is edged and dropped several times in the slips.
It was going.
I thought it might have been claimed by Helm on the rebound. Harris drove furiously at that one. It flew towards the slip cordon. Second and third slips got in each other's way, and it almost bounced back to Helm at first slip. So any one of 3 could have caught that, and in the end no one did. It was Higgins and Duploy who competed for the first one, and then Helm couldn't quite snap up the rebound.
Well, it's a lovely hot afternoon. Can you imagine that in the beginning of April coming at you with the second and third slip. Helm to continue then, and he's bowling to the left-handed Ul Hussain, who is turning it away on the long side, but the spring and the step of the Middlesex fielders now is move sharply to stop that. The score remains on 98 for 6. Crowd today is, well, should we say it was better than it was for the Sussex game, but a couple of hundred people. Very disappointing in the last game, Nick, as we mentioned. In comes the next ball, and that's pushed away up to mid-off. The field is well placed.
It doesn't help that there are no spectators down in front of us for safety reasons, so there's on the Castell Howell stand away to our right, which is quite an angle to the pitch, so most people are huddled towards the pavilion side of the ground, both in front of the cricket centre and at the River Taff end. Helm 3 for 29. Glamorgan under the cosh.
Pushes his mid-wicket back in front of the pavilion away to our left. As Helm is in again. Bowls, and it's left by Ul Hussain through to the wicket-keeper. One more game left before the break for the T20s. That's up at Leicester next week, or starts on a week today. They haven't won a game. They've drawn all 6 rather.
Fancy being a team of draw specialists, say.
Like, as Glamorgan were last year.
Yeah, a year minus a day between wins.
Was it? Worcester, wasn't it, down here last year?
Yeah, well, it was a leap year.
Helm bowls, bouncer, and it's ducked inside by Ul Hussain. Scoring has become more or less to a standstill here. Ul Hussain 5 of 15 balls. Harris 1 of 19. Difficult to score.
Next week, Middlesex playing host to neighbours Sussex at Lords on Friday.
And that will be the end, halfway stage of the championship season.
Indeed.
In comes Helm, bowls, and he's left at the very last moment there by Ul Hussain. thought of playing it, but he decided he wouldn't, and he shouldn't.
Yeah, the T20 starts on the 31st of May.
Daunting first fixture.
Glamorgan against Surrey. On the Friday night.
Ollie Pope, possibly Jason Roy. If he's
Well,
back
you never know with Surrey who you're going to get, do you, until they turn up.
somebody good.
Yes.
Round the wicket comes Tom Hellman, bowls. He's played firmly to mid-on, and that is the end of another over.
If Surrey ever get all their players in one place, they're close to an international side, aren't they?
You know, they played Middlesex at the beginning of last week, and I looked at that Surrey side, and that's good enough to play, I think, in the First Division. I think Gus Atkinson, the England quickie, was playing in the, if I'm not mistaken, in that game. And they could afford that Moriarty, who's not a bad left-arm spinner, he's gone, of course, we saw him the other day, playing for Yorkshire. So, you know, it's a very strong side. Jamie Smith is in terrific form.
Yeah. Ethan Bamber starting a new over.
Fit young man, isn't he? He's bowled a lot today, relatively.
Yeah, long spells. This is the 7th of his second spell as Harris drives nicely but picks out mid-off, and there is no run. So Middlesex keeping the brakes on, really. Since Labuschagne was dismissed, Marnus Labuschagne opening the batting. Looked in good nick, made 23 off 31 balls, but once he was out, Glamorgan have spiralled downhill quite rapidly. As Bamber is in to bowl, and Harris plays that one back to the bowler.
It's interesting, isn't it, to look at the dismissals. Eddie Byram got one that he couldn't really do anything about. They leapt at him and he caught the glove, well, straight in keeper's gloves. Labuschagne played with one that we could have left alone. North East had an absolute snorter, one of the best I've seen this season. Carlson played at a wide one, caught at gully.
As Bamber is in to bowl and Harris drives towards mid-on. Seemed to get a good bat on it, but Glamorgan are not piercing the infield at the moment, which is credit to the field setting.
And Ingram and Cook, I think they also got, both were bowled. Ingram bowled.
Cook was leaving. A bad mistake, really.
Yeah, perhaps so. So really, it's been a mixture of indifferent batting and some very good bowling.
Is the way back into this game for Glamorgan. Or can Middlesex keep their foot on the throat? Short pitch ball from Bamber outside off stump, and Harris has nothing to do with it.
Just the four seamers. We haven't seen Ryan Higgins since before lunch. He bowled a very steady spell, and got one to lift when he dismissed Eddie Byram, and he'll probably come on. So they can rotate their four seamers, four very good seamers.
Byram's 26. You wouldn't have thought would still be the top scorer an hour after lunch nearly, as Bamber bowls and Harris on the back foot.
They're not giving the batsman an inch, are they?
It's just survival for Harris. He's been dropped. He's faced 24 deliveries to make one. It's not going to give his wicket away cheaply, but
got to score, as you mentioned earlier on.
Whether they might be inclined to play a few more aggressive shots.
Run rate is 2.29. Testament to this excellent seam attack of Middlesex.
Have to give credit to the opposition as Bamber bowls and Harris deflects it down into the slips, plays it down into the ground, doesn't get it through the slips. 98 for 6 it remains as the Maiden overs clock up one after another. Let's check how many there's been. A fair few on this very pleasant day here in Cardiff, but it's not very pleasant on the scoreboard. Rowan Jones is going to have another blast to try and get himself into the wickets.
Yes, and we'll have Higgins probably at the far end coming on for Bamber in the next 10 minutes or so, so the pressure will remain.
Yeah, just rotating the 4 men, who are all bowling well. And talk about bowling as a unit. Well, this is it from Middlesex today.
So it will be the captain, Toby Rowland-Jones, to bowl Abdul Hassan. He's been there some time. His judgment has been pretty good, but he also hasn't really been scoring. Here's Rowland-Jones, his first ball. Runs away from us and bowls, and that's angled down, deferred slip. Dropped his wrists there.
16 maidens have been delivered so far by Middlesex in the 43 overs. Bamber has got 7 of them, Rowland-Jones 1, Helm and Higgins 4 apiece. Bamber and Higgins, Bamber's a run 1.5 and over, and Higgins is less than 2 and over conceded.
Toby Rowland-Jones takes quite a long run. He comes bounding in past the umpire and bowls. That's off his legs again, but there are 2 men, one at fine leg, one at deep mid-wicket, waiting, and he just goes through for a single, and he moves on to 6. And Harris is on 1.
It's been a while waiting for the 100 to come up, hasn't it, after Glamorgan were 90 for 3 at one point, and now 99 for 6, and
there will
eternity later.
An ironical cheer.
Yes, quite.
Here's Rowland-Jones again, and that's played off his legs there, down towards fine leg by Harris. He's going to get 4 runs. And there come the little ironical cheers for the 100. Drifting down the leg side, and Harris says, thank you very much, tucks it away to the boundary. And the score now moves on to 103 for 6. 3 figures has been reached.
It's not exactly what Glamorgan would have been hoping for on a fine morning and coming off the back of a win.
No, and hence the increased volume of people watching. It's a good-looking shot there by Harris, straight to mid-on. And if the analyst for Middlesex was watching Glamorgan last week, he, I think, would have noticed that very fine bowler, Jaden Seal, as the opening bowler, the West Indian, bounced Mason Crane, who has got in all sorts of difficulties, and lobbed it gently up into the air, and was eventually caught as in comes the next ball, and that's he's hit his off pole out. Nip back, left for the second batsman to leave now, and that's the fall of the 7th wicket. Harris has let's see how much it did come back, as we got the benefit of a replay. Not all that much.
That's
complete misjudgment.
Very, very strange. The same way, virtually a repeat of Chris Cook being bowled by Tom Helm. It's a straight ball, and he shoulders arms.
Yeah. Well, Harris departs, and things are going from bad
James
to worse.
Harris was bowled by Toby Rowland-Jones for 5.
103 for 7, and Middlesex may well be batting by the tea interval at this rate.
I certainly think they will be.
But to get 1 in an innings is bad enough, and James Harris seeing his stump completely knocked out of the ground there.
No, I thought surely that would have, didn't you think that came back a lot, but it didn't.
Same mistake made by Harris as that made by Cook, and Andy Gorvin, Mason Crane and Jamie McElroy left to try and make something out of the wreckage, and it is Mason Crane who's coming ahead of Gorvin.
For Glamorgan is Mason Crane.
Crane averaging 28.5 and with a maiden half century of his career at was it Northampton? Off the top of my head. Yes. Yes, it was the first innings at Northampton. When Glamorgan were also in the mire, but not to the same extent as this, 103 for 7.
Yes, that's going back to Mason Crane. He just lobbed it up in the air, taking evasive action, caught by the wicket-keeper Simpson. Right. Right-handed, batting at 9. He's always batted at 11, so he got promotion here. This ball is confidently driven up to mid-on, and there's no run.
Yeah, he's about a number 9, Mason Crane, to be fair.
Yeah, showing that when he had 60.
Reasonable
he can hold the
technique.
bat. Yeah.
Gorvin and McIlroy to come. Well, the home crowd
Returning to bowl at the
disappointed
River
by
End,
their team's
Ryan
performance today,
Higgins.
as Ryan Higgins will come back to try and keep the pressure on that Ethan Bamber has exerted from the River End since lunch. Kevin Hand of BBC Radio London is obviously doing laps of delight of the ground. His two teams coming into this match with virtually, well, identical win-loss, or 1-1 drawn 4 from both sides, and Middlesex with just a point more at the start of play. They have now 3 points more, and that's likely to be 4 in a few minutes, as Higgins is into bowl, poor ball to start, down leg side, and Ul Hassan decides not to risk it with 2 players back on the leg side. Square leg is back for the misplaced hook.
I think you can describe this performance as some ill-disciplined batting and some very good seam bowling.
Yes, as usual, it's a combination of 2 factors, isn't it? Higgins bustling in, bowls down leg side, and Ul Hassan shaped at having a go at it, but got his bat out of the way in the end. I'm surprised he doesn't
Have a little dart.
have a go at
I
those.
was thinking, yeah, with the
Because
position
they
as
are
it
down
is.
leg sides, he can choose to hit it down. Doesn't have to try and belt 6 bells out of it. Just steering on it, it's on its way, might even pick up a boundary if he hits it fine. Now fine leg is moving round, and a leg slip is being brought in. Luke Holman. Higgins bowls, and Ul Hassan plays it out on the offside. There's no run. So there's obviously a thought of a bit of a leg side tactic here with a leg slip, a squarish fine leg, and a square leg on the boundary on one of the practice wickets away to our right on the grandstand side of the ground, and there'd be very few in the grandstand even if it were open. Doesn't tend to be for championship matches because it's miles away. Another short ball down leg sides, and again Ul Hassan just watches it go past.
Jack Shantry says that's your 2 for the over. The umpire.
Yes, tall figure. Both umpires sun-hatted today.
Umpires tend to wear sun hats middle of April.
Yes. Next delivery is that another no ball called? Yes, it is. And
Thank you very much.
Middlesex
Very
have given
grateful.
away a few there today. It must be the 4th or 5th. Extras 8 on the board, it's 4 no balls. Don't think there's been anything else. 105 for 7. Short ball, Ul Hassan does try and hook it, and is hit, I think, on the back. He looked to be and threw the shot fairly quickly, as it really didn't come through very fast there. Struck him somewhere on the body. No harm done. No helmet check is needed. Got pinged a couple of times in the Sussex match, Ul Hassan. But having opened the batting, I'm sure he won't take a backward step, as he does try the pull shot there, gets on top of it nicely and plays it in controlled fashion down towards backward square, where Bamber is the fielder. It's the end of the over, and Glamorgan have crawled up to 106 for 7 with Mason Crane yet to score. Zainul Hassan 7. Openers Eddie Byram and Marnus Labuschagne, the only 2 players to pass 20 so far. 3 to Helm, 2 to Bamber, 1 apiece to Higgins and Roland Jones, is the story of Glamorgan's disarray.
And those bowling figures tell you the story. The best bowler with 3 wickets has been Helm, backed up by Bamber, and supporting roles by the other 2. New over started this end, and it's driven up to mid-on, and there's no run. Roland Jones has got 2 slips, a short point, extra cover, mid-off. So there are 6 men on that offside, a long leg, a deep mid-wicket, and a mid-on. Plenty of ones on the leg side, but Roland Jones is not bowling that line, as he again turns in past umpire Baldwin on his way and bowls outside the off stump, and Ul Hassan is not to be tempted. 10-3 on a lovely, still, sunny afternoon here at Sophia Gardens, and not much chatter amongst the crowd. Mainly, or nearly all, Glamorgan supporters who have been very disappointed by this performance, no doubt, especially after they played so well all round, batting and bowling against Sussex last week. Next ball is driven, nice looking shot, square on the offside, running up towards the boundary, but again it wasn't really timed, and they cross for a couple of runs. 108 for 7.
Well, there's certainly going to be bowling options available for next week, aren't there? You would have thought that maybe Hamza will come back in, and
well, surely will come back in.
Ingram rested, possibly ahead of the T20, which he'll be heavily involved with.
You're in the best of nick, and you are the leading scorer in the country. Why on earth would you want to be rested? It's just the quandary that Glamorgan have found themselves in.
He's 38 years old and
fit as a fiddle.
He's got a busy schedule in the Blast. Probably be playing all those games.
So is Labuschagne.
Yeah, he's a decade younger though.
Roland Jones over the wicket, bowls, and that's a good delivery. Back to his best year, having had a couple of loose overs to start this morning, where he went for 20 in his first 3. There's a bit in it, isn't there? Or for the seamers, it has been right through. But you've got to take advantage of it, and my word, these 4 bowlers have. Don't want any loose bowling from Glamorgan, or they'll be punished. In again comes Roland Jones, and this is tucked away in the onside. It's going to be a single. Not many boundaries on offer here. The score crawls on to 100, and my monitor seems to have gone.
109 for 7.
Yeah.
Turn it off and on again. Journalists.
Where do we turn?
Journalist prerogative. Oh, have a poke around the bottom right, see what happens.
No, just leave it.
We'll see if we can dispatch a minion to
yes,
have a look at it. A bit of assistant turning on and off, and if not, when we might need to call for a bit of technical assistance. Anyway, it'll be Ryan Higgins to start off a new over from the River Taff end. Still bright sunshine here at Sophia Gardens, a little bit of high cloud around, but not enough to affect proceedings, you would have thought, as that's through to the keeper. First ball of the over. Ul Hassan.
It's back. Thank you very much with the assistant.
On 10 not out.
He's shielding Crane, isn't he? Crane's only faced 1 ball. He's been there about 10 minutes, quarter of an hour.
Yes, I mean, you wouldn't necessarily attempt to shield Crane as such, maybe to take more of the strike if possible. As that's through outside off stump, no shot played. And Ul Hassan is not making any huge effort to try and hit his way out of it, which sometimes you get when a side is under the cosh, as Glamorgan have been. So a fine day for Middlesex. 50th over. Glamorgan barely 2 runs and over. Higgins bowls, and Ul Hassan does play at that, or shapes to, and doesn't get anything on it. going through fairly low to Jack Davies. So Middlesex have been in control of this game after the first 10 overs, I think it's fair to say. As the next one is turned on the leg side from Al Hassan, and it'll be a single out towards a deepish mid wicket. 110 for 7. Here on BBC Sport Online. Edward Bevan, Nick Webb and Kevin Hand of BBC Radio London will be back with us in due course. 110 for 7. The visitors very firmly on top as Mason Crane scratches away at the crease. In comes Higgins. Bowls, and Crane tries to drive and almost pierces the fielder. Probably was a single up to a wide long off, but cover did just enough to
it's the last thing they need.
Suggest that he'd get to it.
Run out.
The ball just doesn't seem to be coming off the bat firmly, does it?
How many times have we said that this season? It's not a quick wicket, you see, Nick. It's just doing enough.
As Crane has a go at this one, helps it round on its way down leg side. It's a short pitch ball. Crane pivoted nicely and turned it down to fine leg, found the gap fine of fine leg. So nothing the fielder could do about it. 114 for 7 as Mason Crane is off the mark with the boundary. He has 4, Al Hassan has 11. It's 114 for 7. Here on BBC Sport Online. 47 overs gone, so we're coming up to the halfway point of the day's play, but Middlesex really in the driving seat and looking as though they might well stay that way for the rest of this innings. But
they only hope, Glamorgan, if these two can stay together, and it's a big if, they perhaps will hope that they might lose their accuracy and get rather tired as Roland Jones starts another over. Confident looking shot, but again not timed. A lot of mistimed drives throughout the 3 games, Nick, we've seen here this season.
Yes, we've quite often seen fielders on the drive in front of the wicket in catching positions at Sophia Gardens instead of slips in the latter stages of the innings. Glamorgan's next opponents, Leicestershire under the pump. Gloucestershire 194 for naught.
Coming off a good win, their first for 2 years. As the next ball is edged, there'll be runs here down towards third man. It's a chase from the fielder feeling in the deep gully position. They get 2 runs.
Middlesex's next opponents are Sussex at Lord's next Friday, and Sussex have slumped to 150 for 9 against Yorkshire at Hove. James Cole's 38 not out. 4 wickets for George Hill, 3 for Ben Code for the Yorkies. And at Derby, Northants 151 for 4.
Northants batted, did they?
Yeah.
Here's the next ball, and that's well fielded. I was going to say it's gone all along the ground, past slip, but it's a diving stop. They have fielded very well as bowling superbly.
Northants 151 for 4, having started with 99 for the first wicket. Vasconcelos got a half century. With Emilio Gay, they are both out, so that's fairly level pegging at Derby.
Roland Jones over the wicket, running away from us, comes in, bowls Al Hassan, plays a dead bat at that, pushes it up to mid-off.
First Division at Chelmsford, Warwickshire 143 for 6 now. 2 wickets apiece to Sam Cook and Shane Snyder. Bit of recovery.
7 for 6, weren't they?
64 for 504 for 6.
In comes Roland Jones, wide of the off stump through to the wicket keeper.
At Blackpool, Lancashire 172 for 2 against Durham. 1 wicket for Ben Stokes on his return to the Durham side. He has taken 1 for 49 off 11 overs. Josh Bohannon, the man he got for 39. Keaton Jennings is 92 not out.
Leading by example, the captain. They're bottom of Division 1 at the moment. It's a nice looking shot, as Roland Jones bowls, but no run. That's the end of the over. Glamorgan 116 for 7. Only these have put on 13 runs compared to 3 wickets falling for just 2 runs previously. At one stage it was 90 for 3, then it went 92 for 6. In fact, 4 wickets.
So Middlesex still in control at Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire 109 for 6 against Hampshire, with 3 wickets for Mohammed Abbas.
A shot of the crowd and lots of men are shirtless.
Good heavens.
So it must be a pretty warm afternoon out there.
Yeah, sun cream on, I hope.
Absolutely.
As we ease into what's laughingly described as the British summer. As Higgins is in, bowls and driven by Crane back to the bowler, who feels it well on the bounce in his follow through and pivots just in case Crane was trying anything untoward, which he wasn't. Over the water at Taunton, Somerset 209 for 4. Tom Lammonby 69, the top scorer there against Kent.
Good player, that boy. He's left-handed, tall, getting a lot of runs.
Crane drives into the offside, through the offside. He'll get a couple of runs here, even if it won't quite reach the boundary. Up towards deep extra cover, they'll turn and they'll have to. No, I thought for the moment they'd have to hurry back for the third, but Crane was jogging comfortably in the end. And at the Oval, the Aristocrats of Surrey are 185 for 7 against Worcestershire. Bit of a lopsided scorecard there. Pope made 63, Dan Lawrence 84, but Joe Leach got 3, 2 apiece for Smith and Waite for the pairs. Yep, and Higgins round the wicket to the left-handed Ul Hassan, who plays no shot.
Now Worcestershire put Surrey in. They obviously got a greenish pitch there. They will have to face people like Kemar Roach, Gus Atkinson and co, so that's not going to be easy when they bat.
Indeed. Surrey as powerful as ever, and showing the way really in the county game, off the field with a fine location for business purposes and attracting crowds. Ul Hassan on the drive towards mid-on.
I was thinking, we say that, and last, I think I mentioned it to you, at one stage the members' enclosure was absolutely full for a county match, and over at Lord's there's considerably less spectators. Wonder why that. Well, I suppose success breeds success all round.
Yeah, and Surrey having the benefit of running their own ground.
Yeah, but you should.
Middlesex as tenants don't always get the autonomy I'm sure they would have preferred. Here's Higgins into bowl. Ul Hassan leaves the ball wide of the off stump that's taken by Davies. It's tumbling to his left.
Where's our friend gone?
Kevin will be back in due course. 119 for 7. Glamorgan. His boys are doing very well without him at the time being. Next delivery is edged by Ul Hassan, but doesn't carry to slip. And it's 119 for 7 at the end of the over. Crane has 7, Ul Hassan has 13. Tom Helm 3 wickets, and Ethan Bamber 2.
Yes, very mini recovery here. At least they didn't fold. And if somehow Glamorgan could get to 150, you think, well, that's something. At the moment, it's very, very hard going. And your eyes You got your glasses on. What's the over rate like?
Level.
Good going then.
Yeah.
As Toby Rowland-Jones, the Middlesex captain, continues, he's over the wicket, bowls the first ball of the over, and Crane is right behind that, pushing it up to mid-off. No run.
So nice to see a full round of championship games all underway.
Yes.
Without weather interruption.
Now that we get into the weather, as I mentioned earlier, there's just one more game before the halfway stage of championship cricket, that is. Rowland-Jones bowls to Crane and clips it away straight to mid-wicket. Really is a beautiful afternoon here. Not a breath of fresh air. The trees full bloom, not moving. And the flags have also gone to sleep.
Yeah, it's rare you see them that
Yeah.
that's still, isn't it? The two counties flags and the Welsh flag on top of the pavilion away to our left.
Mid-wicket goes back. Will it be a bouncer? Will it be a double bluff? As in comes Rowland-Jones. Bowls. It is short and it's 4 runs. Fine leg. Didn't have a clue where it was. He was both hands out like a policeman of olden days trying to guide traffic. And it went between him and the man posted at deep mid-wicket for 4. So Crane, as he did in Northampton, at least is showing some sort of a fight for a tail ender.
It is
good shot, actually.
Slightly worrying for the fielders when you can't pick up a ball at all. It's in this sort of light, isn't it? It's I suppose against the background, darker background of dark blue
Pavilion.
seats and the cricket school.
Crane has gone into double figures and the score has moved to 123. And 20 valuable runs for Glamorgan as Crane, right-handed, concentrates as in comes Rowland-Jones, bowls him, and appeal for LBW and not given. Looks as if it was, they go through for a leg by. It looks as if that was missing, but Rowland-Jones thought he was out. He's got his head on his knees.
Well, that's
No,
going down
that's
leg.
going down big way.
The replay shows.
If the old
Not quite
Put
sure
another
why
hand.
Rowland-Jones bothered to put that much vim and vigour into an appeal for that one. As,
the keeper didn't show huge emotion.
He's getting a little carried away, the Middlesex skipper, even at the age of 36.
124 for 7. Well, Hassan waits as Rowland-Jones bowls to him and he plays forward. Watching these two play, it makes you wonder perhaps how the others have succumbed so quickly. But I suppose it was just after lunch. They were fresh. The ball was newer, and they bowled some good deliveries. But
Maybe the pitch is just
beginning to turn a bit.
Flattening
Not turn, but turn in the sun, if you know what I mean.
yeah, go from
Get a bit browner.
bowler friendly to more batter friendly.
Rowland-Jones bowls to Al Hussain, who pulls rather than hooks, down to fine leg for a single. 6 or 7 runs off that over. 125 for 7. Al Hussain is on 14. Crane is on 11. But Glamorgan very much behind the 8 ball at the moment.
Indeed, underneath sunny skies here in Cardiff, but lots of clouds on the horizon in cricketing terms for the Welsh side, and that they've got a long way to haul themselves back into this game. Middlesex well ahead after a superb disciplined performance from their seam attack, when we thought that they were being put to the sword in the first 40 minutes, but it lasted no longer than the first 10 overs. They took their first wicket, Labuschagne, in the 12th, and have been on top ever since. Scoring rate drying up, and then the wickets starting to tumble. Between the 27th and 44th overs, 6 wickets fell for the addition of just 45 runs. In will come Higgins then, Balls to Ul Hassan, who drives nicely down the ground. That should have the legs to reach the boundary. Roland Jones's pursuit is a token one, and Ul Hassan's timed that one nicely. He moves on to 18. Glamorgan on to 129 for 7.
Saying to himself and saying to other people, perhaps trying to criticise his collection. There we are. I can play, and if I keep on going, I'll be top scorer in this disappointing innings. He's 18. Top scorer was Eddie Byram with 26, and Labuschagne made 23.
As this next delivery is driven by Ul Hassan, square of the wicket on the offside, and he'll take a single. I wonder if this is more naturally his place in the Glamorgan side, a middle-low order batter who's the fourth seamer as well, batting 7 and fourth bowler.
Yeah, with the greatest respect, as a fourth seamer, he's not an emergency, but he just fills a gap as far as I'm concerned. He's no. Let's have a look. Perhaps you can.
Yes, yeah, to get in the championship wickets this season. Yeah,
he hasn't got one.
Yeah.
I know, and he's bowled in 3 games or so, which probably tells us then if you are a second change bowler, you should be chipping in.
Yeah, fair point. I'm sure he'll be striving to do just that when Glamorgan get ball in hand, which may still be before the tea interval, as Crane drives to mid-on.
Crane looks as comfortable as anybody. Commentators goes.
It's so peculiar, isn't it? Because we saw absolute chaos for a spell after lunch, in particular there.
Poles flying everywhere and leaving. And
72 for 2 at lunch, then becoming 103 for 7 at one point. A minor fight back. Nothing game-changing as yet, as Crane is forward, playing out to Gully. Fernandez does the fielding, and there's no run. But watching these 7 and 9 playing with relative comfort, you think, well, what was all the fuss about? Glamorgan didn't help themselves by 2 men being bowled without playing a shot.
Yeah.
But Middlesex kept putting it there, asking questions, and the Glamorgan batting lineup was not up to it. That's driven by Crane, again up to mid-on, and again there is no run.
And ominously it looks as if this pitch has not got the demons it had previously.
Yes, in a way Middlesex will be happy to be seen to be working harder at the moment, because that means that the pitch is not offering as much assistance, but we must give full credit to Middlesex for getting everything out of the wicket. Higgins turns and comes in. There's a silly mid-off now on the drive for Crane, who fiddles at that one outside off stump and is lucky not to get an edge through to the keeper. Edward Bevan will be joined by Kevin Hand.
Ed, my apologies. The snooze after that beef at lunch had me drawn away on the sofa, got comfy and the eyes got heavy.
Very nice. Very nice.
Yes, it's been a bit
Did you miss any wickets?
No, I was watching. Well, it's been an extraordinary burst, hasn't it?
Yeah, so I said to Nick just after lunch, the spell by Helm is one of the best exponents of seam bowling I've seen this season. That is Roland Jones coming in now, bowling to Ul Hassan, and these two have played quite well. They've played every ball on its merit. But as Nick was making the point, when you get a couple of batsmen leaving and having their off-pole removed, and the ball hardly deviating, then you think their judgment is not what it should be. And these two that have showed by application, and Mason Crane's by no means the front-line batsman, although he did get 60-odd the other day. At least they have put on 27 runs. Ul Hassan is on 19. In comes Toby Rowland-Jones over the wicket, wide the off stump, and he goes through to Davis.
Yeah, it's. I'm glad he said that about Helm, because almost from the off this morning, you just sensed that it was a bowler's day. You know, watching him regularly, sometimes you see Helm start a spell, or any given bowler start a spell, and you think, oh, they've got it with them today. And that's what happened for Helm for this particular.
And you think, well, why didn't he give him the new ball? As Roland Jones comes in, bowls, and this is edged perfectly safe down towards the third man boundary. It's a long chase, and it's gone for 4. And they all count because Roland Jones didn't open the bowling in the first game of the season, if I remember correctly.
No, it was Higgins and Bamber, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Their feeling on that was that if Higgins and Bamber were to get anything out of the Kookaburra, it would be right at the top.
Right.
Whereas, the Kookaburra, what was it, 10 overs, 20 overs they said to get out of it, and then after that it's dead. So that was why the feeling was that Roland Jones and Helm, with the height and perhaps a little bit more pace, with an older Kookaburra might get something out of it, whereas Higgins and Bamber perhaps wouldn't.
Roland Jones bowls down the leg side. Good take by... No, it wasn't a good take. It's 4 more. 4 leg buys or 4 buys. Or is it off the bat? 4 buys, possibly. But 8 in 2 balls, which will help the cause.
Looked like leg buys, didn't it? It's
It
unlucky
did.
on...
Yeah, it wasn't a good delivery by any means.
Let's have a look at that angle there. It seems there's some sort of deflection on it. Harsh on the keeper if that's gone down as buys.
138 for 7. Looks a little bit better than 103 for 7. Got a long way to go here. There's Roland Jones persisting round the wicket, comes in past the umpire, bowls again. And this is driven nicely, but a tumbling stop there at extra cover, and there's no run. Ul Hassan is on 27. He is the highest scorer, would you believe, in the Glamorgan innings. And has applied himself pretty well here. Mason Crane, giving him some support, is on 11. But Glamorgan were hit by that post-lunch spurt where they were 90 for 3 and 92 for 6. Roland Jones in, bowls. That's played correctly. And in his defence, I must say that Ul Hassan has played every ball on merit. He's left quite a lot. He hit some nice shots. And the young man is pulling slowly Glamorgan out of a big hole. That big hole needs filling quite a bit. But they are reaching... Well, if they could reach 150, it's the first sort of hurdle. It's now 138 for 7, Kev.
Yeah, and Holman is taking off his cap.
Oh, we're having a bit of twirl.
We are, which isn't a bad move at all.
River End, because coming on to bowl before Middlesex is Luke Holman.
With the 3 wickets to take at the end. Crane going nicely. Ul Hassan, middle order batter. But you just fancy if they're going at it in any way, particularly Crane, 11 from 13, he might sky one off a fellow wrist spinner. But good to see 2 young
leggy
coming together.
Good to see spin.
Yeah, and he didn't play the game at Lords, and neither did Crane, and both of them would have been very useful, wouldn't they, in hindsight?
Yes. How were the pitches played at Lords since we were there?
Yeah, good. I mean, the Yorkshire match was excellent. Middlesex
It did a
winning the
bit,
game.
did it?
Yeah, it did. Did enough.
That's what you want, isn't it?
It absolutely is. Now, we've got a slip, a backward point, a deep cover, extra cover mid-off, deep mid-on, mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, and a backward square leg. 5-4 fields, and the leg-spinning Luke Holman, his right arm over the wicket, he flights that up outside the off stump, driven straight to Higgins at extra cover, and there's no run. So, wrist spinner to wrist spinner. How will Crane respond from the river end? He's in again, Holman. Bowls. Oh, he's dragged that one down short. That came out of the back of the hand. He just really dragged it down, didn't he? It didn't release as he wanted. Not a grip on it.
I think it's better to watch the screen here because he's bowling where we can't see what he's bowling at, put it that way.
We've got a nice line on the screen, yeah. The line we're looking from, slipping the keeper in our way. That's flooded right up there, a little bit too... Is that the googly inside of the bat?
It was, yeah.
Falls away into the onside as Crane looks to drive, and googly leg breaks from Holman.
Got good protection. He's got a man at long on.
Here's Holman. In again, he bowls and it's cut, so there's a little bit of width on that, wasn't there, just to get it away.
Yeah.
A little short, and they have a single out to deep cover to end the over. Just a single off his first over, Holman, and that's important too, isn't it, the economy. 139 for 7, but certainly at the moment they're thinking, can Holman winkle one out, buy one, as Crane and Al-Hassan perhaps go after him? We shall see. End of the over, 139 for
With a
7.
leg spinner, Kevin, I don't think you have to go after him, because we know from history that there's always one indifferent ball. I won't say one bad ball, one indifferent ball you can score off in a leg spinner, because that's why Shane Warne is such a magnificent bowler, greatest bowler you know I've ever seen bowling spin, because he never bowled a bad ball, very occasionally. But it's Toby Rowland-Jones bowling a nice straight drive, which gets Mason Crane a single. Glamorgan move on to 140. To think, you turn your wrist and he never put anything like a half tracker or anything like that. Talking to a leg spinner, it's a lovely chat, my old friend Ian Salisbury this morning.
Yeah.
Oh, is he the spinning coach or the bowling? No.
Richard
Johnson.
Yeah, spin bowling coach. So Richard Johnson, the head coach,
and he obviously does a bit of
pace as well. Yeah.
Yeah, Saul's top man. In comes the next ball. Defensive push from Al-Hassan. No run. Yeah, the Ian Salisbury hadn't changed at all.
No.
54, he tells me.
54. Yeah. Poor old Andrew Radd. He was a young up-and-comer, wasn't he, in Salisbury with Andrew Radd?
Yes, Northampton.
Yeah.
Did an England A tour, I think, with Sauls.
You did?
Yeah. It was the time, as in comes the next ball, when Glamorgan had, who were the three? Robert Croft, Steve Watkin and Adrian Dale out in the West Indies were picked for England A. And BBC Wales very kindly said, would you cover it? And I said, well, you don't have to ask me twice.
Yeah, yeah.
Here comes Rowland-Jones, the Middlesex captain, bowls Al-Hassan, who plays a nice correct shot up to mid-on, no run. 140 for 7, 21 to Al-Hassan, 13 to Crane, and this partnership has put on 37, apart from the opening partnership of 40, best partnership of the innings.
Yeah. Needed, wasn't it?
Badly
they were tumbling.
needed.
They were tumbling. Middlesex will hope the last three tumble quickly.
As round the wicket comes the next ball and clipped up to mid-wicket for a single, so that both batsmen at the moment playing quite confidently, quite nicely. I get the impression perhaps that Mason Crane rather fancies a dart at Holman, leg spinner against leg spinner, and you never want the opposing bowler who bowls the same as you to get you out. Robert Croft hated getting out against an off spinner. He wanted to prove he was better than him. In comes the next ball, and nice looking shot by Crane, pushes it up to mid-off. Captain, are you looking? He's probably saying, do I deserve a bit of promotion? End of the over, 141 for 7.
That was my thought, Ed, that always spinners hated getting out to fellow spinners. But then somebody said to me, no, spinners love taking on fellow spinners. I thought, no, I thought it was absolutely nailed on. You do not get out to a fellow spinner.
No. And often you get a very good friend of yours playing in the opposition. We did in the league. That was another thing. I'm not going to get out against him, but I'll be taunted all night.
Did you ever hear about the time I got bowled by Mark Church at the Oval?
Who was that?
Mark Church bowled me at the Oval. And I walked off, and Angus Fraser was the first person I saw, and he just looked at me and said, "You idiot."
I guess would say that, wouldn't he?
I tried to tonk him over to my, Archbishop Tennyson's and got bowled. Adam Rossington's fault. I still haven't forgiven Adam Rossington for that. He was this player at the other end. It was like a kind of promotional charity game. Alex Tudor was bowling at one end and Mark Church at the other. Here's Holman, he's in, bowls, and this is driven. Oh, back to Holman.
I thought it was a caught on ball for a minute.
I did too. At first I thought it was a bump ball, but the reaction of everybody suggested it was in the air back to Holman. How far it carried, though, is another matter.
Yeah, I thought, sure.
Holman, lots of flight, and dug out for a single. Just a little bit too much flight at the moment,
It was great to see Angus at the first game of the season at Lord's. Such a great man of cricket. And still involved, which is great.
You'd have been on a few tours with him, wouldn't you? That Gus,
One or
player,
two,
player and journalist.
Yeah, journalist of South Africa.
Which one did he behave better on, the player tour or the journalist tour?
He always behaved, did Gus? Always
come on,
behaved.
Ed.
Absolute gentleman. No, I have nothing else to say against
Just tell us
him.
the truth at tea, then.
I've just told you. No.
Holman, that's a nice length. That's where he wants it. He ripped that down with a better pace, didn't he? And of course, flight is important. But you could hear the response of the field on that one. Just try and rush it on. And is it going to be the googly? He's a leg spinner.
It's so good to see this, isn't it? Leg spin.
It is. Crane awaits on 13. Lots of flight, solid forward defence. Crane is giving the impression of exactly what you said about a spinner does not want to get out to a spinner. You almost feel as if at the other end.
He's got I think because he's got a long on there, he's thinking, and he's going further back now. I'll toss this right up. I got runs to play with.
Comes in again, bowls, and again puts that on a nice spot. He's there or thereabouts at the moment. You'd like him on the front foot though. Crane's on the back foot to him.
Yes.
Last couple of balls when he's just fizzed it in there.
Still only one off the over. He's only conceded 2 runs in 2 overs. And Crane must be thinking, I've got to try and have a dart here somewhere.
Holman bowls is driven to mid-off, a single taken. Crane's on to 14. That's the end of the over. 54 bowled, 137. 143 for 7. It began with a 1. I knew that bunch.
Go back to Angus Fraser when he'd finished, and then he was appointed cricket correspondent. What news? The Independent, which is no longer with us. Well, it is in some form, but not in the printed form.
Switching to the
it wasn't easy.
road end, Ryan Higgins.
Probably heard that Higgins coming to take over for Toby Rowland-Jones, but he adapted so well and he'd work hard. He was often one of the last to leave the press box in the night, having done his work, and he worked hard at his journalism. Gus, top man.
He worked hard, or he found it hard work?
No, he worked hard. I think he might.
He might be tuned in, Ed. That's what I'm trying to just.
Oh right.
Poke and prod.
Yeah.
You never know.
We send your regards to you, big man.
You never know.
And your team are doing pretty well at the moment. Gus Field, isn't he? Not watching.
Even if he's not, someone will tell him Kev was having a go at you, Gus. He'll give it back to me next week at Lord's. He gives me enough when we're on air together, so I have to give it back when he's not on air with me.
What a great bowler he was.
Yeah.
Right.
Ryan Higgins.
It's Ryan Higgins hits on the pad. It might have been bat first as he tries to Mason Crane to flick him down to fine leg. Holds the ball in his hand for a rather a long time, doesn't he, Higgins? Or he did then.
Yeah, really hides it on the way in as well, doesn't he? There you go, 2 hands together as he
doesn't show the batsman. He's bowling now. That's a good little dab away, but he doesn't pierce the field. There's 4 men on the one, 2 men on the onside on the one. Sensing, look, you've got to hit it hard or over the top if you want to get runs here. How many overs have we got remaining? 40, and we've got 8 before tea.
Yes.
And the rate is pretty good.
Somehow. Level.
Higgins, medium pace, comes in and bowls to Crane. Crane is forward, sensing that perhaps, yes, I'm in now, and I should try and stay in as long as I can. Having put on 37 so far. Now the 4 runs and the best partnership of the innings. I must say the ground here, Kev, is looking the picture, isn't it?
Yeah, honestly, first thing this morning, sat here, it just looked wonderful.
Higgins bowls, driven up to the bowler, who threatens to return but doesn't.
Our first time together, Ed, would have been somewhere down below. It was down below here, wasn't it? The old.
No.
Or was it far end?
It was down the far. end.
That was, wasn't it? That's right. He'd go off and around that way. And
the old pavilion was
there. The
there.
old carpets. What was on the floor? They had a flowery carpet still, I remember the first time I arrived. Red carpet. Wasn't just put out.
Three little broadcasting boxes and a press box. When the press used to attend then, of course. That's appeal for LBW. Stifled appeal again. Not out, says umpire.
Well, I only really remember 1 year of that press box, so I'm just trying to think. 2005 was my first year.
I can't remember when this when this was all done. I should. Nick will tell me. Yes, it was many more memorable moments in there. Higgins bowls. Crane plays defensively away onto the onside, and another maiden for Higgins. 1 for 29 off 11. Perfectly good average of that as the wicket keeper and 1 or 2 fielders hurry to their fielding. I was telling Nick in the forum, Ozzie Wheatley, former captain of Glamorgan and a man who was on the ECB for a while, it was then at ECCB, asked the coach, do you think 96 overs is permissible? Because we used to, as he said, bowl 110, 120 in a day. I said, well, yeah, everybody wants to see it. Test matches is disgraceful.
Yeah. Little delay here. Higgins and Roland Jones just passing something over, is he, to the skipper? Sunglasses down at deep mid-on, the skipper, receiving them from Higgins to borrow because he's looking directly into the sun. Higgins is at mid-wicket. Holman bowls and goes past the edge of Ul Hassan, forward defence.
First ball.
I mistakenly watched the live action rather than the screen next to it, as you say, better view of it. Although now he's right arm over the wicket, the umpire's head's in the way. Again. Sorry, no, I'm watching this. I'm watching the wrong one now. This is pushed back up the track into the offside zone. I thought I was watching it live and I was watching the stream. I thought he'd done him again.
Just the googly.
That's giving the lads next door a chuckle.
Yeah. Best stream in the country, you may argue, but I don't.
Here goes Holman bowls, and this is pushed back. Ed, you're not going to get me to comment on BBC.
Yeah, shall I give you another reason why it's the best?
Go on.
Because Jack, who works at his mum, makes cakes for us every day of the season.
Oh, wait, where are they?
They've probably gone by now.
Oh, no, what? Hold on. Here's Holman bowls. Oh, through to the keeper. It passes 143 for 7. I'm going to be full on BBC impartial at this stage.
Yeah.
Oh, there's cakes left. Are they Welsh cakes?
No, bigger than that.
Bigger than that? Ooh. I'm going to have to find a Welsh cake. I haven't had a Welsh cake.
You might have some in our tea now.
Holman just pushes mid-off back slightly for Ul Hassan. This is a good over at him so far. 4 deliveries of it. He bowls, and that's on the spot once more. It does. It seems as though he fancies the left-hander, doesn't it?
Little bit of turn there, but leg spinner will always have some turn.
Holman from the river end. Nice bit of flight on that, but a good step forward from Ul Hassan to drive down to deep mid-on and Roland Jones. First single of the over, and Holman concedes 4 off his first 3 overs, and that's pretty good, isn't it? For the wrist spinner, as you say.
And as you said earlier on, I think it's a good move because they're not going to... well, look at this.
Look at this.
Absolutely spoiled. As soon as we mentioned cakes...
So it's sausage rolls. Sausage rolls, look at that.
There we are. That'll fill you up. And a brownie.
Amazing. And these are all homemade.
I shouldn't have mentioned that, I think. You'll be in there like a gannet from now on.
Yeah, exactly. That's my next 4 days sorted.
Right. We are going to have an over from Higgins, who will continue. And he's bowling from the Cathedral Road end of you that know this ground, or the commentary end, the media centre end. As in comes the first ball of the over to the left-handed Ul Hussain, down the leg side, rather wasted, taken by Davis. 144 for 7. So the partnership is worth 41.
Ed, you're going to have to go a long way to get a better brownie than that. Are you a brownie man?
Mm.
That's as
good as it gets. I had one in my coffee this morning.
Oh,
When I come to the ground every morning, I come in, put my bag in the room next door and go straight to Jack's room. In comes Higgins and bowls. He takes rather a waft at that, does Ul Hassan. But the young man has played extremely well. 30 for him, top scorer. Crane has backed him up with 14.
that is phenomenal, that brownie. They might get me off the subject by
Sandra,
tea time tomorrow.
We often say thank you, Sandra.
Thank you, Sandra.
Here's the next ball. Oh, and he has to get down to that. Kept just a shade low. Grinding out some sort of a score, Glamorgan here after dramatic collapse as Roland Jones, not Roland Jones at all, it's Higgins, decides to come round the wicket, change his line. He has drifted down that leg side sometimes. In comes the next ball and a big waft. Didn't move his feet then as he tries to play through the offside.
We've had a text message from Mam. It's been shown to me through the window. Sandra says Welsh cakes tomorrow. Tell him. That brownie was sensation. I tell you what, that might have kept a shade lower. I feel about 5 shades heavier after eating that brownie, but it was worth it. Every bit of it.
You better come and work down here. I think you get fed. Too wide again from. He's keeping the runs down, but not bowling to get the batsman out at the moment.
I tell you what, Lords has got nothing on that brownie, has it?
No.
You were there early that season. Chocolate fudge cake you had at Lords, but it's nothing compared to
Homemade
Sandra's brownies. Yeah, exactly.
And we'll get the club's cakes before long, unless they're there.
Well, I don't know if I could have any more, Ed.
Yes, you will. Next ball is hit away. That'll go for 4, down towards wide third man. And that brings up the 150 for Glamorgan, which is something after that dramatic collapse. Well, this partnership now is worth 47. And well played to these two, one a late order batsman and the other always been recognised as a tail ender, although he's proved by getting 60 at Northampton earlier on in the season as Mason Crane, and here backing up his partner well. Next ball is pushed away. They think of a run, but he goes straight to deep gully, and that's the end of another 150 for 7. As I said, the partnership is worth 47, and these two want to try and stay together. The partnership here, Hassan has got 28 to them and 17 for Crane. How many overs we've got before tea? It's 58 gone. 96,
6 more.
6
more.
Yeah, it's not bad, is it? Really?
Yeah, we should be walking off now, shouldn't we? 6 off with 7 wickets for them.
And they both seem nearly all day.
Yeah. Here's the 4th over of spin from Luke Holman. He's gone for 4 runs so far.
Yeah, I think they'll have to be careful, especially Crane. He should know, shouldn't he, Crane, how to play leg spin?
Well, this is it. I mean, he's bowling to Ul Hassan has been the more entertaining one from a neutral perspective so far, as Crane goes back and across. Plays it nicely. Yes, no. Ul Hassan could be in trouble. Throw to the non-striker's end. Holman has to let it go and hope it hits, but he'd have been back anyway. Helm was coming around from backward point, and he had to run across the ball to pick it up then with his right hand.
Yeah, a little bit of misjudgment there, I think, from Ul Hassan. He's safely home.
And then he thought about the overthrow. Holman's in. Bowls, and that ball's driven to short extra cover by Crane. Dot ball. Holman again flipping that ball hand to hand. It's good to see a leg spinner in the side, isn't it? Crane awaits the Glamorgan leg spinner. It's a low full toss driven to mid off. Roland Jones.
Hurry.
Yeah, it did indeed. It's backed up by 2. Roland Jones looking to throw down the stumps at the non-striker's end. And missed. I think he'd have been alright anyway. But 151 for 7.
2 runs short of the 50 partnership, which is a great effort by these two.
It was trouble, wasn't it? When they came
big
together.
trouble.
James Harris was digging in.
Bad misjudgment by him.
Here's Holman, slip crouch down. That's Lewis deploy as Holman bowls again. Forward defence, push back, and no run.
I've had the nod, so I'm going.
Oh,
Sorry
thanks,
about
Ed.
that.
No.
Well, I've got you some kicks for a start.
You did, thank you, Ed. You've done me proud this session, thank you. Here's Holman. In again, bowls, and this is pushed back into the onside. Mid-wicket comes around, and there's no run. As have you, Nick Webb. Welcome back.
Thank you.
I stole the longest sleep of the afternoon session post-beef.
Chomping my way through a sausage roll mid-afternoon as well, which is
me. It looks really good.
Very welcome offering.
Pork doesn't agree with me for some reason, but they looked phenomenal, those sausage rolls.
Very tasty.
I could only go for beef sausage. This is Holman. A reverse sweep and taken at slip. Oh, wow. Fine catch. I think Deploy predicted it. The non-strikers then, Crane drops his bat almost in disgust, I think. Reverse sweep from Ul Hassan. He falls for 34. And Holman, well, he and Ul Hassan seem to be having a fair old ding-dong. And, well, I say ding-dong in the sense that Ul Hassan wasn't playing him so well. He didn't play him so well in the end because he's reverse swept straight to Deploy, who used great intelligence to start to move and took the ball on the move towards what would be second or third slip. 151 for 8s.
Well, applause for Zainul Hassan. He's battled away in typical fashion, but looking to get an aggressive shot out, and just the ball popping up off the splice, I think, and as you say, well anticipated by Deploy at slip, already moving to his left and taking the catch.
Yeah, it was really alert stuff. You occasionally see it, don't you? Slip fielder, sometimes even the keeper themselves, premeditate. Well, not premeditate, but it's like, oh, I can see what's coming here, and start to go. And they can be done by it, can't they? All of a sudden, he reverse sweeps it fine at the slip, but alert slip fielding from Lewis Deploy, and Holman has a wicket, his first of the season.
It's a nice little partnership of 48, but not really enough to change the match.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? What have we had? 59, we've got 37 overs still to go today. I mean, bang, bang here, and they're all done at tea. We're a fair way through, and we did tentatively say this when the ball started to swing this morning, and it was more swing than seam, wasn't it? It was a little bit off the surface, but yeah, we did say it. We might not see a fourth day if the weather's good Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah, that might not be the case tomorrow if these anticipated thunderstorms arrive in the afternoon. Although we didn't lose that much time to a thunderstorm last Sunday.
Storm brewing in the middle at the moment.
Certainly is, as Andy Gorvin comes in to join Mason Crane, but it'll be Crane on strike for the first ball of a new over from Ryan Higgins in his 14th over, and 1 for 35, and that remains his figures as Crane defends it on the offside, and there is no run. Andy Gorvin playing his second match of the season, a maiden 5-wicket haul last week against Sussex, put his side in a winning position, as Crane this time is forward, playing on the side. Might have thought of a single, but Holman was quickly to his left at mid-wicket and prevented that from being taken. Gorvin with the highest first-class score of 47 here last year against Yorkshire, coming in at 10. And McIlroy bringing up the rear. 151 for 8. As Higgins bowls and Crane is forward watchfully. Still trying to put some tiredness into the legs of this Middlesex seam attack, but I think it's too late for that with 8 down. They're going to be largely putting their feet up, although I suppose Higgins may not be because he's slated to bat at 5, so might have rather less time than most of them. As that one is turned on the leg side by Crane with a little flick of the wrists up to Roland Jones at mid-on, and there's no run. So a frustrating day for Glamorgan, but you have to give full credit to Middlesex, who've got what assistance there is in the wicket and benefited from a couple of rather eccentric leaves as well by the Glamorgan batters. Higgins is into bowl, hits Crane on the pad as he looks to work on the leg side, and there is no run. Thank you indeed to Sandra Williams, who says, glad you enjoyed the sausage rolls and brownies.
Very much did, thank you. You will have to go a very, very, very long way to find a better brownie than that. I'm not exaggerating. That was phenomenal. Absolutely perfect.
On his way is Higgins again, and bowls turned on the leg side again by Crane, who's looking to work in that area but not managing to beat the fielders. End the over 151 for 8 maiden over. Rich Mucky1 on Twitter says, I only popped out for some lunch.
Sounds like a Surrey fan.
Presumably missing a clatter of wickets. Well, that'll tell you not to go out for lunch. Take us with you. Take us with you on your phone. Graham Smith notes, talking about Sisodia, that while he's captaining the seconds, got a half century, he hasn't actually been bowling against Lancashire at Abergavenny. He will be very much brought into things that you would expect for T20 bowling attack, particularly if Glamorgan play 2 overseas batters. Nick Webb 2017 or Kevin Hand Sport on Twitter, nickwebb2017@gmail.com.
What happened to Nick Webb 2016?
Yeah, thing of the past. No, I've been Nick Webb 2017 ever since the
2005.
The advent of the, well, when I started it about, 12, 13 years ago when I joined that particular social media. You're not missing any cricket, by the way, if you're on.
And even if you were, it wasn't important. Go on, you've been on it 13 years, but it's called Nick Webb 2017.
Yes.
Because
it was.
What were you planning for 2017?
It was meant to be the year when we were clear of financial commitments to offspring. But that didn't quite happen.
Wishful thinking, I must say, Nick.
With the advent of a master's degree on the behalf of number 2.
Isn't that called death? Being clear of financial dedication to offspring.
Yes.
Financial commitment to offspring.
151 for 8, we're ready to go again. Here's Luke Holman for you.
He's right arm over, and he's got Gorvin on strike. Crane, say, the way he dropped his bat at the non-striker's end when Ul Hassan got out, it looked like real disappointment from Crane. You know, it certainly stopped short of throwing the bat to the ground, but only just. And here's Holman in bowls, and the right-handers forward, defending into the offsides. A little bit of a gap there as he prodded forward. He's a leg break, googly bowler, Holman. So
it's a bit of an oddity of a way to get out, isn't it? Lobbing to slip off your gloves.
Was it gloves?
I think so. Oh no, or maybe splice.
Here's Holman. Bowls. This is pushed back to mid-on. To be honest, I have to say, in the flurry of it, I didn't particularly note what it had taken
Might have been
on the way
splice
through.
shoulder gloves somewhere around there.
Yeah. I was so bewildered by the catch, really. It was just such a good job, wasn't it, moving around as Holman bowls again. That may well have been the googly. I didn't watch the stream to see the direct line of it, but good stuff this from Holman. 1 for 5 in his 5th over. I think they did well to select him for this, didn't they? Here's the leg spinner in again from the river end. Bowls, that's right under the nose of Gorvin, who blocks again.
Yeah, Glamorgan will be certainly hoping Middlesex will have to use him more in the second innings, because they've been rolled over pretty much by the seamers in this first innings.
Holman bowls, and right in behind this is pushed to extra cover. Once come of the over, there is Gorvin playing his part.
Joining the dots.
Here's Holman again, just drags that one a little short, and it's hit up in the air. Oh, and Stoneman, I don't think quite picked it up. Coming in at deep mid-wicket. Felt like it was in the air for a while, and there's a few hands-on heads, including the slip fielder still now releases his head. Lister Ploy. Didn't quite get that one right.
Chipped away by Gorvin. what was it, second or third bounce, it reached the fielder, I think. Difficult to pick up the exact flight of the ball on this sun-kissed afternoon, where the home crowd are probably enjoying the weather more than the cricket out on the field. So, second spinner being deployed by Middlesex. I thought they might have kept on rotating the seamers at the other end once Holman had settled in nicely, but Nathan Fernandez is going to have a little bowl against the tail-enders to add to his 1 for 40 so far this season.
Yeah. I like this from Roland Jones. 7 T20s last year for Fernandez, playing solely as a spinner. And here we go. A little bit of left arm tweaking in the Cathedral Road end.
So Fernandez to Andy Gorvin, who retained the strike by taking that single off the last ball of the over. 152 for 8 as Gorvin plays that one on the leg side and calls for a single, and Crane for a moment was slow off the mark, but that was canny from Gorvin. He played it back just past short leg and knew that mid-on was set back, so there was an easy single there. 153 for 8. Gorvin to 2. Crane on to strike on 15 not out. Fernandez is coming round the wicket with his left arm spin. Tosses one up, and Crane knocks it into that gap on the leg side and goes through for a single. There are contrasting views on Fernandez's birthplace, so perhaps you'll be able to give me a definitive version as he fires that one in shorter and it's defended back to him. I've read Goa in one place and London in another.
I think my understanding it's Goa.
All right, okay.
Unless he was born in London, moved to Goa and then moved back.
Okay.
Maybe I've missed a part of the story, but my understanding it was Goa.
No, I've seen both versions.
Yeah.
Doing my prep for this game. Anyway,
when you see him bat, there's a fair chance that he's batted on those maidens in India at some stage in his life.
as that's turned around the corner by Gorvin, and they'll amble through for another single. Just milking Fernandez gently at the moment. 155 for 8. Crane 16, Gorvin 3.
Yeah, he's a fair talent, young Mr. Fernandez.
As he bowls, and that one's played back to him by Crane, and there's no run.
This is a good little matchup now, isn't it? Fernandez to the leg spinner, and then the leg spinning Crane, and then Middlesex leg spinner to Gorvin.
Forward comes Crane and defends, no doubt taking note of any potential turn in the wicket for his bowler, his bowling later.
A reminder that you're very welcome.
So 2 overs probably in the tea interval, until the tea interval, unless of course a wicket falls, in which case they stay on.
Well, I thought Andrew Hignell was about to announce that, which would have been very brave of the home scorer to announce tea will be taken in 2 overs unless Glamorgan lose a 9th wicket.
No, that's all.
Wouldn't have gone down well.
Follow possibly.
What would Middlesex prefer? A delayed tea, get it done? Guess so. Here's Holman. Nice bit of flight on this, and Gorvin drives into the covers. Good stop by Higgins. He saved at least a couple there. Sweeping is Fernandez out at deep cover. And comes Holman again. Bowls and a forward defence.
Thank you to HD on Twitter for the Phil Collins reference with Sisodia.
I always think of that every time I hear Sisodia. For some reason, when you say Sisodia more than anybody else as well, Nick Weppers, here's drive out to deep cover by Gorvin for a single. Moves to 4 from 2. Formerly of Sussex, wasn't he?
I thought he was formerly of Genesis. Who, Sisodia? No, he's a Cardiff boy.
Is he?
Yes.
Or am I confusing him with Sussex then? He didn't go on loan to Sussex then, no, clearly.
Nope.
Right. There he goes. Holman. And just stretching for that slightly, Crane. I thought he was going to get himself into trouble as he pushed outside the off stump, but to point, there's no run. He's played it well.
You got overexcited
I
there,
did.
didn't you?
Here comes Holman from the river end. Balls, and this is pushing back to mid-off in the drawing. That's going to bug me now, the player that I'm confusing him with at Sussex. I think he has moved on from Sussex now, but I'll have a look at their squad and see a young spinner as well at Sussex. Yeah, I'm not helping myself much here, am I?
Coles and Carson were the two spinners last week.
Here comes... Yeah, he never quite established himself. He's Holman. This is pushed back up the track by Crane. There's no run, and there's one to come to tee, which I will say, unlike Andrew Hicknell, unless Glamorgan lose a ninth wicket.
In the second 11 match at tea at Abergavenny, Lancashire are 90 for 6 in their second innings. They are still 94 runs short of avoiding an innings defeat, and you would hope that Glamorgan seconds could force victory in there, which would be a good effort after the first day was rained off, and there's a chunk taken out of the second day as well. Tim van der Hoogten has taken 3 for 15 in 10 overs, so I think we can assume he's fit for first team duty. As Fernandez ends this last over before tea, and Gorvin stretches forward and defends. Wicket apiece to Ben Morris, Asim Hamid and Asa Tribe. Good to see Dan Douthwaite back in bowling action as well, after he was unable to last week. That's a full toss from Fernandez that almost surprised Gorvin, but he managed to play it downwards, past short leg and out towards square leg for a single. 157 for 6. For 8. Glamorgan would wish it was 6. Middlesex have the 2 bowling points and the near certainty of the third, unless we get something dramatic from these two. As Crane again blocks back to the bowler. No run.
Determined to make tea at least.
Yes, 72 for 2 at lunch. Middlesex have already taken 6 wickets in the afternoon session. Remains on 6 as Crane again blocks back to Fernandez.
Landed it nicely here, isn't he? He's putting it on the spot he wants it to be. He just needs one to really grip or turn now, bounce. Lewis deploy it slips the other problem. Prospects for Middlesex with spin.
Fernandez bowls. Crane is forward to defend. Last ball of the session, unless it produces a wicket.
Where's your money, Nick?
Another block. And Crane, in fact, takes a single as he gets one on leg stump, which he knocks down towards backward square. And at tea, Glamorgan are 158 for 8. It has been absolutely Middlesex's session, with Glamorgan adding just 86 runs for the loss of 6 wickets during the session. It has largely been the work of the Middlesex seam quartet, with Holman getting in on the act to dismiss that Al Hassan after that little partnership of 48 for the 8th wicket. But Middlesex remain in control at tea. Glamorgan 158 for 8 and scrabbling for anything they can get in the final session. We'll see plenty of Middlesex's batting in action, no doubt. Glamorgan 158 for 8. Update for BBC Radio Wales in a couple of minutes' time, and we'll resume commentary just before 20 past 4.
I've got some tea time scores from around the country. We'll start at Abergavenny, the second 11 championship match, where you may remember Glamorgan have been forced to follow on the final day of the game against Lancashire seconds, where in their second innings Lancashire 90 for 6 at tea. They're still trailing by 94 runs with just 4 second innings wickets remaining. A full complement of games in the Vitality County Championship elsewhere. We'll start at Taunton, where at tea Somerset are 265 for 4. That's against Kent. Tea has been slightly delayed at Hove. That's because Sussex were dismissed by Yorkshire for 150. And in a couple of overs before tea, Yorkshire are 38 for 3. At Chelmsford, it's tea time there with Warwickshire 192 for 6. That's against Essex. It's tea as well at Leicester, where Gloucestershire 268 without loss after being invited to bat by the home team. At Derby, Northamptonshire 195 for 4 against Derbyshire. Tea time at Trent Bridge sees Nottinghamshire 134 for 7. That's after being put into bat by Hampshire. At the Oval, Surrey have been dismissed by Worcestershire for 213.
Glamorgan not feeling too good at the moment. They're 158 for 8 at tea, having been at lunch at 72 for 2, but it has been a session dominated by the Middlesex seamers, in particular Tom Helm 3 for 29, Ethan Bamber 2 for 23. Glamorgan wickets crashed regularly after lunch. Zainul Hassan with 34 and Mason Crane launched a mini fight back, but Glamorgan still under the cosh. They'll resume after tea on 158 for 8.
To purchase tickets for all forthcoming games here at Sophia Gardens. That includes the International T20 contest on the 28th of May, when England meet Pakistan, as well in September the 13th to be precise, when England play Australia. Also, on the official Glamorgan website, the details of the various matchday hospitality packages available for all games here at Sophia Gardens, including those in the T20 Blast as well as the 100. If you're seeking a score sheet for this game, they're available completely free of charge from reception. That's situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. That's where you can also purchase a copy of the 2024 Glamorgan Yearbook, or you can obtain a copy of Chris Cook's testimonial brochure. It's available for a minimum donation of just £5. The Glamorgan Club shop, run by Missouri Sports, is also open today. It's situated opposite Gate 2 and will be open until just before the close of play. It's also selling, as always, a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit and a range of recently published cricket books. As far as refreshments are concerned, a full range of food and drink can be purchased in the Pyramid Lounge, which is situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. This is a new initiative for 2024, and as a result, the Lewis Lounge on the top floor of the National Cricket Centre is now just a viewing area for members without any bar facilities. But don't forget, you can still purchase snacks from the vending machines situated at the rear of the indoor school. The CC4 Museum of Welsh Cricket is open today. It's also open over the weekend during the lunch and the tea intervals. It's situated on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre, and there's a wonderful brand new display there celebrating the career of the late Don Shepherd, with several items which have been very kindly donated by Don's family. There's also a special film that you can watch looking at some of the highlights of Don's career. Also, the museum has a number of second-hand cricket books and old Glamorgan yearbooks which are on sale to raise funds for the running of the museum. Finally, a reminder that we stand against all forms of discrimination. There is no place for it in our sport. We will embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, knowing that with diversity Together we are stronger. Here at Glamorgan County Cricket Club, we are dedicated to raising the game. So if you witness any form of discrimination, you can challenge it and call it out by contacting, in strictest confidence, your nearest steward. Thank you very much. Diolch yn fawr iawn. To resume the Glamorgan first innings, Andy Gorvin and Mason Crane. And to resume the bowling for Middlesex after tea at the River End, Luke Holman.
Welcome back then to the final session of day one here at Sophia Gardens, where we have 32 overs remain to be bowled. Middlesex's over rate is +3, and Middlesex are on top because Glamorgan are 158 for 8. So Middlesex just looking to knock over these last 2 wickets. Mason Crane is on 17, Andy Gorvin is 5, and forward comes Crane for the first ball after tea from Luke Holman, and that's played gently on the leg side. Holman is his 7th over and he's 1 for 7 so far. The wicket of Zainul Hassan breaking a mini partnership as Crane plays on the leg side. There should be a single there, and there will be, as the bowler has to field himself at mid-wicket. So mini partnership, it's been the biggest of the innings so far between Ul Hassan and Crane for the 8th wicket. They added 48 runs. Apart from that, 44 for the first wicket, with Labuschagne and Byram both passing 20. Zainul Hassan 34 is the top scorer, as Gorvin watches that one, playing no shot, outside off stump. And thankfully for him, it was a leg break rather than a googly, because if it had been a googly, he would have been in trouble. Holman, like Crane, has been known to purvey both. 159 for 8. Holman bowls, and forward stretches Gorvin. So they're looking to play correctly, these two, and just take any singles on offer. A few fielders set back. There's a slip and a short leg in, a short cover and a backward point as Gorvin steps back and pulls through mid-wicket, and we'll get runs here, and it'll be just stopped inside the deep mid-wicket boundary, and there will be 3 runs. Good enterprise from the Middlesex fielders, working in tandem up at the far end of the ground, with 2 chasing, and even in the championship it's the double chase these days. It was the openers, in fact, the opening batters, Stoneman and Robson, in partnership there. Next delivery is driven by Crane to deep mid off, but they don't risk the single, and it's the end of an over that has added 4 to the Glamorgan total, which is 162 for 8. 65 overs have been bowled. Crane has 18, Gorvin has 8. You're listening to BBC Sport Online on this sizzling Friday at Sophia Gardens, where the crowd are being lightly toasted. And Kevin Hand and Nick Webb and Edward Bevan, your commentary team for the first couple of days. Edward will be subbed by Gareth Griffiths at the halfway mark, as Middlesex look to finish off this Glamorgan innings, having done so much damage in the afternoon session.
If we keep eating at the rate we do, Nick, someone's going to have to sub us tomorrow, I think. Goodness me.
Or strengthen the floors of the commentary box.
I mean, what we just consumed was somewhere between a donut and an eclair, I would suggest. Is that the best description you could come up with? It looked like a donut, it tasted like an eclair. Extraordinary thing. A donut filled with the cream that you'd expect to be in an eclair. Anyway, Tom Helm, he certainly doesn't look like he's just eaten half of Wales like we have. As he's in right arm over the wicket. 2 slips and a gully, and this is pushed away into the offside field at cover. There's no run. That following the fudgiest of brownies that you can imagine, the stickiest of brownies. And there was a pastry thrown in for good measure as well.
Yes, thank you for your contribution to the mix, Kevin.
Well, it's about the best you're going to get out of me over the next 4 days, isn't it? What are we going to do? We can't do this again tomorrow. We can't just replay and repeat tomorrow. This is going to be
lettuce tomorrow.
Yes.
Carrot.
Here's length ball pushed back up the track and there's no run. Let us pray for our waistlines. Sorry, that was terrible.
Endless laps of the ground, maybe, if
Yes.
if the thunderstorm hits. Mind you, we're not meant to be out in a thunderstorm, are we? So maybe that's not a good idea.
Does that mean we have to stay inside and eat?
Something like that.
Come on. 3 for 29. Ed Bevan said it was as close to as the best spell of the season he'd seen by a seamer this year. Helm in now, bowls a bouncer, he goes after it. Gorvin through it, passes to Davies, 79 mile an hour that. One for the over signals. That felt sharp from Helm, and you know, as bouncers go, again, it usually takes a yard or two off it, doesn't it, when you bang it in short, but really good from Helm. He looks in the mood.
They're doing their best to get the maximum out of this wicket, aren't they, the Middlesex bowlers?
Well, as I say, he's been plagued by injury his career, Helm. If he could bottle this moment and take it with him every week, then Helm would be in the England side. He is, and always has been, of that potential. Here he comes, bowls, and this is pushed back up the track, fielded at mid-off, no run.
It was that month he had in Cardiff, so he taught him everything he knew.
It was the Welsh cakes what did it. He had some of Salandra's brownies, didn't he? That's what got him going.
Helm played 4 games on loan in 2014, in case you're wondering what we were talking about there.
I certainly feel like I've just been set up for life by that brownie and never need to eat again, even though we consumed a quarter of a donut immediately afterwards. But oh, you didn't even have the brownie. You were good. You had the sausage roll.
Well, I don't think the sausage roll has any fewer calories.
Little less, not so much sugar. Helm, 66th over of the innings, 2 balls to go of it, full and straight. That's defended by Gorvin. 8 from 22 now for the Glamorgan number 10. Crane 18 from 53. Oh no! Look at this! What's happening, Gareth? Where have these come from? No, I don't want any. You're very kind, but no, thank you. Absolutely not. Even I have the willpower to resist. You cannot do that to us. Where have these come from?
Donuts are being left to tempt us.
Oh.
Mini donuts to follow our maxi donuts.
Helm, last ball of the over. Bowls, and this is eased into the onside. It's fielded. That's mid-wicket, and there is 1 run to end the over. It's fielded at mid-wicket by mid-on. Sorry, my attention was turning back to the donuts before I'd finished commentating on the over. 163 for 8 from 66. I think that's from a confectionery stall inside the grounds. Did you really feel the need to have to go and buy more?
It's a long session.
It's a long session.
It's a long session.
It's going to be a long 4 days for our waistlines.
There we are.
Is this what it's like every week for a Glamorgan game?
It's
Close to.
We get decent contributions from various sources. Not complaining. 163 for 8 as we try to focus on what's out in the middle.
Rather than our own middles.
Luke Holman bowling his 8th over, and Andy Gorvin driving to cover. And fielded by Ryan Higgins, and there is no run.
Oh, come here again. Thought the oval was
Cuts
good.
down the cost of living.
Yeah. Yes.
Holman bowls, Gorvin pushes forward to defend.
Is there a place under the desk to sleep as well?
I hope BBC London have afforded a hotel for you for a few days.
Oh, yes. No, I just meant life in general. How's October in Sophia Gardens?
163 for 8. Gorvin on strike on 9 not out. Was 102 for 7 at 103 for 7 at one point. Stand of 48 between Ul Hassan and Crane. As Gorvin is forward, driving into the offside, and there's no run. And although Tom Helm is bowling well and Holman is bowling tightly, it doesn't look like they're getting vast amounts of assistance from the track, but it's done just enough during the course of the day. As Gorvin on the back foot hits it harder into the offside, but still can't beat the ring of fielders. Holman having broken that stand when Ul Hassan reverse swept to slip. That's cut by Gorvin. Nice shot down towards third man. It'll be picked up inside the ropes. They'll pick up a couple of runs as Helm does the fielding down beneath us at the Cathedral Road end of the ground. And Glamorgan move up to 165 for 8. And Glamorgan are just going to have to bowl so accurately with something of a depleted attack without Mir Hamza. Wicket to wicket. All balls. Gorvin drives nicely, but straight to cover, and there is no run. Gorvin off the back of a maiden 5 foot last week against Sussex. His previous best figures 3 for 88, so that was a considerable improvement as he picked up 5 for 40. 165 for 8. Glamorgan, not the situation they would have expected to have been in, despite having been inserted by the visitors.
Who's the camera picked up on the sidelines there? Having a natter. Glamorgan. Oh, look, there it is. It's Lewis. Former media man.
Former media man. Can't keep them away, you see.
It's tea. He's come back for tea, hasn't he?
Working for Cardiff Rugby these days,
Top
just
man,
down the road. He'd be directing the stream by close of play if they know he's around. No one ever really leaves this place.
We've got an improvement though. Sophie's in now, placed Lewis. Here's Helm in bowls, and this ball's down the leg side. Through it goes, 165 for 8. You didn't get that standard of donut when Lewis was in charge, did you?
So it certainly is a slightly soporific evening, you would imagine, for the spectators out in the sunshine.
I thought you meant us two recovering from our food inhalation.
Oh, that as well.
What's the change around the umpire?
Umpire is trotting over, umpire Chantry, to do business from the point position.
Yeah,
perhaps
funny that, isn't it? Because the sun's behind us. It's not slightly.
Sun might be just about getting in his eyes, and there's no close fielder on the leg side. Strange.
Helm has a leg gully, and that is edged just fine of backward points. Crane rather scooped at the ball, didn't he? And it thick-edged backwards of Fernandez, who retrieves it at deep third, and they've run 2.
If you're going to flash hard, the old adage.
Yeah. It felt as though he was through it, didn't he? He was really through it, and he's kind of pushing that bottom hand up, uppercutting almost at a drive. Used to be the Paul Sterling shot the jab through cover or the jab through point, just punched at the ball and then left the fist there determinedly. As here's Helm, all cry catch it to this short fine leg, and it is helped around the corner to Higgins, but on the bounce as Crane looks to hook. Became Ireland's most capped cricketer the other day. Yes, I had to put the handbrake on where that word was going, that mispronunciation.
He's played a lot of times for Ireland.
Yes. Most capped cricketer.
He'll be in private eye before you know it.
Yeah, thank you. It was his dad as well that sent me the picture of the Sterlo gang. All stood there on the date when he became the most capped cricketer for Ireland, Paul Sterling. Regards if you tuned in, Brian, he does occasionally. I don't think Ireland are in action today. They lost that series 2-1 to Pakistan, having gone 1-0 up in the T20 series in Ireland. As his Helm bowls, this is pushed to cover. No run, 167 for 8. I think they're in the same group, aren't they? Ireland, India, Pakistan, aren't they all in the same group at the World Cup?
Take your word for it. Andrew Balbirnie, another of the Ireland main man, had a couple of brief spells with Glamorgan.
Yeah.
Did very well in the T20 at the back end of the COVID season, September 2020. Came back as championship cover and found life a little bit more difficult.
Well, he started as a Middlesex batter, but it was a hip injury that really ended his Middlesex career. They were worried about it, but then on he went to become Ireland captain. Sterling taking over from Balbirnie. Here's Helm in bowl short, and it's helped off the hip down to long leg, where they just removed the leg gully. I don't think it would have carried. It would have been one of those that if he was down and stayed down, maybe it might just have got fingertips underneath it. But there was a long leg, a deep backward square, and a deep square just in front, because you can't have 3 behind. And there they go. Is leg gully going back in now, Higgins? I think he is. So it's a leg gully for Gorvin. No, he's going to go all the way into a second slip. 2 slips and a gully. Backward point, covering a mid-off, mid-on. Deep square and long leg, and Helm 3 for 33. He was 2 for 22 at one point as well, wasn't he? 3 for 33 now, and he's in to bowl. Line and length, it's defended by Gorvin into the offside. So Crane will have strike on 21. Gorvin has 11. Glamorgan have 168 for 8. That's the end of the 68th, which means there are still 28 remaining to be bowled on this first day. And I should rather think that the Middlesex opening pair will be thinking, come on, get on with it, get this over with so we can have a good bite at the evening session rather than have an 8-10 over spell where you're not really going to get much done.
Yeah, 28 overs still remaining of the day's play. You take off 2 for the change round between innings. And Glamorgan surviving longer than looked likely at one stage when the 7th wicket fell in the 44th over. We're now up to the 69th. And Holman is bowling it. And the first ball is turned to short leg by Crane. No run. So short leg and a slip, and a man at cover on the drive, and backward square leg is in fairly tight for the top edged pull. As Holman bowls and Crane drives nicely out into the offside, but a good diving stop at cover by Ryan Higgins, flinging himself to his right. And there's no run. Middlesex have bowled well to their field, it seems, today. So a lot of shots have hit the fielder. A lot of straight driving earlier on, suggesting that the seam attack was accurate, which indeed it was, but Glamorgan didn't deal with the pressure hugely well in the afternoon. Crane pushes rather myopically at that. Shouts of catch it, but the ball didn't really go anywhere. Just fell down at his feet. So Middlesex looking to keep up the pressure. Holman's bowled tightly so far. And that one was just dead batted by Mason Crane back towards the bowler. Did it spit a little bit?
Felt like it. He kind of pushed at the ball, didn't he? It was like out in front of him. It wasn't over the top of it. Rather prodding at it, wasn't he? Without any prodding with it with the bat. You often think of the bat and pad together, prodding forward.
This is cut nicely by Crane towards third man. Should be a couple of runs here. Ball's not running very fast over the surface today as Tom Helm does the fielding. Possibly because of a little bit of rain last night here in the capital. 170 for 8. Crane moves on to 23. And Glamorgan trying to salvage something from this wreckage, but likely to be heading for first innings deficit as Crane punches that one off the back foot up to mid-on, and they decide against risking a single. It is the end of the Holman over, which conceded 2 runs. Glamorgan 170 for 8 here on BBC Sport Online, with Crane on 23 and Gorvin on 11, but it was very much Middlesex's afternoon and very much the visitors' day so far, Kevin.
I heard at tea Surrey had been bowled out.
Good heavens, is that allowed?
I know.
Is that allowed?
I know. Oh, look at that chap on the stream. Where have they spotted him? He's on his own somewhere and he's up perched. I think he's got his feet on the chair as well. Man after my own heart. Feet up.
He's quite wide, isn't he? He's
not steady.
I mean, his position on the field is quite wide. That's why he's on his own, because he's at a considerable angle
there he is,
to the play, rather than directly in line where most people.
Ball change.
Oh dear.
11 overs out. That was the old Gat and Embers one, wasn't it? You've heard it then, clearly.
Surrey 213 all outs. Worcestershire 20 for 1 in reply in Division 1.
Glamorgan and Lancashire.
Yeah, 84 from Lawrence, salvaging things there. 102 deliveries for his 84.
Elsewhere in Division 1, Essex against Warwickshire. Warwickshire 210 for 6. Recovery with Barnard and Burgess, both in the 60s not out. They were 104 for 6 at one point against high-flying Essex. Lancashire against Durham. Lancashire 225 for 4. Century there for Keaton Jennings. Ben Stokes 12 overs, 1 for 53. The wicket of Josh Bohannon for the England captain. At Trent Bridge, Notts 140 for 7 against Hampshire, with 3 wickets for Mohammed Abbas. James is 53 not out. Lyndon James for Nottinghamshire.
Abbas, he's still going for Hampshire, is he?
He's still going. They got
Middlesex top order still have sleepless nights about him. 6 for 11 he took.
Nisa's rocked up there as well to join the party. Michael Nisa, formerly of Glamorgan, playing for Hampshire for a couple of months. Yeah.
Kyle Abbott's still going there as well.
He's playing in this one.
Oh, goodness me. Here's Helm. They've got the ball change. 11 overs until there will be a second new ball available. This is defended into the offside by Corvin. There's no run.
Nisa's playing in the Blast and possibly a couple of championship games in the middle of the Blast.
Oh, I see. So they got Barker, Abbas, Abbott, Fuller, Dawson. Not bad, is it?
Taunton, Somerset 295 for 4 against Kent. Banton and Rue both well set there.
Helm turns away from us. He's off again. In the 70th over of the innings here. Angles this one in from quite wide. It's turned down to long leg for a single. That wasn't too dissimilar to that wide angle that he went. That when he bowled Carlson. Was it Carlson? No, it's Cook, wasn't it?
No, Cook was playing no shot. The next opponents of both today's teams are struggling because Sussex, who travel to Lords next week, were 150 all out, although they have struck back a bit with the ball. Yorkshire 59 for 4.
Who's struggling more in that game at the moment? Sussex.
Sussex, you'd say.
6 wicket standing for Yorkshire. Who's still going for them? Root 13.
Route 13 not out, yeah.
Slipping a gully crouch down as Helm bowls to Crane, who defends this into the onside, and there's no run. I mean, Crane and Gorvin here, much as Crane and Ul Hassan before, have shown you can score runs and you can get in on this pitch, and that's what Glamorgan must be careful of. But what the big difference, I think, when Glamorgan come to start their innings is I doubt they'll make the same mistake as Middlesex, who went too full to... Well,
yeah.
Say went too full...
Didn't cost them that many, was it? A handful of boundaries, really.
Yeah, it was just Roland Jones' first 3. What did he go for? 25
in
yes,
the first
25, yeah. You take that out of the equation now. Here's Helm. He's in, bowl short, and it's not nicked through. Cry catch from behind the stumps. Davies took it, attempting to hook Crane, but it beat everything.
And it's a no ball called. Anyway.
I know, well. Now, did he get something on it then? No.
No, the no ball call came a little bit later, to be fair.
Yeah. So
and it's still being made. Umpire Baldwin, don't think, has been spotted by the scorers. Yeah, they've flashed their little light up now.
Umpire Baldwin lost a little bit of weight. He looks rather trim down there, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He was the umpire at the Oval when the crossbow bolt fell.
Ooh.
Helm midway through the 70th. Bowls short, onto the hip, down to fine leg. It's worked quite neatly by Crane, who moves to 27, 177 for 8. I'm not wholly sure about this tactic from Middlesex with the field all back. Helm has done exceptionally well, just hitting the top of the off stump today, and now he's going with that battering ram roll that they often use him to. All the balls disappeared behind the hover cover, and
it's fun in games. Players always have difficulty in locating it.
But is the man behind the hover cover having a look?
And it's
Luke Holman's giving words of encouragement. Yeah, this way, Ethan, that way.
It's quite gratifying to see players at this level having to scrabble around, really, considering that most club cricketers usually end up picking the ball out of a tree or some brambles at some point.
Well, Radlett, I mean, the amount of times at Radlett when the ball ends up in the bush at Radlett, and they've lost so many. Once it's in, it's gone.
Yeah,
there's no coming back.
Thick vegetation.
Indeed. Here's Helm. 3 in the deep. Long leg, fine leg, and deep square as This one's short again, and Crane looks to pull. Through it goes to Davies, and no contacts made.
Getting a bit carried away there. Leicestershire, who are Glamorgan's next opponents, well, their bowlers are suffering at Grace Road against Gloucestershire, who've got 299 for no wicket on the board at the moment, with Bancroft and Charlesworth still together there.
Helm, last time in what seems an extremely long 70th over, bowls short down the leg side, and it's worked away fine again. And yeah, I'm not sure this is working. Helm has bowled as well as I've seen him bowl in a long while today, but now going to the short stuff is proving rather costly for Middlesex. That's hooked fine, helped on its way. Crane's on to 31, 181 for 8. Gorvin has 12, and it's 10 overs to the second new ball becoming available.
Well, we didn't think that would be required. Finishing off the Division 2 scoreboard at Derby, Northants at 215 for 4. Vasconcelos made 53, and George Bartlett is 64 not out for Northants at Derby. And there is a T20 international between England and Pakistan at Northampton this evening.
Who's all? Fucking never remember. I've been useless with the order today and the timing, you lads. I'll add it before you do, maybe.
Holman is in to bowl to Gorvin. Drives into the offside, fielded at cover by Fernandez, no run.
Who finished before tea? It was you and me. And then I don't, actually, you're the most important one of all of this because you've got other updates to do and bits to do. So you tell me how the evening rota needs to work.
As that one is punched off the back foot by Gorvin, and there's no run to mid-off. Well, if you take half an hour off now and
then come back and replace you.
Back and do the bulk of the closing stages, that would be useful.
Perfect.
As forward pushes Gorvin back to the bowler, and there's no run. We may, of course, get a 10-minute interval at some point not too far away between innings. 181 for 8. Glamorgan, as that one's just turned into a little gap on the leg side, and Gorvin, there was actually a very long single there, but the fielders do just enough to suggest that they can come in and prevent it. As once Gorvin's got the ball past short leg, there's a bit of a gap there as Holman bowls, and Gorvin correctly allows that one to go through. Cover now is being pushed back to the boundary. Why? 181 for 8 as Gorvin chips that one into the leg side quite safely. Takes a single out to deep mid wicket. 182 for 8. Crane has 31. Gorvin has 13. They have added 31 for this 9th wicket, and he was baffled as I am by Middlesex taking the foot off the throat, as it were. They've pushed a few fielders back. It's a 9th wicket stand, and they haven't really hit out, but still Middlesex have got...
I know, it's 3 on the boundary.
Oh, they're changing their minds now. They did have 3 heading out to the deep on the leg side at one point, and even if you're bowling short deliveries, it's a bit unnecessary. You would have thought that they'd have done better to keep going there where they were, as Tom Helm tries to add a 4th wicket.
Yeah, here he is, and running away from us, and comes in to bowl, and Gorvin just nudges that away to gully. There's no run. What is important, Nick, is that the last 2 wickets have put on 79, which is a commendable effort, really, when you think that they were 103 for 7. I do think that the pitch has, well, you would expect it, all these overs bowled. How many overs we had today? 71. New ball due in 9 overs, if they last until then, but it's a good recovery. When they're in the throes of despair at 103 for 7. short ball, and this could be out at mid-on. There's a catch gone up, and it's safely pouched. And the short ball, he did go over to try and pull it away, and he has gone. But a useful little innings by the young all-rounder.
Yeah, he's gone for 13. Roland Jones was the man underneath at 182 for 9.
Yes, and
Andy Galvin
maximum bowling points.
Toby Roland Jones off the bowling of
And
Tom
Helm
for 13.
up to 4 wickets. Obviously keen to turn it into that precious 5 for.
yes, but nevertheless, I don't think many of us expected to reach the highs of 180 when they were 103 for 7. So they got something. I don't think it's a huge amount to bowl at, and they'll have to bowl their hearts out if they've got to dismiss this strong batting side that Middlesex have got in Glamorgan without their strike bowler.
Yeah, Mia Hamza, in case you weren't listening earlier, is rested for this game on the grounds that Glamorgan find themselves with 3 overseas players available for a couple of weeks in the form of Marnus Labuschagne, Colin Ingram and Mia Hamza. And since Ingram was the leading run scorer in the division going into this game, he's only made 10 today. Labuschagne sparkled briefly for his 23, but it was all too brief, and Middlesex's seamers took control of the afternoon session. Jamie McElroy is in at number 11. He's only averaging 4.5 this season, so it might be a question of
He'll be bowling before long.
yeah, indeed. And I was going to say Mason Crane trying to keep more of the strike, even if he doesn't completely protect the number 11. He'll look to take more deliveries, I think.
Yeah, that was questioned in that members forum. Isn't that bad planning to have 3 overseas here? Well, that's how it's happened.
Well, Ingram's based here permanently now, isn't he? He's moved his family to Wales.
Yeah. McElroy then, the batsman did not cross when perhaps they should have when the ball was in the air, is facing Helm, and he defends to a delivery. That's a picture on middle stump, pushed away on the onside. So that is a good effort by Tom Helm. 4 wickets and 182 for 9. 3 bonus points already, none for Glamorgan. They'll have to try and get some bowling points. Plenty of wickets falling, not only here but down at Hove. Last I looked, it was 30 odd for 3 plays 150. Yorkshire, the visitors to Sussex. As Helm comes in, bowls to McElroy, who plays a perfectly good shot out to mid-on. There's no run. Crane has played very well for his 31. I don't know if at Northampton he was the top scorer there. In that 60 he got. It was a good effort, I remember.
Yeah, Yorkshire 62 for 4 now at Hove.
They?
Root's still there though. Ollie Robinson has been bowling for Sussex.
And no Seals. But he's disappointed to miss that game. Helm bowls to McElroy, who plays defensively on the offside. And I suspect Crane might just look and take a chance against the leg spinner if McElroy can defend this last ball.
Yeah, I suspect the county headlines tomorrow are going to be the return of Ben Stokes to action, even though he hasn't actually made much of an impression so far for Durham against Lancashire with just the 1 wicket. But good to see him bowling anyway.
At Stanley Park, that lovely ground in Blackpool. Helm to complete the over, bowls and pushed away, and he's no, says Crane. Look, I've been in here, I got 31, you've just come in, you're on naught, and you're number 11, you're not coming. End of the over. Yeah, I've done a few games up at Stanley Park in Blackpool. There was one incident I'll tell you about later. I cannot tell it
Not on air.
No.
Fair enough.
No.
Yeah, so can't say I've been back to Blackpool since covering a party conference there back in my news.
Did you, when you're on the news desk?
Yes, it was an odd experience. The first hotel I where I was booked, I walked out of. I'm not staying here for 4 nights.
Was it a bit of a faulty towers?
I don't think it had the class of faulty towers. It was
I've been
the
watching.
thin wooden partitions between bedrooms that
Right, that's it.
got me. I thought,
That's enough.
that'll do.
Yeah.
182 for 9. Luke Holman, 10 overs, 1 for 16. Very economical figures for a leg break bowler in particular. And the fielders, well, there's just a slip and one saving the single on either side, and then the rest are spread far and wide. And it bowls wide, and Crane cuts at it and can't quite reach it, despite the shout from Davies behind the stumps.
Very wide, wasn't it?
Trying to reach it. 182 for 9. Can Crane find a gap anywhere? Drives into the offside, and they'll take a single off the second ball of the over. Well, at least McIlroy is not going to get physically damaged by facing a leg spinner as well. So they can open him up to some degree of safety.
He and James Harris have got to be on their top form, because this is not a big score. And want to not concede too many runs, as Helm has done especially, and the other bowlers keep at the batsman.
Glamorgan's seconds are still 4 wickets short of victory against Lancashire at Abergavenny. Lancashire won 20 for 6. Haven't lost any further wickets since tea. So they might be frustrated there.
Yeah.
Holman then to bowl to last man McIlroy, as McIlroy plays no shot. And it is a leg break rather than a googly, so it turns away from the bat and away from the stumps.
It's one tail ender said to the other, push out in hope when you play leg breaks.
Next delivery is pushed rather tentatively by McIlroy back down the pitch.
Mr. Bamber might be interested here, wouldn't you? Have a bowl?
Yes,
I certainly would.
Helm wants a 5 foot, but they're giving Luke Holman an extended chance, and he's bowled him. McIlroy pushing forward, beaten by that one. He's gone for naught, and Glamorgan are all out for 183. Zain Ul Hassan top scored with 34, as that was well, it wasn't a leg break, a little bit of off spin there, but more going straight on really through the gate. Crane at 32 not out. Ul Hassan made 34, Byram 26, Labuschagne 23, North East 18. Slim pickings for the Glamorgan batters. 183 all out, and Middlesex is bowling, led by Tom Helm, 4 for 44 in 17 overs. Ethan Bamber took 2 for 23 and 15, pretty accurate and hostile. 1 apiece for Toby Rowland-Jones, Ryan Higgins and Luke Holman. Nathan Fernandez just bowled a couple of overs. So we'll be back with commentary on the Middlesex reply to Glamorgan's 183 all out in around about 8 minutes time, and the bowling figures no doubt will follow from the good doctor of the public address for those of you who like that sort of thing.
So Glamorgan 183 all out. Mason Crane was unbeaten on 32, and in that total there were 13 extras comprising 1 leg bye and 12 no balls. Here are the Middlesex bowling figures. Ethan Bamber, 15 overs, 7 maidens, 2 for 23. Toby Rowland-Jones, 14 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 58. Tom Helm, 17 overs, 5 maidens, 4 for 44. Ryan Higgins, 14 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 35. Luke Holman, 10.5 overs, no maidens, 2 for 17. And Nathan Fernandez bowled 2 overs for 5 runs. To open the batting in Middlesex's first innings, Sam Robson and Mark Stone.
So welcome back to Sophia Gardens for the final 21 overs of this innings, the day's play rather,
James Harris.
as Middlesex reply to Glamorgan's 183 all out. That looks well below par, although Middlesex did well to get a bit of life out of the pitch. Bit of movement off the pitch and in the air from the Middlesex team attack, who turned in a really disciplined performance, and Glamorgan have to try and do likewise, but precious few runs to play with as James Harris will open up with McIlroy, Gorvin and Ul Hassan, the rest of their seam attack, and Harris in to bowl, and the first ball is driven by Robson, the right-hander, out on the offside, and there's no run. Quite a few lefties in this Middlesex top order: Stoneman, Holden and Duploy. Ryan Higgins is the man who did Glamorgan most damage at Lords with a disciplined and lengthy 221, as Middlesex eventually passed Glamorgan's 620 for 3 declared several days later. Harris is in from the Cathedral Road end, bowls full length, driven by Robson, again to Ul Hassan at cover, and again there is no run, but there's no protection deep on either side of the wicket, so Harris can't afford to give too much width.
Yeah, he's bowled 2 gentle half volleys to start.
Be looking to just bring the length back a little bit as Harris is in to bowl to Robson, who drives a third ball straight at Ul Hassan, who must feel as in the firing line rather there. Harris this season 12 wickets at 41.6, bowls very well in the first innings of the last match against Sussex, 4 for 93 on that occasion to help Glamorgan to first innings lead and ultimately to victory, but not enough runs to play with for the home side here today, as Harris in bowls and Robson drives through the offside, and this time he has pierced the field. Ul Hassan is in hot pursuit, pulls it up just inside the cover point boundary, and they're back for 2 runs. It is a short boundary on that pavilion side of the ground. I thought last week was the closest that they'd play towards the pavilion, but they've gone 2 strips further towards the pavilion today. 2 for 0 Middlesex. Glamorgan 183 all out here on BBC Sport Online, as Harris is in to bowl outside off stump. No shot played. Bit of lift off the wicket there for Harris. Glamorgan really need to make inroads with the new ball. Harris shaven-headed and bearded these days. A far cry from the look he had at 16-year-old.
I saw him play at Gloucester in his first game and took over 13 wickets.
Remarkable entry to the first-class scene for James Harris, as that one's driven to mid-on by Robson, and there is no run. Fielded by McIlroy, will probably march down the other end and do some bowling.
Well, I hope so.
I would imagine he'd be the other opening bowler for Glamorgan. Yes, he is taking his cap off, giving it to umpire Chantry.
For Glamorgan at the river end, it's Jamie McIlroy.
So McIlroy, slow start to the season really. He's played in 3 matches, but was injured early in one of them, so he's only actually bowled in 2 opposition innings and has only claimed 1 wicket. So his season yet to get going, and Glamorgan will be very much hoping that it will in the next hour or so.
Yeah, bowling from the far end. Glamorgan need to attack, and they are. They've got 3 slips And if you want to take wickets, you have to attack. And McIlroy's left arm over the wicket comes in now to the left-handed Stoneman, and he nudges it away down to third man, thick outside edge, and that's going to run away for 4. So a boundary off the first ball, and McIlroy is returned to county cricket. It's not a good one so far.
No, he didn't necessarily do much wrong there. It was just Stoneman opening the face and finding the gap wide of the slips.
6 without loss then, in pursuit of 193. In comes the next ball. That forces him on the back foot. The arms go up behind the wicket, but I hit it firmly enough, and I think it might have been because the ball jagged in a bit.
Yeah, Middlesex, as I said, got just about a little bit of movement off the pitch and a bit of swing, and it was enough to thoroughly unnerve the Glamorgan middle order, who played as if they were on a terror track.
Tall young man, shaven-headed, comes in again and bowls. That's defended by McIlroy, by Stoneman. Played for a few counties: Surrey, Durham, Middlesex. Any more? Don't think so. Medium fast is Jamie McIlroy, and he's coming in again. And bowls to Stoneman. Stoneman gets back on his stumps, plays it out into the covers, and there's no run.
Played a little bit for Yorkshire as well, did Stoneman.
4 county man.
Only in T20 though, not in first class.
Right.
So he's in his 4th season with Middlesex. Moved south in the end of the 2016 season. Born in Newcastle. Still got a bit of a northern accent despite his decade in London.
McIlroy bowls to Stoneman down the leg side. Sort of a field as it went down for a leg by. Advances the score to 7 without loss as we approach the end of the 2 balls to go of the second over. Glamorgan put into bat, justified his decision. Did Toby Rowland-Jones as he dismissed, or he didn't, but his side, his bowlers dismissed Glamorgan for a rather disappointing 183. McIlroy bowls to Robson this time. Robson is behind that and plays it up towards mid-on. That completes the over, and Middlesex on their way. 2 overs gone, 7 without loss.
We were remarking last week on several of the Glamorgan batting records, the record wicket stands having come in the last 3 or 4 years. Middlesex have got some very venerable records still on the books, I see. Newest of which is the first wicket stand between these two of 376 against Sussex at Hove in 2021. Apart from that, there's a 9th wicket record was set by Gareth Berg and Tim Murtagh in 2011, and most of the rest are very venerable indeed, going back decades, if not over a century. Harris is in to bowl outside off stump, and Stoneman plays no shot, 7 without loss. So Glamorgan have got 3 slips to start with. They've got a backward point in Crane. Ul Hassan is in the covers. McIlroy is at mid-off. Carlson at mid-on, fresh from agreeing his new 2-year contract. Harris in, bowls on leg stump, clipped away through square leg by Stoneman, and that'll be 4 runs down to the backward square leg boundary. Ball bounces up half a dozen rows of seating, lobbed back to the fielder by a spectator in front of the dressing rooms, and Middlesex are 11 without loss.
So there's 2 boundaries now in the first over and a half, and you cannot afford, when you've got a small total to, you've got to keep on bowling wicket to wickets and deny the batsman.
Harrison bowls, that's a better delivery across the face of the left-hander.
That's the one you want.
Through to Chris Cook and his bright yellow gloves, and Stoneman flirting with that one and making no contact.
That must have hit the seam. It was a beautiful delivery. Consistency now that James Harris is looking for.
As Stoneman goes down to tie his laces, retie them, and Harris will have to wait as he turns and notices that the batter, number 11, Mark Stoneman, is down on his knees. Now resetting his gloves. Two experienced openers, these two, both having spells in Test cricket, 18 matches between them. As Harris bowls to Stoneman, who drives on the bounce out on the offside, fielded by Ul Hassan, no run. Now point, Mason Crane is going round. I'll just have a chat with the slips. I thought at the moment he was going to field at fourth slip there, but
Perhaps he wants a bowl.
in comes Harris again. Bowls on leg stump, 4 more through square leg, and this is just what Glamorgan did not want, and Middlesex did. Some early boundaries to ease the pressure, as that was on middle and leg and dispatched comprehensively by Stoneman, who moves under 12 and the score under 15 without loss in reply to Glamorgan's 183 all out here on BBC Sport Online.
Reminiscent of Glamorgan's start this morning, which tailed off. They were 40 for no wicket in no time.
Harrison bowls, steered into the gully this time by Stoneman, fielded by Crane, and there's no run. 15 without loss. Batting to come. Holden, Duploy, Higgins, Fernandez, Holman, Davis, Roland Jones, Bamba and Helm. As, that was the end of Harris's over. He's 0 for 10. Middlesex 15 for 0, replying to 183 all out from the home side.
Robson will be facing the right-handed Robson. Still the 3 slips. As in, he comes to his first ball. That's played away onto the onside, struck firmly. Ingram's at first slip, Northeast at second slip, and Labuschagne, who might well be talking to himself in as a seamer before long, because he bowled a seam last year, didn't he? And then he bowled
On
leg
a couple
spin.
of occasions, yeah, I think he got 2 wickets with it maybe. Bowled a bit of off spin one day.
Bit of leg spin the next.
Yes, the off spin seemed to catch Glamorgan by surprise. Matthew Maynard seemed vaguely bemused by it at the end of the day, or the end of the match.
Here comes the next ball. He's pushed away this time to mid-off. There's a man gone over to the onside to reinforce that leg side. So there's 3 men saving a single in just the 5 men. There's a huge gap there. You've got a cover and then nothing between cover and mid-off. You see this quite often when you more or less ask the batsman, you know, go and drive me, and hoping that with the swing and seam then he might edge it. As in comes Harris, the McEnroe bowls, and that nips back in him. He plays it away to short fine leg. Gorvin fields, and no run off this over as yet. 15 without loss. So nice even start, quite positive, especially from Stoneman. Morgan's 2 first change bowlers, Ul Hassan and Gorvin, took 5 on the last innings. He played here against Sussex. It's McElroy bowls, good length ball, treated with respect out under the offside, and no runs again. 4 dot balls.
Yeah, you would think it may well be a different opening combination next week if Hamza is brought back into the team.
I hope so.
And Van der Hoogten, from his performance in the second 11, looks ready to go.
Yeah. McElroy comes in again and bowls to Robson. Robson drives and doesn't time it. He'll get runs down towards the 3rd man boundary.
And it's a teaser. It's a teaser. Oh, dear.
And it just beats the fielders. Got a thick outside edge, good delivery, but it's 4 runs.
Looking to hit through that gap in the covers that you were referring to.
And he got a thick outside edge, and it passed cover and went backward of square for 4.
One of the longer parts of the ground, but it's still vast distance in from the grandstand on way to our right.
19 without loss as McIlroy comes in and bowls the last ball of the over, which is left by Robson outside the off stump. 4 runs off the over, 19 off the first 4. And Middlesex have started well.
They have indeed. So did Glamorgan, but they fell apart thereafter. And Middlesex, 17 overs left tonight. Could take a fair bit out of that Glamorgan total. Maybe half the deficit, even if they go well. Glamorgan will need to get, you'd have thought, at least 3 wickets this evening if they'd have any chance of remaining as contenders in this match. Otherwise, it could be a long haul to try and avoid defeat, as Harris is in to bowl to Stoneman outside off stump, and no shot is played as it goes through to the benefit boy, Chris Cook.
He's been quiet with the bat the last couple of innings, Chris.
Yes, he's just had the one innings of substance this season, and the second innings against Derby, which took the match away from the visitors.
He only had 0 today, 1 in the last game, 1 innings. 8. Not good.
Harris bowls, and no shot played by Stoneman across the face of the batter and through to the aforementioned Cook. So Glamorgan will need accuracy from all their bowlers. Mason Crane, when he gets on, will have precious few runs to play with, which when you're a leg spinner bowling long spells, you need a few runs to defend, really. As Harris bowls and a swish by Stoneman, that was rather ugly, and he was lucky that he didn't make any contact there. It was wide,
very wide,
going wider, and Stoneman rather flat-footed, flayed at it but didn't make contact. 19 without loss as Harris, no doubt perspiring in the evening sunshine, marches back towards us at the Cathedral Road.